Yo, what's up guys? This is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Become a member of the channel to access more content. The link is in the description. 3SK Chapter 85, The City of Flowers Chapter 85 Flower City. The next goal is to defeat Kurozumi Orochi. Let's go. Acedes said. There is no need to stay here any longer. Since Yan Jin and the others have been dealt with, this battle is basically over. As for Black Carbon Orochi, that guy was never taken seriously by Acedes. Why would a small scum care so much? So Acedes never took Black Carbon Orochi seriously from beginning to end. At this time, Flower City. Orochi and others obviously don't know that Kaido's Beast's pirates have been destroyed. They are still living a life of drunkenness and crazy enjoyment in Flower City. Countless beauties are surrounding Black Carbon Orochi with seductive looks on their faces. Black Carbon Orochi is now the most powerful person in Wano Kuni. If they want to survive, there is only one way, that is to obey Black Carbon Orochi's arrangements. Otherwise, there is only one way to die. That's great. Beauty, but I still like Xiaozi. I wonder when Xiaozi will obey me. Kurozumi Orochi smiled obscenely. He has an almost crazy obsession with Xiaozi. If it were any other woman, with Kurozumi Orochi's style, he would have forced her to do that. Why do you still do these messy things with you? But only Xiaozi is different. Now Kurozumi Orochi has been fascinated by Xiaozi for a long time, and he is reluctant to use such coercive means. TTT. As long as he likes Xiaozi, one day, he will let Xiaozi know his true feelings. Little did he know that the two of them were actually sworn enemies. Who cares if you are really sincere or not? At this time, Ace Day and others also appeared on the streets of the flower capital. Who is it? Then, Orochi's men stopped Ace Day. Ace Day looked at him calmly. Leva and others beside him reacted instantly and knocked the soldier down. Instantly, the expressions of the soldiers around changed drastically, knowing that these guys were not good people, and they were probably looking for Yang. Fight him. Accompanied by roars, they rushed towards Acedes together. Advertisement they wanted to capture Acedes and his gang. But this was nothing short of a fantasy. Acedes didn't even look at them, and didn't even have to make a move. Leva and others nearby used some tricks, and these guys were completely defeated. No suspense. Although their strength was also very strong, there was still a huge gap compared to Leva and his gang. They were not at the same level at all. Bang! They were all beaten back one by one. Who are they? We are not their opponents at all. Everyone looked at this scene in amazement. Only after the fight did we know how strong these guys were. In front of them, it can be said that I had no power to resist at all and was completely crushed. Ace's eyes were full of murderous intent, and he looked at everyone. Tell me, where is the Kurozumi snake? The murderous aura in his eyes was so strong that people couldn't help but tremble. This guy didn't seem to be a human, but a devil in human skin. The aura shrouding him made people feel terrified just by looking at him. Tetet. Faced with Ace's pressure like a mountain in the sea, they couldn't bear it at last. He directly told the specific location of the Kurozumi snake. Ace's eyes narrowed slightly. Let's go. The few people didn't stop for long and went straight to the direction of the Kurozumi snake at. Looking at the figures of Ace and others, their voices trembled. Who are these guys? What's the matter with this suffocating sense of oppression? From Ace, you can feel unprecedented oppression. That feeling makes people despair. I have never seen Ace before, and I don't know where this guy came from. The black carbon snake was still playing hide and seek with the beauties. That life was so wonderful. Although they hated the snake, they had no choice. After all, the lives of their entire family were in the hands of the Kurozumi snake, and they would die if they disobeyed. Where are you all? Let me touch you. Advertisement. The Kurozumi snake stretched out his hand and touched around. At this moment, Acedes and others appeared. Then the Kurozumi snake walked directly towards Leva. I heard it, you can't run away this time, ha ha ha. The Kurozumi snake smiled and walked towards Leva. He touched Leva with both hands, and then felt something was wrong, because none of his concubines seemed to wear such clothes. And the evil was so small, only less than a. Such a small evil, the Kurozumi snake would definitely not look down on it, which means the person in front of him. Take off the cloth strips on his eyes. The Kurozumi snake was a little shocked. Who are you? He widened his eyes. I don't know when the concubine in front of him turned into an old man. I don't know what the purpose of this guy's appearance is. In any case, Kurozumi snake is very angry now, and the consequences are serious. I was clearly playing games with the concubines, but you, an old thing, suddenly appeared. What are you doing? Who are you? Kurozumi snake was shocked. He soon found that he didn't know this D at all. If he was his subordinate, he should know him, but Lewa gave him a very strange feeling. I'm here to kill you, Lewa said with a fake smile, and at the same time, a terrifying murderous intent was released from the depths of his pupils. The murderous aura was filled, and the surroundings were instantly a little cold. The snake shuddered in his heart. The whole person couldn't help but retreat, obviously frightened by the man in front of him. He saw countless streams of water flowing around Lewa. Riva decisively used the power of the imperial weapon. Seeing the water flow around Riva, Orochi was a little scared for a moment. How could these water flows be controlled by him? Is this the power of the devil fruit? Orochi couldn't help but murmur. One of the most important treasures in the pirate world. The power of the devil fruit. Orochi was instantly frightened. Whoosh! Riva urged the attack to attack Orochi, advancing all the way. Soon, the attack reached Orochi. Not good. Orochi looked at it in astonishment, and he couldn't speak. In front of this attack, he felt a hint of death threat. Chapter 86 Roy goes to Wano Kuni. Chapter 86 Roy goes to Wano Kuni. For a moment, unprecedented fear permeated. Orochi was really frightened and couldn't help but retreat. The aura released by Leva at this moment was so terrifying that Orochi couldn't stop trembling. Orochi was originally a bully. If it was a character that was easy to bully, he would bully it as much as he could. If it was not easy to bully, he would be frightened to kneel down and beg for mercy like now. Don't come over, don't come over. Orochi was trembling all over. But Leva didn't care about him at all and continued to slowly approach Orochi. It was like a Shinigami descending. He received the order from Acedes to kill Orochi, so naturally he couldn't be soft-hearted. Die. Accompanied by a low roar, the sword in his hand suddenly attacked. A sword light quickly passed over Orochi's neck. Orochi was still begging for mercy a moment ago, and the sword light directly passed over his neck with 920. Ah! Everyone around was watching this scene in horror. They didn't expect that the snake would die so easily. However, in fact, the snake was not dead. His devil fruit is Zone, a mythical beast, in the form of Yamada no Orochi, but he has 8 lives. In the original work, he was killed several times but did not die. However, the power of this fruit is too strong, even Acedes and others did not notice it at all. The snake is now in a state of suspended animation. It is not really dead, it's finally over. Acedes couldn't help but murmur. He planned to tell Roy the news and wait for his next order. Soon, the phone was dialed. Tet. The strange sound of the Den Den Mushi sounded, which soon attracted Roy's attention. Is this Acedes? Roy was a little surprised and couldn't help but say, is it over with them? Thinking about it, this possibility is still relatively large. Roy decisively dialed Den Den Mushi. Acedes, has the mission been completed? Advertisement, yes, Kurozumi Orochi and Beast's pirates were all destroyed. Now Wano Kuni has fallen into our hands, Acedes said seriously. With the fall of these two forces, Wano Kuni has basically no living force. Roy touched his chin and thought to himself, I can't just occupy Wano Kuni arbitrarily. If I occupy it directly, it will be no different from Kaido of the Beasts. Although this can also occupy Wano Kuni, the regime is unstable and is always in a state of hostility. This is obviously not feasible, so change to a more compromising method. Cultivate a puppet regime. At present, the most stable and profitable way is only this one. As for who to find, Roy also has a goal in mind. In fact, the most popular person in Wano Kuni is Momonosuke, the B****************, D, but Roy obviously doesn't like Momonosuke. There is a saying that goes, you don't have to be the pirate king, but Momonosuke must die. He also has a sister, that is Kazuki. I'll go see Kazuki. Roy's face flashed with expectation. I heard that Kazuki is also a super beautiful woman. I don't know what her personality is like. Soon, Roy's travel preparations were ready. Roy was in front, Senju Hashirama was beside him, and Akame and Kurome followed. As for Uchiha Madara and others, they stayed in the Basta kingdom. Someone still needs to guard here. It is very important and no leaks can be made. In this way, Roy and his party headed towards Wano Kuni. About halfway through, a ship came in front. Lord Roy, there seems to be a ship in front. Someone came over to report the situation to Roy and his friends. There are so many ships on the sea, he can't take care of everything, right? Roy didn't care much, and even didn't bother to let go of observation hockey. Let's go, don't worry about them. Yes, since Roy said so, they, as soldiers, just need to perform their mission. Why think so much? The people on the ship in front obviously also found Roy and his friends. A pirate ran to his leader and reported, Boss, there is a ship ahead. Ignore it, let's keep moving forward, Shanks said. He said the same thing as Roy, as if he did it on purpose. Our priority is to go to the Kingdom of Basta. I really want to see the strength of those guys if I can defeat Kaido of the Beasts. The red-haired man also had a fighting spirit in his eyes. Since he heard that Kaido was defeated, he has been very interested in the Basta kingdom. Now he finally has a chance to meet him. He must be a good opponent. Beside him, the corners of Mihawk's mouth curled up slightly. The eagle-like eyes suddenly burst out with amazing fighting spirit. He is also a fighting maniac like Shanks. Unfortunately, they are now passing by Roy and others. Fortunately, Uchiha Madara, who defeated Kaido of the Beasts, is still in the Basta kingdom, so they didn't get nothing. Let's not talk about the situation here for now. Roy, surrounded by his men, gradually sailed towards the Wano Kuni territorial waters. Advertisement. Although the Uzumaki current was turbulent, it still couldn't do anything to Roy and his men. Tornado, it's your turn to show off. Looking at the green-haired little loli next to him, Roy said with a smile. HMPH. Tornado shook his neck and snorted proudly. But he still used his telekinesis obediently to make the whole ship float. Everyone looked at this scene in astonishment and couldn't believe that this was actually true. Am I dreaming? The ship actually floated? How is it possible? Everyone couldn't suppress their astonishment. I didn't expect the tornado was so capable that he could make the whole ship float. If he fought with others, it would be exaggerated to the extreme when his telekinesis was released. They swallowed their saliva, and they were obviously shocked by Tornado. Let's go, Roy said with a smile. It's normal for Tornado to have this ability. No matter what, he is ranked second among the level 5 heroes. How terrifying is his strength? Ordinary people are not Tornado's opponents at all. They couldn't imagine how powerful Tornado was. Although he came from the same world as Genos, Tornado was obviously much stronger than Genos. They didn't bother to explain too much, and they soon landed on Wano Kuni. Then they met Acedes and others. Everyone knelt down when they saw Roy, with respect in their eyes. Lord Roy. Whether it was the cadres or the ordinary soldiers, Roy was the most respected person in their eyes. He was very popular. Many people looked at Roy and murmured, and that look was just like a fan seeing their idol. Is this Lord Roy? Roy looked at Acedes and asked, how's the matter going? Acedes raised her head and a blush flashed across her face. Only in front of Roy would this cold woman show such an expression. All done. Yeah? Roy nodded slightly, and then began to prepare to implement the next plan, but before that, he had to let Xiaozi come over. Xiaozi? Acedes' face changed. Could it be that Roy was so impatient that he wanted to have something happen with Xiaozi? She was clearly by his side, how could he do this? But she just complained in her heart and went out to find Xiaozi. Chapter 87. Lord Hiyori, your face is so red. Chapter 87. Lord Hiyori, your face is so red. Not long after Acedes and others captured Wano Kuni, they almost completely controlled the flower capital. Everyone looked at the guards coming and going with some trepidation. And their leader, Acedes, who are these guys? I don't know. I hope they are not bad guys. They have always been oppressed by Orochi, and they have always longed to be saved. I just don't know who this Acedes who suddenly appeared is. But in general, it seems that they are not bad guys. I heard that the beast's pirates were destroyed. How is this possible? That Kaido, when they thought of Kaido, a trace of fear appeared on everyone's face. Wano Kuni became like this because of Kaido. Like Kurozumi Orochi, he couldn't support it alone. Everyone knows this kind of thing. Only Orochi didn't know, and he thought Kaido relied on himself to get to the top. General Acedes. When the guards saw Acedes, they all greeted him. Yeah. Acedes nodded slightly. Then he entered the front yard surrounded by the crowd. At this time, Kazuki Oden, Denjiro and others were already waiting in the yard. Dejiro seemed to be a lackey of Kurozumi Orochi, but in fact he was a retainer of Kazuki Oden. After Kurozumi Orochi fell, he also revealed his identity to Kazuki Oden. Lord Acedes. Hearing the voice outside, both of them looked stern, because the real master had come. Acedes was the one who defeated the beast's pirates. General Acedes, what can I do for you? Kazuki Oden looked at Acedes and asked. Acedes didn't waste time, but went straight to the point. Lord Roy is looking for you. Lord Roy? This surprised Kazuki Oden. I didn't expect Acedes to call that guy, Lord. Advertisement. What kind of existence could make a big man like Acedes respectfully call him, sir? Obviously, Xiaozi was shocked. Not only Xiaozi, but Denjiro beside her was also speechless. That was Acedes. The man who defeated the beast's pirates called that person. Sir, I'm really curious about that mysterious Roy. Although she was surprised, Xiaozi quickly regained her composure. Got it. The situation in front of her was already very clear. Whether she agreed or not, she had to go with Acedes. And Xiaozi was also curious about Roy in her heart. She didn't know what kind of person was that could respect Acedes so much. Afterwards, the two were taken to Roy's residence by Acedes. Sir, Roy is inside. Acedes said. She didn't go in because Roy had ordered that he and Xiaozi talk alone. Xiaozi nodded slightly and walked in. I wonder what kind of person Lord Roy is. I saw a figure sitting in front of the desk, wearing a white shirt, giving people a very clean feeling. Roy's temperament is not fierce and overbearing, making people dare not look directly at him. On the contrary, Roy's aura is more like a spring breeze, like the sun pouring down. But it is also easy to make people feel submissive. Raise your face. The face that seems to be carved out of jade instantly makes Xiaozi's heart tremble. Although she has seen many handsome guys, she has never seen such a handsome guy. Xiaozi couldn't help thinking in her heart. She always thought that she was not obsessed with looks, but after seeing Roy's face, she was still a little moved. Those facial features seemed to be just in her aesthetic taste. A blush flashed across Xiaozi's face, and she subconsciously straightened her clothes. You are here. Roy glanced at Xiaozi and said. Yeah. Xiaozi nodded, and then Roy gestured to sit next to her. This time, Xiaozi came here not to chat with her, but for business. Advertisement. This matter is crucial to the future development of Wano Kuni. I know your true identity, Xiaozi. You are the daughter of Kazuki Oden, right? Do you want to make a deal? Yizhang said. In fact, he did not completely hold the emperor hostage to control the princes. Instead, he and Xiaozi and others jointly govern Wano Kuni, but Wano Kuni must exist as a vassal state. But he must obey Roy's arrangements. Under normal circumstances, we will not interfere with the management of Wano Kuni, but the main policy must be done according to my instructions. Roy added. This is a typical relationship between a suzerain and a vassal state. If it was Wano Kuni at its peak, it would never agree to such a request, but now the times have changed. Xiao Zi and the others have no choice. What's more, there is a fatal temptation in Roy's words. Can we manage Wano Kuni freely? If we do this, then everyone will be able to get peace. Compared to himself, Xiao Zi seems to care more about the situation of the people, which is somewhat consistent with Roy. A good king should be people-oriented. You live a rich life, but the people are in dire straits, which only proves that you are a boor. Roy certainly doesn't want to be this boor. Almost without thinking, Xiao Zi agreed decisively, I do. Such a good opportunity, only a fool would refuse, then I wish us a happy cooperation. Roy smiled and took the initiative to shake hands. His attitude was as gentle as ever. Xiao Zi was a little stunned for a moment, and a blush quickly spread across her cheeks, and then spread to her ears and cheeks. That look was really lovely, very cute. Roy was also touched by Xiao Zi like this. She was originally a great beauty. Oda once said that she was one of the 3 most beautiful women in the pirate world. There is nothing to say about her appearance. Add to that her cute expression now, can you control yourself? What's wrong? Am I too reckless? Roy said. His smile was still so clean. Xiao Zi's face became even redder, and she waved her hands quickly. No, I'm sorry. She quickly wiped her hands and shook hands with Roy. Xiao Zi walked out of Roy's room in a daze, and after shaking hands, her mind was completely empty. She forgot everything. Hiyori-sama. In her ears, Chuanhiro's call finally made Hiyori sober. What's wrong? Denjiro. Hiyori-sama, your face is so red, what happened? Roy's face suddenly came to mind, and Hiyori quickly shook her head. No, don't worry, it might be a fever. This lame excuse. How could it be a fever? Chapter 88 Acedes Strength. Chapter 88 Acedes Strength. Handsome guys are sometimes so lethal. Although people despise those who like appearance, they are often such people. To be honest, Hiyori was really shocked by Roy's appearance just now. His facial features were completely in line with her preferences. However, Hiyori would not fall for this reason. She is not the kind of frivolous girl. When she sees a handsome guy, her eyes light up and she wants to rush up to him and give birth to a child for him. This is obviously not Hiyori's style, but there is no doubt that Roy has developed a good impression of Hiyori now. Like often starts with a good impression. In fact, Roy's attitude towards Hiyori is not a feeling of rejection. It is impossible for such a beautiful woman to say that she does not like him when she is swaying in front of him. Hiyori is also one of the most beautiful women in One Piece, right? That figure and appearance, even among the beauties Roy has seen, are among the best. However, Roy is still very busy now, and he is not in the mood to think about this matter for the time being. Wano Kuni has just stabilized now, and he should think carefully about which direction to develop next. This time, Najashitan did not come with him, so many important things fell on Roy's head, and he had to deal with them slowly by himself. In the house, Roy and Hiyori worked hard. Outside the yard, it was quite lively. Jiro and others blocked Acedes' way. General Acedes, let's fight, Chuanjiro said. I heard that Acedes was very strong, so Chuanjiro had wanted to fight Acedes for a long time. But, can this guy really defeat that flame disaster Jin? Chuanjiro couldn't help but doubt it. He still knew the strength of Beast's pirates, and flame disaster Jin was very terrifying. Such a big man was defeated by the unknown Acedes. It makes people doubt the true strength of Acedes. Finally, amidst the clamor, Denjiro had to bite the bullet and challenge Acedes. At this time, the Wano Kuni warriors surrounded the yard tightly, staring wide-eyed, afraid of missing any details. Denjiro was also a powerful warrior in Wano Kuni. What would be the result of the battle with Acedes now? In the field, advertisement Denjiro and Acedes stood face to face. Acedes did not hesitate for even 2 seconds to challenge Denjiro and decisively agreed. As a fighting maniac, how could he refuse the challenge of others? Take it. The dark armament haki emerged and instantly enveloped the knife in Denjiro's hand. Denjiro, who was in a fighting state, began to gain momentum. The next moment, the whole person appeared in front of Acedes like a stream of light. The knife light split the air and suddenly attacked. Both the speed and strength were amazing, and ordinary people could not stop it at all. After all, Denjiro is one of the 9 heroes, so it is normal for him to be strong. If it were an ordinary person, he would definitely not be able to stop it. But this time his opponent is Acedes, and there is no need to say much about the strength of this woman. Huh. Acedes drew her sword to block. During this process, the air echoed with a hissing sound, as if it was blown up. Then, a devastating sword light was seen, directly aimed at Denjiro's direction. Facing this sword light, Denjiro's eyes finally changed. At this moment, he felt that all the pores on his body were open. And from this blow, he felt unprecedented pressure. Not good. Chuanhiro's breathing was rapid. He watched Acedes' attack coming at him. Many warriors around him trembled in their hearts when they saw the terrifying extent of the slash. This is too exaggerated. Is this the strength of Acedes? So powerful. Everyone looked at him in amazement. They knew Acedes was strong, but they didn't expect her to be so strong. Such a slash made them tremble in their hearts subconsciously. Soon, the slash also fell on Chuanjiro. The terrifying force spread to him through the knife in his hand. Then he saw Chuanjiro flying backwards uncontrollably, without any suspense. There was no way, the gap in strength between him and Acedes was too big. It seems that I won. Advertisement Acedes' expression was still so cold. Except in front of Roy, she was always like a cold queen in front of others. So strong. This is too scary. Denujiro is no match for General Acedes. Everyone looked at him in amazement. Is this the power of Acedes? No wonder he was able to defeat the head of the three disasters. Flame Disaster Jin. This strength is really terrifying. Not far away, Denujiro struggled to get up, his eyes full of shock. I actually lost? He widened his eyes in shock. He couldn't believe that this scene was real. There is no doubt that he was completely crushed in the battle just now. He was quite confident in himself. In the end, he was defeated. At the same time, the movement here was also seen by Roy and Hiyori. Hiyori couldn't help but widen her eyes and was very surprised. Denujiro actually lost. Is that Acedes so strong? Denujiro's strength is unquestionable. He is one of the retainers left by her father Kazuki Oden, and their strength is very terrifying. Even so, he was still vulnerable in front of Acedes. This is the strength of Acedes. Roy murmured. Hearing Roy's voice, Hiyori subconsciously turned his head. Lord Roy, how strong is that guy? To be honest, this question is not easy to answer. Roy thought for a long time, and finally said, a few months ago, she fought a tie with Marine Admiral Aokiji. Hiyori was shocked when he said this. During this period, she also began to understand the outside world. Knowing that the power distribution of the pirate world, Li's Zhao, is that the four emperors in the world government are fighting against each other. Among them, the highest combat power of the world government is the admiral. I didn't expect that Acedes would fight a tie with an admiral. Are you kidding? Hiyori couldn't help but said. Roy was too lazy to explain this, he was just telling the truth. As for whether Hiyori believed it or not, he didn't really care. Of course, this matter was just a small episode, evening steps. I'm so hungry, Xiaozi, don't you see that you're hungry? Xiaozi was wearing a pink kimono and was kneeling with her white legs crossed, a little bit. Xiaozi whispered. Then, the two of them came to the dining room together, and Acedes was waiting there, Lord Roy. Seeing Roy coming, she blushed quickly and took the initiative to greet him, General Acedes. Hiyori greeted him in a low voice, as if she was very afraid of Acedes. Chapter 89, Hakai and Yorichi Sugikuni. Chapter 89 Hakai and Sugikoku Yoshichi. After dinner, the two came back side by side. The distance was very close, and he could smell the fragrance of Hiyori. He didn't know if it was because girls were like this, but Roy could smell it clearly. There were still rice grains at the corners of Hiyori's mouth, and Roy saw them. Don't move. Roy reminded. Then he moved in front of Hiyori and wiped the rice grains off her mouth. During the period, the two were only a few feet away, and Hiyori could feel Roy's breathing. A blush appeared on her cheeks, and she was very shy, and she quickly lowered her head. She looked like a child who had made a mistake. So cute, so cute. Roy looked at Hiyori like this, and felt that he was going to be cute. After all, he was not an experienced driver. At this time, an experienced driver would definitely take the lead and bury Hiyori in his chest without giving her a chance to choose. As the saying goes, hesitation will lead to defeat. Roy hesitated. At this time, Hiyori also woke up. Although her face was still red, she hurriedly walked away in small steps. Lord Roy. I'll go first. Girls are all shy, and Hiyori is no exception. At this moment, she was so shy that she didn't know what to do. Humans will subconsciously avoid actions that make them feel at a loss, so Hiyori hurriedly ran away. This guy. Looking at Hiyori who seemed to be running away, Roy was also a little helpless. A moment later, the two met again at the Shogun's mansion in Wanokuni. The destination was the Shogun's mansion. No matter how Hiyori ran, she would meet Roy sooner or later. Lord Roy. Hiyori looked at Roy in a panic and felt her whole face burning. We meet again. Yeah. After what happened just now, Hiyori was a little absent-minded and glanced at Roy from time to time. What made her a little angry was that Roy didn't even look at her, but was seriously correcting the copy. She couldn't help but look at herself. The kimono that tightly wrapped her graceful figure was absolutely first class in both appearance and figure. It was big where it should be big, and interesting where it should be. Why didn't Roy look at her at all? She was afraid that Roy would look at her before. Advertisement now that Roy didn't look at her, Hiyori began to feel annoyed again, so it is said that women's hearts are as unfathomable as the sea. As a result, half a day passed by in this way. Roy finished his work and prepared to go home. I'm leaving. Yeah. Hiyori nodded. Roy glanced at Hiyori's beautiful figure. He had to say that this kimono and figure were very consistent with his aesthetics. After all, Hiyori was his friend, and he should remind her out of both emotion and reason. Go back to bed early, it's getting late. Yeah, Hiyori nodded. She felt a little touched. Was this caring for her? During the time she spent with Roy, she actually felt that Roy was a straight man. He was obviously concerned about her because he said this. You too. Hiyori felt warm in her heart and whispered this. Who knew that Roy didn't even listen to her finish her words, and just turned around and left, leaving very decisively. Hiyori was so angry. I have been brewing my emotions for so long, and this is how you repay me. UB asterisk 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 D. Angry, very angry. Hiro clenched her fists tightly, but she couldn't bear to say a harsh word to Roy. She just snorted coldly. I will never talk to you again. Hiro returned home angrily, and halfway through, her anger had already dissipated. She took a basin of water to take a bath. She sprinkled flower petals in the bathtub. The reason why Hiro's skin is so good is found. This guy always soaks flower petals when taking a bath. That's why her skin is so delicate. 14. She raised her arms, splashing a large area of water, and she couldn't help but raise her head above the water. She said she would never talk to Roy, but after a while, Roy's figure appeared in her mind again, and Hiro blushed. Soon after Roy and his party arrived in Wano-kuni, a pirate ship also sailed into the waters of the Kingdom of Basta. There were several powerful auras on the ship, all of them were well-known figures in New World. The leader was a red-haired man with a scar on his face. Next to him stood a man with eagle-like eyes, and his aura was equally impressive. Obviously, they were the four emperors' red-haired Shanks. Advertisement in the world's greatest swordsman, Hawkeye Mahawk. After going through numerous hardships, the two finally arrived at the territorial waters of the Kingdom of Basta. Looking at the reef in front, Ben Beckman grinned and looked at the red-haired man. Shanks, the Kingdom of Basta is just ahead. Shanks was a little excited. Finally here. Next to him, Hawkeye Mahawk also opened his eyes, with a fighting spirit in his eyes. The purpose of their coming here was to fight against a powerful opponent, nothing more. I hope it will be interesting for me, Hawkeye Mahawk murmured. The group got off the boat and walked towards the kingdom, and also found the changes in the country. It used to be a ruin, but now it is thriving, at this time, in front of a tavern. A gentleman man wearing a loose samurai robe and with some marks on his head had an argument with the boss. Master Jigwo Yuichi, this money will not be yours, don't make it difficult for us. Please. It is obvious that the boss wanted to give Jigwo Yuichi a free meal. But Jigwo Yuichi refused to accept it and insisted on returning the money, so it turned out like this. Just then, the red-haired group arrived. Hawkeye's pupils shrank. As a powerful swordsman, he immediately discovered Jigwo Yuichi's extraordinary-ness. This guy exudes an unprecedented edge. At the same time, Jigwo Yuichi also felt a strong breath and turned his head subconsciously. Seeing Hawkeye and Red Hair's group, from them, one can feel a hint of pressure. There is no doubt. They're very strong. I didn't expect that there is such a strong swordsman like you here. Hawkeye breathed quickly, and the excitement in his eyes could not be concealed. That look was like a pervert who saw a peerless beauty. In Hawkeye's opinion, Kendo is much stronger than beauty. A simple strong opponent is enough to excite Hawkeye. I didn't expect that there is such a strong swordsman here. What's your name? Sukuni Yuichi. Sukuni Yuichi, do you want to fight? While speaking, Hawkeye had already put his hand on the hilt behind him. The atmosphere around him froze instantly. Chapter 90. The Transparent Realm and the Power of Madara Marks. Chapter 90. The Transparent Realm and the Power of Madara Marks. Sugakuni Yuichi raised his head and looked at Mahawk the Hawkeye in front of him. What's your name? The delicate face, the strange Madara marks flickered, and the aura on his body was also ethereal and mysterious. Sugakuni Yuichi was such a person. He was thin and seemed to be exhausted at any time. But no one dared to question the power contained in this body, which was absolutely amazing. There seemed to be a fighting spirit in his eyes. Joracle Mahawk. Hawkeye replied. The next moment, his aura was steaming. He stared at Sugakuni Yuichi in front of him, his eyes were very solemn. He could feel the pressure of the swordsman emanating from this man. Only the top swordsman could detect it. Ordinary people could not detect it. Only Hawkeye Mahawk, red-haired Shanks, Ben Beckman. These people are all outstanding swordsmen, and they all felt this breath at this time. This guy is very strong. The red-haired man narrowed his eyes and looked at Hawkeye next to him. Can you really beat this guy? Sukuni Yoshichi gives people a special feeling. The whole person seems to be the embodiment of sword intent, and people cannot underestimate him. Of course. Hawkeye's voice is so firm. He stood up and walked towards Sukuni Yoshichi. As the world's most powerful swordsman, he also has a proud character. No matter what kind of enemy is in front of him, he will not be afraid, just as Zoro's famous saying said. The scars on the back are the shame of the swordsman. He stood face to face with Sukuni Yoshichi. Let's not fight here. Sugikoku Yoshichi suddenly spoke. Hawkeye was surprised at first, then nodded and agreed. In fact, it was relieved to think about it. The level of the two people is the kind of people who can easily change the map, and their strength is very terrifying. If they act without scruples, they will definitely destroy this place completely. They are not here to destroy the Basta Kingdom, so there is no reason to refuse Sugikoku Yoshichi's request. A moment later, the two came to the open space outside. Hawkeye took out the black knife on his shoulder and pointed the tip of the knife at Sugikoku Yoshichi. A fierce murderous aura instantly surged to Sugikoku Yoshichi. Let me see your strength, you must show all your strength. Advertisement. Hawkeye's slightly tough voice passed by. These words were naturally heard clearly by Sugikoku Yoshichi. The air around them became colder. It seemed to be caused by the confrontation of murderous aura. He looked at Hawkeye in surprise, and the sunwheel sword in his box trembled twice. It was not because of fear, It was because I found an opponent after a long time. Hawkeye was undoubtedly the strongest enemy he had ever met. Who would be the winner in this top swordsman hunting match? Of course I won't hold back because you are very strong. Sugokuni Yoshichi murmured. When he said this, he instantly felt the air around him being cut off. Hawkeye's high fighting spirit rushed over. The world's strongest slash, that green light wave was slashing over with overwhelming force. The atmosphere was split. Hawkeye used his strongest move in an instant. The terrifying momentum completely split the earth into two pieces, and then went in the direction of Sugokuni Yoshichi. That's the best, I will use the black knife in my hand to bury you in the sea. Sukuni Yoshichi's eyes were calm. Buried in the sea? Can he really do such a thing? No matter what, he will definitely try his best to prevent such a thing from happening. Breathing of the sun, Sukuni Yoshichi closed his eyes. The Madara pattern on his forehead flickered, and his power was activated to ultimate. He even entered the state of transparency in an instant. Endless golden light was sprinkled on Sukuni Yoshichi's body, and then formed an amazing slash. Whoosh! The golden slash tore open the atmosphere and touched the slash of Hawkeye Mahawk. The energy was looking for a vent everywhere, and finally wrapped around each other and went directly upwind. Facing this huge impact, the clouds couldn't bear it and cracked. This was just the beginning. The next moment, Hawkeye came in front of Sukuni Yoshichi. He chopped with a black knife. During the movement, a whirring sound could be heard, and the air seemed to be unable to bear the collapse. Soon, the attack had reached Sukuni Yoshichi. What a fast speed. Sugikoku Yoruichi was a little surprised by Hawkeye's speed, but he was in the state of transparency, and his perception of the surroundings was very clear, and he could react to any move. The body reacted subconsciously. Advertisement *******. Holding the sword in his right hand, he swung it subconsciously. At the same time, the strange Madara pattern on his forehead began to flash. The power of the Madara pattern broke out completely. Accompanied by the subconscious counterattack in the state of transparency, the power of this move was very terrible. Bang! When the sword light touched Hawkeye's black knife Yoruichi, Hawkeye's expression became solemn. With the blessing of Madara pattern in the transparent state, the power of this sword reached the extreme. The sword light tore through the air and landed directly on Black Blade Knight. The huge force came from Black Blade Knight, shaking Hawkeye's hands a little numb. He was really a little surprised. Although he knew that Jigwo Yuichi was very strong, he didn't expect that Jigwo Yuichi was so strong. Any knife made his palm numb. This is not over yet. The huge force made Hawkeye's body unstable and staggered subconsciously. 0. It is obvious that Hawkeye was at a disadvantage in the previous collision. Behind him, Red Hair and others have been paying attention to the movement in the field. They simply couldn't believe it was true. The world's #1 swordsman, Hawkeye Mahawk. He was staggered in the sword fight. You can imagine how terrifying the opponent's strength is. Jigwo Yuichi didn't stop at all. He knew that this state was not enough to completely defeat Hawkeye Mahawk. Hawkeye Mahawk is very strong. If he slacks off a little, he might hide. In the state of the transparent world, Sugikoku Yoshichi seemed to have gone to another world. Because of this strange state, the body's instincts were brought to the ultimate, and with the outbreak of the Madara pattern, he slashed at Hawkeye again and again. The offensive was like a storm, very fierce. The speed is getting faster and faster. And the power of each move is still getting stronger. Hawkeye's eyes showed a bitterness. There is no doubt that Sugikoku Yoshichi is more powerful than Hawkeye imagined. The transparent realm and the power of the Madara pattern are really a headache. A series of blows, Hawkeye subconsciously retreated. It is obviously not possible to go on like this. If you keep retreating after being beaten, can you still be called the world's strongest swordsman? Hawkeye gritted his teeth, and a little firmness appeared in his eyes for a moment. You can't go on like this. More rich armament haki gushed out. The rich haki almost made the black knife in his hand begin to twist. Chapter 91. The strongest swordsman changes. Chapter 91. The strongest swordsman changes. The rich armament haki almost distorted the Black Blade Knight. Although Hawkeye also attached armament haki before, it was definitely not so exaggerated. At this time, under the pressure of Sugikoku Yoshichi, he had to use such a method, fully open the armament haki, and at the same time attach his own unique ghost entanglement. This method is more similar to Conqueror's entanglement. It's just not as fierce as Conqueror's entanglement. In the original work, when Zoro fought Kaido, he severely injured him with the 9 swords style and left a permanent scar. At that time, Kaido once questioned, "Do you also have Conquerors?" In fact, Zoro did not have Conquerors. The reason why he could break Kaido's defense was only because of the ghost energy. Personal guess. Hawkeye also has similar methods. Swoosh. Accompanied by Hawkeye's strong attack, a dazzling slash appeared. 577. The air was torn apart. The earth was torn apart, and the movement was really exaggerated. Soon, the slash reached in front of Jigwo Yuichi. Jigwo Yuichi also responded in the transparent state, accompanied by the ancient breathing method, and the dazzling eyes jumped from the wheel knife. Suddenly, a slash that was enough to tear everything shot towards Hawkeye. It was like the sun shining down, with unparalleled heat. But the destructive power did not allow anyone to underestimate it. Soon, The two slashes collided with each other. Bang! Hawkeye's slash was blasted and disintegrated. No matter whether it was the blessing of armed color or the attachment of ghost energy. Under the attack of Jigwo Yuichi's strongest sun breath, they were like tofu and could not withstand a single blow. It ended like a crushing blow. The huge movement, the atmosphere was completely sucked out and disintegrated, and then it invaded Hawkeye. Faced with this slash, Hawkeye felt a trace of fear in his heart. He had not expected the strength of sun breathing, but he was not allowed to think about it anymore. He held the knife in front of him and tried to resist this round of attack. The slash of sun breathing came like a whirlwind. Hawkeye held the black knife and tried his best to resist. He did not underestimate the power of this attack. The huge force wrapped Hawkeye's body and flew backwards. He flew more than 10 meters away and hit the neck of a tree that required several people to hug. The big tree was shocked by the fall, and the leaves on it fell down. Advertisement: the world's #1 swordsman, Hawkeye Mahawk. He was actually smashed away. This was a pure swordsmanship duel, but Hawkeye Mahawk was directly smashed away. Seeing this scene, Red Hair and others were shocked and speechless. How could this happen? Who is Hawkeye? Even Red Hair Shanks was not sure to defeat him. Unexpectedly, Hawkeye tasted the taste of defeat in the Kingdom of Basta this time. That Hawkeye Mahawk lost. This means that the identity of the world's greatest swordsman has changed hands. It's no longer Mahawk, but Sugokuni Yoji. Although no one would like to believe it, this is the fact. I didn't expect that I would lose. Hawkeye was not knocked unconscious by the beating, he just got a little injured, but it was not a big deal. Here I have to sigh that the physical fitness of the people in the pirate world is pervert. If they were placed in the world of Demon Slayer, they would have died long ago after being attacked like this. Although Hawkeye still has the strength to fight again, he knows very well in his heart. He has already lost. He is not someone who cannot afford to lose. If you lose, just admit it honestly, it's no big deal. Maybe Hawkeye doesn't care about the title of the world's greatest swordsman. His whole life is for the sword. What about money, status and beauty? These things are nothing but clouds, and can't shake Hawkeye Mahawk in the slightest. Even if you strip the girls naked and throw them into Hawkeye's arms. As long as you give him a knife, he will gladly give up the beauty and choose that knife. It looks like I won. Sukuni Yorichi returned to his harmless look. Just looking at his back, it's hard to imagine that this is a swordsman who surpasses Hawkeye. Especially Sukuni Yorichi's whole body is thin, looks very thin, and doesn't look like a super strong man at all. I didn't expect you to be so strong. Hawkeye narrowed his eyes. He also admitted that Sukuni Yorichi was powerful, whether it was the sun-breathing or the transparent realm, they were very powerful, and Hawkeye couldn't do anything to Sukuni Yorichi for a while. Especially in the transparent world, observation hockey is difficult to predict. Even if it can be predicted, it is difficult to react because the speed is too fast. If it is just fast, it will be fine. Advertisement. The key is that the power of sun-breathing is so terrifying, even above Hawkeye's slash. Whether it is speed or strength, it is completely crushed. How to fight in this situation? To be honest, Hawkeye is also helpless now. What is the last sword move you use? Sun-breathing. It's a good ability. There is no doubt that sun-breathing left a huge impression in Hawkeye's heart. Especially the last slash. The amazing degree even directly defeated his strongest attack, which shows his strength. There was a flash of unwillingness in his eyes, and then Hawkeye's eyes were a little excited. He was very excited. It is interesting to have such a stumbling block in the way of kendo. Only in this way can you constantly force yourself to become the strongest and reach the pinnacle of kendo. The scene he dreamed of was to reach the pinnacle of kendo one day. However, there was a person standing in front of him now. Yuichi Sugikoku. Only by defeating this guy can he be qualified to reach the highest position in kendo. I will definitely win next time we meet. Yuichi Sugikoku originally wanted to discuss the so-called kendo with Hawkeye. Although Hawkeye was defeated in the previous confrontation, there is no doubt that Hawkeye is very strong, at least enough to attract Yuichi Sugikoku's attention. But Hawkeye didn't seem to want to discuss it together. He was used to being alone, like a beast. When defeated, he would wipe the wound silently, and then constantly look for ways to break through himself. But 5.0 would not easily ask for help from others. Especially enemies. So after the end of the Sabaody Island chapter, facing Zoro's apprenticeship, he would be subconsciously disappointed. As a swordsman, you should be fearless. What's the point of communicating with the enemy? On the contrary, Shanks, the funny guy, took the initiative to go forward and find Yuichi Sugakuni to communicate. He is not as cold as Hawkeye, and he is more friendly. Yuichi Sugakuni, I am red-haired Shanks, you just used the sun-breathing move very well. It's the first time I see Hawkeye so embarrassed, ha ha ha. Shanks patted Yuichi Sugakuni's chest and laughed. Yuichi Sugakuni also looked at him. Compared to Hawkeye just now, Shanks seems to have a more cheerful personality. It's hard to imagine that he is the king of the 4 emperors of the New World with that funny and laughing look. Chapter 92 Shanks asks for a fight. Chapter 92 Shanks asks for a fight. Red-haired looks funny on the surface, but he is actually a battle maniac. Since Sukuni Yorichi can defeat Hawkeye, he must be quite strong, which moved him. Sukuni Yorichi, why don't we have a fight? Red-haired looked at Sukuni Yorichi. Sukuni Yorichi has a delicate face, and the whole person has a feminine beauty. He is the type of person who is really very delicate, and the most important thing is that he doesn't have the slightest air of a strong man. It seems to be back to nature. Even though he has a terrifying swordsmanship that surpasses Hawkeye, the whole person is extremely low-key. So low-key that even if he is in a crowd, it is difficult for others to find anything unusual. When ordinary people see Sukuni Yorichi, they would not think that this guy can actually compete with Hawkeye, and even defeat Hawkeye in battle. Who is Hawkeye? Looking at the world of pirates, it can be said that everyone knows him. There are only a few titles in the world. The world's most powerful swordsman. The world's strongest man. The strongest creature on land, sea and air. Hawkeye occupies one of them. 24. You can imagine what kind of big shot he is. But such a big shot was defeated. In front of Sugaku and Yoshichi, he was defeated with a crushing blow. Although the battle between the two was also very exciting, Red Hair knew very well. Hawkeye could not compete with that move. The slash called the Breath of the Sun, once released, seemed to have endless sunlight shining on it. That crushing attack made people fearful. But even so, Red Hair wanted to try how strong Sugaku and Yoshichi was. Sugaku and Yoshichi glanced at Shanks. His eyes, which had always been cynical, rarely showed a hint of fighting spirit. The scratches on Shanks' eyes looked a little hideous. After all, this guy is one of the 4 emperors, and of course he is not an easy character to deal with. It seemed that a stream of air suddenly began to surge in his chest. The blood in his body began to heat up. Okay, Sugakuin said loudly. The moment the voice came out, they hurriedly pulled away. What kind of battle will there be between 4 emperors red-haired Shanks and sun-breathing founder Sugakuni Yorichi? Advertisement, after all, he is a strong man who can defeat Mihawk. This time, I can't hold back. Shanks' eyes were solemn. No matter what, Sugakuni Yorichi is a master who can defeat Hawkeye Mihawk. Facing such a master, he can't be careless and must use all his strength from the beginning. Conqueror's Haki. Rich Conqueror's Haki covers the sword in the red-haired man's hand. This move is considered the strongest move in the pirate world. As long as Conqueror's Haki can be added to the attack, the power will instantly increase to a higher level. This is beyond doubt. At the same time, Conqueror's Haki is also a unique skill of Red Hair. The reason why he can become 4 emperors is also because of this reason. Go. Sugikoku Yoshichi, who performed the sun-breathing, was completely enveloped by golden light. That light was sunlight. It brought unprecedented vitality, and at the same time contained amazing destruction. After all, the sun represents absolute temperature, which can completely destroy everything. Instantly, an amazing slash appeared, attacking Shanks. Bang! At the same time, Shanks also made a move. Conqueror's Entanglement vs Sun-Breathing. Both are very powerful moves, and now they finally collide. The impact of the 2 slashes is very powerful. First, a hurricane was set off. The power of this hurricane was very exaggerated, reaching level 7 or 8 in an instant, sweeping in all directions. The atmosphere was split in half. Where the 2 slashes intersected, there was even a vacuum zone. This is the touch of the strongest moves. In the end, all the energy rushed to the clouds, and the entire cloud layer was completely torn apart. This phenomenon was surprisingly 010512324 Filu 170,483,051. The sky cracked. Only the top strong people can cause such a movement. Shanks and Sugaku and Yoshichi are obviously the strongest among the strong, so it is normal to cause such a movement. The sky is cracked. This scene is really amazing. Everyone looked at it in surprise. The collision between Shanks and Sugaku and Yoshichi was really terrifying, and it directly tore the sky apart. Everyone looked at Sugaku and Yoshichi. I can only say that he is worthy of being able to defeat Hawkeye. Hawkeye is not a small fry. Being able to defeat such a big man also proves Sugikoku Yoshichi's strength. Advertisement very strong. There is nothing much to say about the battle between Shanks and Sugikoku Yoshichi in the field. The sun-breathing and Conqueror's Entanglement ended in a tie. To be honest, Sugikoku Yoshichi's advantage was shortened a lot in an instant. Now he can only rely on the power of the transparent world and the Madara pattern to deal with it. But there is no doubt. The transparent realm is slightly worse than Shanks' observation Haki. Even with the blessing of the Madara pattern, it is only a little faster than Shanks. Hoo-hoo. Sugikoku Yoshichi moved completely according to his mind. The sword in his hand seemed to have become a part of his body. He swung it out fiercely, and the hissing sound of the air being sucked could be heard. The sword light was also on Shanks' sword. Bang! Shanks staggered. But soon he forced himself to stabilize his body. Conqueror's Haki attached to his right foot, and hit hard. The sword light touched with Sugaku Onichi, and the attack was directly deflected. This was the first time that Sugaku Onichi was deflected. Huh? Sugaku Onichi was shocked. Obviously, he didn't expect that the red-haired man could actually deflect the attack with his feet. Normally, this kind of thing is impossible. It seems that something is attached to his feet. 540 Sugaku Onichi murmured. He couldn't help but look at the sword in Shanks' hand, and his brows frowned slightly. Not only the feet, but the sword also has this kind of thing attached. As a powerful swordsman, Sugaku Onichi's intuition is still very accurate. Just by fighting with the red-haired man for a few rounds, he roughly judged that the red-haired man's attack should be attached to some mysterious substance. You shouldn't be able to attach to the whole body? Or, It will be very weak when attached to the whole body. Sugikoku Yoshichi once again entered the transparent world, and the whole person seemed to have become the incarnation of the sword. The breath also became more ethereal and mysterious. Knowing Shanks's fighting style, I basically figured out how to fight. As long as I can avoid direct contact with Conqueror's entanglement, the situation of this battle is basically in my hands. Who? The sun-wheel sword slashed out quickly. The air sucked couldn't bear the collapse. The attacks fell in front of Shanks one after another. Although they were all blocked, he still had a hard time blocking them. It is indeed more difficult to resist the attack with one hand. In this situation, Shanks is obviously suppressed. The four emperors. Red-haired Shanks was suppressed by an unknown guy in the Basta kingdom. If this news spreads, it will definitely cause an uproar. Swish. With the blessing of the transparent world and Madara pattern, Sugikoku Yoshichi threw himself into swordsmanship. The sword shadows flashed around him and came to Shanks. Chapter 93. Red Hair defeats Chapter 93. Red Hair's defeat. Quick, accurate and ruthless. The blade split the air and soon reached Shanks. What a fast speed. Shanks frowned slightly, a little surprised. Obviously, he didn't expect that Sukuni Yoshichi's speed was so fast. In fact, it was not just fast, but mainly the coordination of the body. The transparent world blesses the power of Madara pattern. Now Sukuni Yoshichi can move freely. When he thinks of attacking, his body will react. That's why Shanks feels that Sukuni Yoshichi is very fast. Block, almost subconsciously, Shanks used Conqueror's wrap to cover the sword in his right hand. The sword also stabbed at Sukuni Yoshichi, and collided with Sukuni Yoshichi's attack. Bang! Accompanied by a huge roar, strong energy spread in all directions. But this move was indeed blocked by Shanks. However, this was only the first move. Sukuni Yoshichi now seemed like a perpetual motion machine. After one knife, the second knife followed. Facing the whistling second knife, it was wrapped with the slash of the breath of the sun, and the unprecedented sharpness cut the air in half. Looking at this attack, Shanks felt his breathing quicken. His scalp was numb. It's too late. Shanks' eyes widened in horror, trying to dodge the attack. But then he was shocked to find that the opponent was too fast and it was too late to dodge. He watched helplessly as Sugikoku Yoshichi's slashes continued to come. The sharp blade cut through the air, and the piercing hissing sound was clearly heard. Shanks' hair stood up. This moment was obviously a very critical moment. He almost didn't think about it and covered his whole body with armament haki. For defense. Although Shanks' Conqueror's haki attainments were also very high, it was useless. At this critical moment, he couldn't wrap Conqueror's haki around his body, so he could only use armament haki. Soon, armament haki wrapped Shanks' entire body. Advertisement. At this moment, Shanks' defense power soared. Bang. At the same time, Sugikoku Yoshichi's slash also arrived. It hit Shanks hard. A huge force was born, directly carrying Shanks' figure flying backwards. Like a cannonball, it hit the NLE behind. The hill collapsed, and the rocks on it kept sliding down. Shanks, he actually. Blown away. Everyone stared with wide eyes, looking at this scene in disbelief. How is it possible? This is the red-haired four emperors. Shanks is one of the ceilings of the pirate world. Such a big man was actually knocked away. Red hair is not a small character. Everyone subconsciously looked at Sugikoku Yorichi not far away. The thin figure was still so handsome, weak, and sickly, as if he could die at any time. But it was such a person who defeated Hawkeye and Red Hair in succession, which made people feel even more sad. So far, the battle has also been decided. After all, they are not enemies. There is no need to fight to the death. It is clear who will win and who will lose in such a fight. It is obvious that Red Hair Shanks is not Sugikoku Yorichi's opponent. The four emperors. Lost. It hurts. This blow is really exaggerated. Shanks covered his chest and slowly approached, still recalling the scene just now. I knew that Jigwo Yueni was strong, but I didn't expect him to be so strong. That strange body movement still makes him feel scared. Even in his prime, it is difficult to stop him. Jigwo Yueni is very strong. I didn't expect that I would lose. It's really amazing, Shanks said with a smile, and regained his previous enthusiasm. He is like Luffy and Garp, carefree. It only comes in handy at critical moments. Hawkeye glanced at Shanks and was a little surprised. I didn't expect that he would lose too. He knew the strength of Red Hair very well. If he didn't use Conqueror's entanglement and simply attached armament haki, he would be about the same level as himself. That was described by Whitebeard as, it was like a duel yesterday. At that time, Shanks couldn't use Conqueror's entanglement, so he tied with Hawkeye. After that, the two became famous in the New World. After learning Conqueror's entanglement, Shanks' strength was obviously improved by a lot. He was also higher than Hawkeye Mahawk. Conqueror's entanglement doesn't work? Hawkeye couldn't help but murmur. Sugikuni Yorichi's strength was a bit beyond his imagination. Hawkeye's aloofness and Shanks' funniness formed a vivid example. Shanks quickly became good friends with Yuichi Sugakushi. The two were only one stick away from becoming brothers in life and death. There is actually someone like you in the Basta Kingdom. To be honest, when we came here, we didn't think it was that strong until we met you. Shanks looked at Yuichi Sugakushi. This was what he thought in his heart, although Kaido had tasted defeat in this land. But this does not mean that the Basta Kingdom is full of hidden talents and strong people. Advertisement. It is also possible that Kaido was ambushed. With the appearance of Yuichi Sugakushi, this idea was completely overturned. He used his strength to tell everyone how wrong their previous guesses were. This kingdom is still mysterious and powerful. You should be the strongest here, right? Kaido should have lost to you. Shanks looked at Yuichi Sugikoku with a serious look. This powerful man should be the strongest existence in the Basta Kingdom. With such strength, it is easy to defeat Kaido of the Beasts. Who knew that Yuichi Sugikoku shook his head after hearing this? There is someone else who defeated Kaido. He is Mr. Uchiha Madara. As for my strength. Yuichi Sugikoku showed a bitter look on his face. He actually wanted to reach the top of the Basta Kingdom, but his current strength was not enough. Especially Uchiha Madara, who was too mysterious and powerful. Uchiha Madara. Shanks was a little excited when he heard the name again. His main purpose of coming here was to meet the legendary Uchiha Madara. Unfortunately, he was defeated by Yuichi Sugikoku in advance. Yuichi Sugikoku was too powerful, and he really couldn't compete with him. The breath of the sun, the transparent world and the Madara mark power, these things together are very terrifying. Even Uchiha Madara has to be careful to deal with it. To be honest, Aokiji, Shanks's defeat was not unfair. In the setting of Demon Slayer, Sugakuin Yorichi is the endless ceiling. He forced Muzan to flee when he was alive. In his old age, he almost killed the upper rank one with a sword. It should be noted that the strength of the upper rank one once made the protagonist group fall into despair, and his strength was infinitely close to Muzan. In the end, that sword that was exhausted could not stop the ground. How does he compare with you? He should be stronger than me. Sugakuin Yorichi said with a smile, which was not difficult to talk about. Uchiha Madara is indeed one of the sealing forces of Roy's camp. Excluding the mysterious tornado, if it is not counted, Tornado's strength is now unknown. Shanks' eyes lit up, and his excitement reached the extreme. Uchiha Madara. The air suddenly became cold, as if the fighting spirit was high. Even if he is not as good as Sugakuin Yorichi, Shanks also wants to challenge Uchiha Madara to see the gap between them. Chapter 94. Susanoo beats up the red-haired girl. Chapter 94. Susanoo beats the red-haired guy. Recently, Uchiha Madara has become very famous, especially after defeating Kaido of the Beasts. He became even more famous. Shanks has long wanted to meet this guy. After becoming friends with Sugakuin Yorichi, Shanks also asked Sugakuin Yorichi to introduce him to Uchiha Madara. Sugakuin Yorichi put down the wine bottle and looked at him suspiciously. You want to meet Uchiha Madara? Well, actually, we came here this time just to communicate with Uchiha Madara. Shanks answered truthfully. There is no need to hide such things. It is not a secret that they want to challenge Uchiha Madara. Sugakuin Yorichi took a sip of wine and smiled. In that case, I will take you there later. It has been a while since I saw Madara. At the beginning of the summoning, Uchiha Madara often looked for Sugakuin Yorichi. Now that Sugakuin Yorichi's background is clear, he will ignore him. I didn't expect that Sugikoku Yuichi would listen to the loyalty, and Shanks smiled. Good. You seem to like drinking. I can only do this when I'm bored. I have some wine brought by North Blue. I'll give it to you next time I come over. When he heard that there was good wine to give away, Sugikoku Yoshichi's eyes suddenly lit up, and his tone was solemn. It's a deal. This guy seems to regard wine as more precious than anything else. Ha ha ha. Actually, I also like drinking very much. The red-haired man continued to chat with Sugikoku Yoshichi all day long. Soon, several people came to Uchiha Madara's residence. D30303. Sugikoku Yoshichi went up and knocked on the door. The door slowly opened, and a servant walked out. The servant saw Sugikoku Yoshichi and knelt down respectfully. Master Sugikoku Yoshichi, why are you here? Although there is no hierarchy system in the Basta Kingdom. But Uchiha Madara, Sugikoku Yoshichi and others still received a lot of preferential treatment, which was spontaneous. Hurry up and get up. Sukuni Yorichi is so modest, and he looks like a spring breeze. The maid couldn't help but blush. Compared to Uchiha Madara's indifference, Sukuni Yorichi's personality is more easygoing. Master Sukuni Yorichi, what are you doing here? Seeing the people behind Sukuni Yorichi, she hesitated. They are. Although she didn't recognize the identities of the red-haired people for a while. But as pirates, they are unruly and terrifying. The frightened maid subconsciously stepped back. Advertisement red-haired Shanks laughed, not caring at all, and said, Don't worry, beauty, we are not bad people. A man with scars on his face, who exudes the aura of a bandit, says to you, I am not a bad guy. Can you believe it? Red-haired Shanks' face seemed to say that he was a bad guy. Unknown currency A. Boss, you look too scary. Behind the red-haired man, except Hawkeye and Ben Beckman, everyone laughed. I felt that my stomach was about to hurt from laughing. Especially Lakilu, who couldn't hold the chicken leg in his hand and almost dropped it to the ground, laughing so hard that he fell down. If it were any other captain, he would definitely be furious, but Shanks was completely different. He touched his head and laughed too. This made Hawkeye Mahawk and Ben Beckman seem redundant. They were out of tune, but they obviously adapted to this atmosphere. With Sugikoku Yorichi here, it's easy for me to get to Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara heard that someone wanted to challenge him, he showed interest on his face. Fighting was always the theme he was eager to pursue. During this period, his strength improved by leaps and bounds. Before, conquerors could not entangle the Grandmaster, but now conquerors can be used, and it is several times stronger than before. Especially after defeating Kaido of the Beasts, conqueror's concentration has also increased significantly. You are one of the 4 emperors, red-haired Shanks? Uchiha Madara looked at the red-haired man in front of him. Uchiha Madara. Although it was just 2 short sentences, there was a vigorous fighting spirit that condensed from the 2 people. Perhaps it was the concentration of fighting spirit. The temperature around began to drop a little. Without any extra nonsense, Shanks rushed towards Uchiha Madara. He held the sword tightly in his right hand. Conqueror's haki was wrapped around the sword. Said. Facing Uchiha Madara, such an unprecedented enemy, Shanks used his strongest move from the beginning. Conqueror's haki. The space seemed to be distorted by the power of this attack. And facing Shanks' attack, Uchiha Madara used the same method, Conqueror's haki. The red airflow wrapped around Uchiha Madara's body. Conqueror's color is, originally red, anime setting. So the color wrapped around Uchiha Madara is naturally red. Advertisement bang. The clash of swords and fists. You can clearly hear the sound of the atmosphere being torn apart, but they did not touch each other. The 2 sides were about an arm's length apart. The conqueror's haki, as thick as the sea, collided wildly, even to the point of crushing the space. The terrifying power swept upward. The clouds in the sky collapsed in an instant and split in half. The endless pressure from the conqueror's clash spread in all directions. Those with weak strength could not bear such pressure at all and fainted directly. Even the red-haired conquerors could not bear it. What's more, at this time, Uchiha Madara and the red-haired 2 were evenly matched, conqueror's touch. They simply couldn't bear it. Everyone opened their mouths and murmured at this scene. Is this really something that humans can do? In one battle, even the clouds were split in half. Anyway, with their strength, it was unimaginable. The 2 people who could do this, in their opinion, were no longer real humans. Uchiha Madara attacked again. A huge Susanoo that covered the sky and the sun appeared and covered him completely. Shanks looked at this scene with hesitation. What is this? To be honest, I have never seen such a method. A stream of air blew Uchiha Madara's hair upwards. In his eyes, the strange Sharingan was still slowly turning. Boom! With a loud bang, Susanoo's arm fell down. The air couldn't bear it and completely collapsed. Susanoo's arm also aimed at the red hair and pressed it down hard. The bullet was fired hesitantly, Shanks burst out, a circle was printed in the air, and it hit a protruding mountain hard. Instantly, smoke filled the air and loud noises roared. At this moment, time fell into a long silence. Shanks was blown away again, and was completely crushed in front of Uchiha Madara. Once Susanoo's power came out, no one could stop it. No way. Shanks actually. The 4 emperors red-haired, actually had no power to fight back in front of Uchiha Madara? Everyone was surprised. Even Hawkeye, who was always calm, was completely out of control at this moment. Chapter 95. Is this a date with Rihei? Chapter 95. Is this considered a date with Hiyori? 4 emperors' red hair was blown away. Who is he? One of the 4 great pirates who reigned like an emperor in the second half of the Grand Line. But in front of Uchiha Madara's Susanoo, he had no power to fight back and was completely crushed. You can feel the gap between red hair and Uchiha Madara. When Susanoo appeared, red hair was stunned and then was blown back. Is this the strength of Uchiha Madara? It's really exaggerated. Everyone was shocked. Hawkeye put his hand on the black knife behind him, his arm trembling slightly, and his eyes showed an extremely excited light. Uchiha Madara's strength made him a little unable to restrain himself. This is the strength of Uchiha Madara. Ben Beckman smacked his lips. He had already imagined Uchiha Madara's strength to be very strong. But the reality was beyond his expectations. This was a crushing battle. In the past, the red-haired guy always crushed others, but now he was suppressed by others. Uchiha Madara stood in the wind, his robe rustling, subconsciously attracting everyone's attention. This is a guy so powerful that it makes people tremble. What is that huge giant? Susanoo. It's so powerful that the boss can't even block this attack. Honestly speaking, Susanoo's size is really despairing. Facing such a giant, I just feel the pressure like the abyss and the sea. It's a bit breathless. It's also thanks to the red hair that he can resist such an attack. Red-haired Shanks is worthy of being 4 emperors, and his skin is thicker than other characters. Even after suffering such a heavy blow, he did not lose his fighting ability directly and fainted. He just felt a little stabbing pain in his chest, and it hurt when he breathed. Obviously, he was also seriously injured. Shanks narrowed his eyes and looked at Uchiha Madara not far away. Is this Uchiha Madara's strength? He will never forget how much pressure Uchiha Madara brought to him just now. Not to mention the injured state. Even Shanks in his prime could not withstand such an attack. This is just a sparring advertisement. If it was a real life and death fight, Uchiha Madara would have rushed to him by now. Shanks stood in front of him and blasted him to pieces. As the saying goes, take advantage of your weakness to kill you. Fighting has never been about morality. You care about morality? That's playing with your own life. In a sparring match, Shanks obviously lost. He is not a person who can't afford to lose, and he doesn't bother to make excuses. In fact, Shanks doesn't care about winning or losing, and he doesn't even care about the position of 4 emperors. He has always been adhering to the words of his former captain, Roger. The freest person on this sea is the Pirate King. Shanks just wants to be a free person, without any constraints. Free and unrestrained, without shame or restraint. Red Hair Pirates is more like a big family pursuing freedom. Originally, Red Hair wanted to make friends with Uchiha Madara. But he found that Uchiha Madara had already turned around and left without looking back. He was as arrogant and indifferent as ever. Don't mind, that guy is just like that. Looking at Uchiha Madara's back as he walked away, Jigoku Yoshichi shook his head. He drank the wine jug in his hand, and then smacked his lips with satisfaction. Duh. This kind of thing doesn't matter at all. The red-haired man smiled heartlessly. In front of everyone, he was always laughing. That kind of funny style made the scene very lively, as if Shanks had completely forgotten the defeat just now. Boss, you were so lame just now. That's it, he was smashed dozens of meters away. Shanks laughed. That guy is really powerful. Next to him, Ben Beckman didn't say a word from beginning to end. He looked at the red-haired man and shook his head slightly. Could it be that the red-haired man really didn't care about losing to Uchiha Madara? How is it possible? As a 4 emperor, who would be willing to be inferior to others? Shanks did this just to hide his emotions. As a person with a strong self-esteem, he would only lick his wounds silently behind his back. This matter has come to an end for the time being. New World, Wano-kuni. Lord Roy, are you not done yet? Looking at Roy who was working in front of him, Hiyori said with a gag. When she pouted, 2 small balls of flesh suddenly bulged on both sides, which looked super cute. Roy looked at it and wanted to reach out and pinch this guy's little face. I'm busy right now. It will be done in a while. Roy continued to correct the documents, signaling Hiyori to be patient. You can't be impatient with this kind of thing. If you don't do it well, you might produce a lot of eggs. Hiyori said. She was bored now and didn't know what to do. She crossed her hands and supported her chin, lying on the table, staring at Roy in a daze. Roy didn't look at her and corrected the documents seriously. Although he was very tired, he enjoyed this kind of life because it was very fulfilling. Hiyori's eyes were dripping, and her emerald hair was hanging down her bed beside her ears. Of course, it wasn't pure long hair. She had the hairstyle of a noble princess in the Edo period of Japan, behaved dignifiedly, and wore a gorgeous kimono. Advertisement, but there were 2 blushes on her cheeks. Serious Lord Roy is so handsome, Lord Roy, Lord Yi. Yuhei called Roy's name over and over again. Roy also replied to her tirelessly. Hiyori lay beside Roy, watching silently, obedient, quiet, reluctant to disturb. I don't know if it's my illusion, it feels like staying next to Roy, the flow of time has slowed down. This is the world of Lord Roy and me. Hiyori's heart is sweet. Sometimes, liking this kind of feeling comes without any reason. Unexpectedly, I have fallen. Before this, she would never have thought that she would fall in love with Roy one day. So feelings are really amazing. Lord Roy, can you go somewhere with me tonight? Hiyori supported her chin, staring at that handsome face. Is it because of his appearance or his character that she likes this guy? Now she can't tell. Hiyori only knew that she liked it so much. Where? Roy was surprised, and didn't know where Hiyori wanted to go for a while. His eyes stayed on Hiyori boldly. Wearing the embroidered kimono, she really felt like a classical beauty. Her skin was like jade, and her eyes were like the bright moon. When Roy looked at her little face, she couldn't help but lower her head, and a blush appeared on her earplugs. Beautiful. It was so beautiful that it was suffocating. It's just to worship my mother. Hiyori seemed to be shy. Originally, we should have gone there at noon today, but there were too many things to do and we couldn't spare any time. Going alone at night was a bit scary. The main reason was that Hiyori still wanted Roy to spend more time with her. To be honest, this idea was very selfish, but Hiyori just wanted to try it. If you are busy, Roy-kun, then, it's okay, I'll go with you, otherwise I'll be worried. Yeah. Hiyori nodded slightly, and her eyes were covered with a layer of mist again. So touching. Chapter 96 Kurozumi the snake was scared and peed his pants. Chapter 96 Kurozumi the snake was scared to pee his pants. I don't know when it started, but Hiyori found that she seemed to like Roy. I miss him when I don't see him for a day. I was quite afraid of this guy before, but it was unexpected that I suddenly had such feelings for him. She lay quietly beside Roy. She looked at Roy with her watery eyes. Roy didn't have time to pay attention to her. After all, there were so many things to do and they had to be completed quickly. Time passed unconsciously. I don't know if it was Hiyori's illusion, but she felt that time passed super fast when she was with Roy. Okay. Roy stretched his body and looked relaxed. Hiyori brought a cup of tea and handed it to Roy, saying softly, "Here." Well. Roy took it and sipped it gently. The fragrance of tea lingered, leaving a lasting aftertaste. 393. Then, he and Hiyori walked towards the ancestral hall together. The path was remote and the trail was a bit rugged. If Hiyori was alone, she would definitely be scared. Now that Roy was with her, Hiyori was not afraid at all. Get a little closer to Roy. It was like a docile little rabbit, rubbing against herself with soft fur. That beautiful kimono was heart-moving. Moreover, Hiyori smelled sweet and nice, and Roy didn't hate it anyway. With a slight blush on his face, Roy found that his heartbeat was also a little faster. After all, he was not one of those old drivers, and he was still relatively ignorant about emotional matters, but after Acedes' matter, now she is much bolder. When facing such a shy girl, you should take the initiative. He stretched out his hand and rubbed the back of Hiyori's hand. This tentative move made Hiyori's body stiffen, but there was no intense reaction. She just buried her head lower, and the blush on her cheeks climbed to the back of her ears. It was a bit dull around. Advertisement gradually, heavy breathing and violent heartbeats could be heard. The two hands touched in midair. Then Roy grabbed Hiyori's fingers until they spread to the whole hand. Lord Roy. Hiyori glanced at Roy and hummed softly. Roy ignored her and just silently held Hiyori's hand. The fingers were very smooth and felt good to pinch. Hiyori did not show any sign of rejection and was just pulled along. There was silence along the way, but everyone could feel the ambiguous atmosphere. In front of the ancestral hall, they were still holding hands. Then Hiyori began to get busy, worshipping and making wishes. It is said that making wishes at this time is very effective. Hiyori closed her eyes and silently made a wish in her heart. It would be great if Roy-kun could like me. I wish. Oh, the wish must come true. The night wind blew and the trees on both sides swayed. A meteor streaked across the sky and soon disappeared at the end. The moonlight poured on Hiyori's pretty face. The moment she raised her head, there was an indescribable beauty. What did you wish for? Roy asked. Hiyori's face flushed, and she said shyly, I won't tell you. If that kind of wish was spoken out, Hiyori would have to find a crack in the ground to crawl into, which was really too embarrassing. Roy also followed and worshipped, and bowed slightly. Mrs. Shi. This is a great woman who is willing to sacrifice her life for her children and Wano-kuni. Roy respects this guy from the bottom of his heart. When Kaido invaded Wano-kuni, she had every chance to escape. After all, she was a person who transcended time. She walked freely in thousands of years, but was finally buried in the sea of fire for Oden and Wano-kuni. That night, the flames devoured her body. She left this world in silence. Where there is light, there is shadow. Compared with Oden's brightness, Kurozumi's snake is completely dark. He spent his whole life in darkness and madness. He picked up the boundless resentment towards the Kozuki clan. He had a charming expression and tried to please the Kozuki clan in various ways. Advertisement. Some people called him a madman. Some people called him a fool, so he pretended to be crazy and laughed. When the opportunity came, he held the butcher knife in his hand and cut off the grievances of thousands of years. Just like a sharp knife cutting through the Gordian knot. He came with infinite darkness. Damn it. Kurozumi's snake, hiding in the shadows, didn't dare to move. After being killed by Acedes and others, Kurozumi's snake completely hid behind the scenes. From the previous fight, he knew that Acedes' strength must be very strong and he couldn't compete with him. So he hid in the dark. Like Lion Majesty, he was always looking for opportunities. For revenge, Kurozumi's snake sacrificed too much and paid too much effort. How could he willingly give what he got to Roy? This is impossible. But he knew very well that the gap between him and Roy was too big, so big that there was no way to make up for it. So, he only dared to hide in the dark and observe silently. But how could such a thing escape Roy's eyes? The scarlet light flashed in his eyes, and he had already seen the Kurozumi snake in the dark. It looks like something interesting is coming. Roy grinned. This made Hiyori feel confused, and she didn't understand why Roy suddenly showed such an expression. What's wrong with you, Lord Roy? Interesting things, what do you mean? I found that Roy's eyes were fixed on the shadow in front, which made Hiyori's eyes more confused. So what happened? Come out, I've seen you. Roy spoke indifferently. There was no emotion in his voice, and it seemed to be filled with a faint murderous intent. Hiyori was confused and looked in the direction of Roy's gaze. In the shadow, Kurozumi Orochi trembled all over. Facing Roy's question, he was sweating coldly on his back, and the truth in his heart reached ultimate. Why is this happening? Has he been discovered? He was hiding very well. DXXX. Roy's footsteps came over. Every step he took, 0.2 in Kurozumi Orochi's heart, like a drum beating. Kurozumi Orochi's heart was in his throat. He was trembling all over, completely out of his control. Even his pants were wet. Kurozumi's snake was frightened by Roy and peed his pants. He really peed his pants. WWW. Accompanied by a slight noise, the grass in front of him was pulled apart. Two figures appeared in front of Kurozumi's snake, one man and one woman. The man had short silver hair and a clean and neat temperament. The woman was stunningly beautiful, wearing a gorgeous kimono like a princess, and leaned gently beside Roy. The surroundings. Frozen in an instant. Chapter 97. Kurozumi Orochi's despair. Chapter 97. Kurozumi Orochi's despair. For a moment, Kurozumi Orochi's heart was in his throat. I didn't expect that I would be discovered. How could this be possible? To be honest, Kurozumi Orochi felt that he was hiding well. As a shady old man, his hiding methods were definitely amazing. In the Wano-kuni plot, he had been hiding in the dark. Unexpectedly, he was discovered now. Hiyori's eyes condensed. As a princess of the Kozuki clan, she would never forget this guy. A large part of the reason why Wano-kuni faced such a situation was because of the man in front of her, Kurozumi Orochi. If it weren't for him, those dramas would not have happened. This B************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** Even if a well-educated person saw this guy, he couldn't control his temper. Kurozumi hated the Oden clan. Oden was no different to Kurozumi. Not good. Kurozumi Orochi was completely panicked. If Hiyori was alone, he wouldn't have lost his composure like this. But Roy next to Hiyori was too scary. Just his aura made Kurozumi Orochi feel terrified. It was as if he was facing Kaido. Kurozumi Orochi trembled all over and turned to flee without hesitation. This kind of enemy is simply not something he can contend with. Want to run? Roy's eyes flashed with coldness. He didn't like Kurozumi Orochi in the first place. He hated this character in the original book. He looked wretched and was so rampant. Now that the two of them were in hostile positions, they would naturally not let this guy go easily. Swish. With a speed as fast as teleportation, the whole person instantly appeared in front of Kurozumi Orochi. This was one of the abilities Roy got from the latest summoned character. It had almost instant teleportation. The general ability could be said to be very buggy. Kurozumi Orochi's face was full of fear. He really didn't expect that Roy's speed would be so fast. The whole person appeared in front of him as if he had teleported. Kurozumi Orochi was stunned for a moment. What kind of ability is this? Weird. It can be said that this ability is very weird. Kurozumi Orochi has never heard of it. Now, Kurozumi Orochi couldn't help sweating on his forehead. This situation is very bad. Roy's strength is simply at the bug level. Advertisement. It is obviously impossible to escape. After all, Roy can teleport. He will perform teleportation, rush up in an instant, and then catch himself. So simply running away is useless. Roy looked at him. You can't escape, Kurozumi Orochi. Then he didn't waste time talking to Kurozumi Orochi, raised his hand and a sword light flew out. Whoosh! The sword light easily tore through the air. Not good. Kurozumi Orochi's heart was shaken, and he was a little dazed when he saw the sword light coming. At this moment, he really didn't know what to do. Then, the whole person was blown away by the sword light. He hit the wall behind him hard. The sword light cut his body in half, and it looked like he was dead. Kurozumi Orochi. Dead? Hiyori looked at this scene suspiciously. There was a little relief in his eyes, but there was still a little regret. How great would it be if he could kill the enemy with his own hands? Not yet. Roy looked at the body of the black carbon Orochi and said with a smile. Not yet. Hiyori couldn't help but be surprised. He didn't expect that in this situation, Kurozumi Orochi was still alive. What was this guy? Roy knew. The devil fruit of Kurozumi Orochi is the form of Yamada no Orochi. This mythical beast has 8 lives, and only 2 of them are damaged at present. It may not be easy to kill him completely. After a while, the breath of Kurozumi Orochi appeared. Why do you know? Her voice was full of astonishment, and she obviously didn't expect Roy to know her. Even Kaido didn't know his secret of Yamada no Orochi. As a result, Roy knew it. Now things are more difficult. I originally planned to use the information gap to successfully escape from Wano-kuni, but now it seems that things are not that easy. Go to hell. Roy was too lazy to talk nonsense with him. A person like Kurozumi Orochi is just a disaster if he is alive. A sword light flew out, and Kurozumi Orochi was killed again. In this way, it repeats over and over again. After 6 times, the current Kurozumi human snake is now full of fear. He really didn't expect that there would be a day when he would have only 1 life left out of 8. If I die this time, I'll really die. Kurozumi Orochi trembled all over. He was not a hero, and he was really scared at this moment. Who would want to die if they could live? Advertisement. Leave it to you, Hiyori. Looking at Hiyori next to him, Roy said with a doting look on his face. The grudge between Kurozumi and the Kazuki clan should be decided by the 2 of them. So Roy didn't kill them directly. Shall I do it? Hiyori's eyes were a little excited. In fact, she had imagined this scene more than once, but she didn't expect it to actually happen in front of her today. Kurozumi Orochi, Kazuki Hiyori's old enemy, is finally going to fall in his hands. Kurozumi Orochi, are you ready? Then, Hiyori took out the sword on her waist, Yanma. This is the sword that Kazuki Oden left for Hiyori, and she has always carried it with her. After the Wano-kuni plot began, Hiyori gave this sword to Zoro, which created Zoro's brilliant Sengoku. However, Zoro and others did not come to Wano-kuni, so Yanma was still in Hiyori's hands. Hiyori approached step by step with the sword in hand. Kurozumi Orochi's eyes widened, with deep fear in his eyes. His whole body couldn't help but tremble. Forgive me, I can do anything. Please forgive me. Despite begging for mercy, Kazuki Hiyori did not mean to let him go. How could the hatred of the country and the family be passed by just because of such a few words of plea? Hiyori was not so saintly. At this time, Kurozumi Orochi's face was full of despair. Why is it like this? He would never reconcile until his death. He had fought with the Kazuki clan all his life and suffered humiliation. In the end, he was killed by the younger generation of the Kazuki clan, which made Kurozumi Orochi completely crazy. His aura burst out, and the power of the devil fruit was also revealed. Kurozumi Orochi was not a waste, on the contrary, his strength was not very strong. I will kill you. There was a scarlet light flashing in his eyes. Kurozumi Orochi was completely crazy, and now he had only one thought, that is, to kill Hiyori. Humph. Seeing this, Roy snorted coldly. He was by his side, so how could Kurozumi Orochi be presumptuous? His superpowers vented like the sea. He directly froze Kurozumi Orochi in midair. No matter how he struggled, he could not get rid of Roy's comfort. No, don't, please spare me. Chapter 98 Yamato, Thunderous 8 Trigrams. Chapter 98 Yamato, Thunder 8 Trigrams. Kurozumi Orochi begged for mercy. He had no choice but to beg for mercy, after all, his life was in Hiyori's hands. Kurozumi Orochi, do you think I will let you go? Hiyori looked at Kurozumi Orochi and then smiled coldly. He and Kurozumi Orochi had such a relationship, how could he let this guy go easily? The expression on Kurozumi Orochi's face froze, and then he forced out a touch of flattery. Please spare me, Xiaozi. However, how could Hiyori agree to his request? This was not realistic at all. Go to hell. As Hiyori waved his arm, a flash of knife light flew in front of the snake. A flash of knife light cut off the snake's neck. Blood spurted out immediately, and the snake's head flew high, obviously deader than dead. Wanakuna's Kurozumi snake. Die. The grudges between the Kurozumi clan and the Kazuki clan also disappeared here. It's finally over. Hiyori put down the sword in his hand. He sat on the ground with a dazed look. He had been expecting such a scene in his dreams, but he didn't expect it to happen. All this was Roy's credit. Thank you, Yi Tian Sha. Don't be polite, this is what I should do. Roy looked at Hiyori with a smile on his face and said. Hiyori laughed and was obviously very happy. Advertisement Roy always did this. Unknowingly, he helped him clear the obstacles in front of him. At this moment, Hiyori was a little touched. About 2 days later, a man rushed out from the direction of Onigashima. Don't let him run away, catch up with him quickly. This B****************. Everyone kept chasing, trying to catch up with the guy in front. The one in front was wearing a Prajna mask, with long white hair with gradient colors and red horns on her head. She was the child of Kaido of the Beasts, Yamato. Because she had been imprisoned on Onigashima by Kaido until now, she jumped out of that devil's cave. You can't catch up with me. Thunder 8 Trigrams. Yamato sneered. Using Thunder 8 Trigrams, she smashed all the people who were blocking the way in front. At the same time, she was a little confused, why all the people from the Beasts pirates could not be seen. Damn, who is this guy? Don't let him get away, he actually dared to attack our people. The reason why everyone was chasing Yamato was because Yamato attacked their people. Although they didn't kill them, this kind of thing is still unforgivable. For a moment, everyone was filled with anger and vowed to catch Yamato. However, their strength was still too weak after all. Compared with Yamato, there was a world of difference. Soon they were left far behind. Humph, you think you can catch me? Yamato was a little proud. Looking at the people who were far behind her, she began to introduce herself aggressively. I am Kazuki Oden. This guy has been poisoned by Oden. Advertisement. When she was a child, Yamato had witnessed Oden's style with her own eyes. That kind of open-mindedness and freedom have deeply attracted Yamato's heart since she was a child. After all, she has been controlled by Kaido for too long, just like a puppet. Once Oden's head is raised, it is simply out of control. Instantly, Yamato was completely conquered. She was completely devoted to imitating Oden's life, and everyone knew what happened afterwards. Because Kaido hated Oden so much, he also hated Yamato, and even wanted to kill Yamato directly many times. Although, he did not succeed. According to Yamato's recollection, Kaido wanted to kill Yamato many times at that time. It was only because Yamato was tough that he survived. What happened here? Yamato was surprised to see the changes in Wano Kuni. The former Wano Kuni, under Kaido of the under the governance of Beasts and Orochi. It can be said to be a mess. Now it is gradually recovering, which is completely different from the impression in Yamato's mind. It is conceivable that Wano Kuni must have undergone earth-shaking changes. Just thinking about it, a figure appeared behind Yamato. You are Yamato, right? Who? Yamato was a little confused. She is very strong. After all, she has learned Conqueror's Entanglement. This method can be imagined. Yamato's experience. Observation Haki has a very high attainment, however, even so, she still didn't notice that someone approached quietly. Yamato was horrified and turned back subconsciously. Standing in front of him was a young man with short silver hair, with a faint smile on his face. Chapter 99. Yamato is shocked, Big Man's birthday party. Chapter 99 Yamato is shocked, Big Man's birthday party. Are you here to stop me too? Yamato snorted. Then she picked up the mace in her hand and rushed towards Roy in front of her. It was obvious that Yamato had misunderstood. She thought Roy was here to stop her. Thunder 8 Trigrams. With a roar, Yamato quickly swung the mace in her hand. Yamato obviously learned the Thunder 8 Trigrams move from his father Kaido. Although it was not as powerful as Kaido, it had already taken shape. The mace was struck out, and there was a sound of breaking through the air. The air seemed to be unable to bear it. In this way, it came to Roy in a very fast speed. Thunder 8 Trigrams? Roy also watched calmly. This kind of move was not unfamiliar to Roy at all. After all, he had watched so many One Piece in his previous life. And he had witnessed Kaido using this move with his own eyes. Thunder 8 trigrams was not unfamiliar at all. Soon, the attack reached Roy. Even Conqueror's entanglement is used? Roy was surprised. He only saw a strange substance on Yamato's mace. It was obviously Conqueror's. At this stage, Yamato was able to wrap Conqueror's around his weapon, thus bursting out a stronger offensive. His strength was very good. If it were an ordinary person, he would not be able to resist such an attack. But Roy was different. His strength was even more unfathomable, and it was not something Yamato could imagine. Boom! Yamato's terrifying power descended. In the Conqueror's entanglement state, it could easily tear open the atmosphere. The mace seemed to turn into purple thunder and rushed straight to Roy's direction. The rolling murderous aura filled the air, but in a blink of an eye, it was already in front of Roy. Is it coming? Advertisement. Roy watched calmly. The distance between the two sides was getting closer and closer. It seemed that Yamato would be able to succeed. If this attack could succeed, Roy would be seriously injured even if he didn't die. However, the next moment, Roy appeared behind Yamato as if he had teleported. The attack naturally missed. After all, Roy had the ability to teleport. How could Yamato hit him? Seeing this, Yamato couldn't help but widen his eyes in horror. No way? How could this happen? Yamato couldn't help but widen his eyes. Is this the ability of the devil fruit? However, he had never heard of any devil fruit that could do this. Having this ability is basically cheating. Okay, there is no way out. Yamato panicked. She realized how difficult this battle was. Roy was so strong, how could she fight in this situation? Yamato couldn't find a strategy to deal with it for a while. It seems that your attack is ineffective against me, Roy said with a smile. He was able to easily avoid Yamato's attack, so it was ineffective, wasn't it? Yamato frowned and glanced at him. What do you want to talk to me about? If Roy wanted to kill him, it would be easy. With the means of teleportation, Yamato had no way to do it and could only watch. But Roy didn't. Obviously, Roy didn't intend to kill Yamato. I'm here to invite you to join us and travel around the world together. Travel around the world. Yamato was extremely happy when she heard that she could travel around the world with Roy. Of course she wanted to travel around the world with Roy. The main reason why she played Odin was that she longed to be as free as that man. Faced with Roy's invitation, Yamato was more moved than ever. However, she soon showed a bitter look on her face. Although I really want to go with you, but... Advertisement. Yamato pouted, her eyes full of resentment. She had her own difficulties. She was now restricted to Onigashima by Kaido and had no way to get out. After all, there are shackles on his hands and head. If Yamato leaves Onigashima rashly, it will explode, and Yamato will surely die. This is also proven in the original book. Yamato's handcuffs will indeed explode. It is conceivable how much Kaido did to this guy. Don't worry, just leave this to me. Roy smiled and shook his head. I thought it was a big deal, but it turned out to be just this level. To be honest, he didn't take this matter to heart at all. Give me your hand. Roy walked over and motioned for Yamato to hand over her hand. This immediately made Yamato confused. Although she was confused, she still honestly stretched out her hand. Roy didn't take advantage of the opportunity. He held Yamato's hand and then injected Haki into it. Roy, throw this away. I feel it will definitely explode. Yamato's eyes were a little evasive. Very scared, Kunisato's thing suddenly exploded. With Kaido's ruthless character, it's easy for him to do this. Don't doubt Kaido's kindness. It's okay, I'm here. Roy said with a smile. At the same time, armament Haki also wrapped Yamato's body. Even if there was an explosion, it would not hurt Yamato at all. Snap! Soon the shackles were opened, and then a violent explosion suddenly sounded. The movement was very terrifying. That guy really wants to kill me. Yamato was so angry that he jumped up and down. This matter has been hammered. How much Kaido has been too much for him. Fortunately, Roy's armament Haki covered them, so the two of them were not hurt at all. This man is so amazing. Subconsciously glancing at Roy, Yamato couldn't help but say. New World, Wan Guo. Asterisk 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 asterisk. A bloated woman was dancing with joy. Her face was full of joy, because in a few days, it would be this guy's birthday party, and by then he would be the eldest son of many surrounding countries. One person's birthday party attracted attention from all sides. Only that person could do such a thing. One of the 4 emperors. Charlotte Linlin. The aunt stopped and stared at the Dandan Baron next to her with an old face, with a weird smile on her face. Invite all the kings nearby, mom and dad. The aunt was very happy and started singing excitedly. Birthday parties, of course, the more lively the better, and among these nearby kingdoms. The Basta kingdom was among them. Chapter 100. Baron Dandan was astonished and crushed. Chapter 100. Baron Dandan was shocked and crushed. Charlotte Linlin. One of the 4 emperors, in the second half of the Grand Line, reigning like an emperor. The title of 4 emperors is supreme in the entire pirate world. People around looked at Charlotte Linlin with some fear in their hearts. Don't think that Charlotte Linlin is in a good mood now. If she really goes crazy, the consequences will be disastrous. They have seen Charlotte Linlin go crazy, and that look is really scary. Go ahead, invite them all over, Mom, Mom, Mom. Big Mom glanced to the side and fell on Baron Dandan next to him. When Big Mom looked at him like this, Baron Dandan's pores all over his body stood upside down, and he was scared. He was still very afraid of Charlotte Ling Ling. Seeing Baron Dandan, his body couldn't help trembling. I know, Mom. Baron Dandan left Big Mom and then began to move towards the Kingdom of Basta. But their request was not approved by Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara decisively refused. Sorry, we are not interested in attending that birthday party. His expression was as cold as ever, and he did not take Baron Dandan and others seriously at all. The recent events of the Basta Kingdom have not been spread yet. Therefore, even the people of the Big Mom Pirates did not know the strength of the Basta Kingdom. As long as a series of events happened too quickly, so that Big Mom had no reaction, but as time continued to ferment, they could also find the difference here. What? You dare to refuse Mom? Baron Dandan's eyes widened, with astonishment in his eyes. You know, his mother is one of the 4 emperors of the New World, how terrifying her power is. Others will subconsciously feel panic just by hearing her name. Unexpectedly, Uchiha Madara was not afraid at all. Is this guy not afraid of death? Advertisement, that's the 4 emperors. Do you know what you are talking about? Baron Dandan is now panicking, as if he has seen the scene of Big Mom's rage. At that time, his fate will be very miserable. Oh? Uchiha Madara became interested, and a murderous intent appeared on his body. It was as if a layer of ice condensed around him, and the terrifying murderous intent was pervasive, and the temperature began to drop for a while. Uchiha Madara's personality is like this. Cold, same way. Baron Dandan's words undoubtedly angered Uchiha Madara. Who is Uchiha Madara? He has never been friend like this. He did not speak, but just looked at Baron Dandan calmly. The murderous aura emanating from the surroundings was earth-shaking. Feeling this murderous aura, Baron Dandan was shocked. What are you doing? This guy actually dared to release murderous aura to him. The most important thing is that his aura is so terrifying, isn't it a bit too exaggerated? From the time Uchiha Madara released the murderous aura, Baron Dandan finally looked at the guy in front of him. 1TB. 13, don't be so arrogant, do you know who you are talking to? Baron Dandan suddenly jumped up. Although Uchiha Madara was full of murderous aura, Baron Dandan was not afraid. He had already tightened his right hand around the sword, as if ready to start a big battle at any time. There was also a surging fighting spirit in his eyes. Baron Dandan, the user of the Dandan fruit ability, was also good at swordsmanship and extreme kicking. His strength was still very good, and ordinary people were no match for him. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Advertisement as long as he didn't meet Charlotte Linlin, a pirate of this level. There was no problem at all, so he was very confident in his strength. Uchiha Madara looked down at him with a disdainful look in his eyes. Who are you? I have no interest in this kind of question, you have already succeeded in angering me. As he spoke, he heard a whoosh and the whole person instantly appeared in front of Baron Dandan. But it was not an ability like teleportation, it was just because the speed was too fast, so the illusion of teleportation was created. What a fast speed! Baron Dandan was amazed at this scene. The wind was whistling around him, and he just blinked his eyes, but he didn't expect Uchiha Madara to appear in front of him. Huh! There was almost no hesitation. Baron Dandan quickly used his kicking skills and kicked Uchiha Madara. However, Uchiha Madara was faster. He was one step ahead of Baron Dandan and hit Baron Dandan with his fist. Compared with Baron Dandan's legs, the length difference between his fist and Baron Dandan's legs was still very large, but even so, Uchiha Madara was still far ahead of Baron Dandan. It is conceivable how exaggerated Uchiha Madara's strength is. Not good. Baron Dandan looked at Uchiha Madara's fist rushing towards him. Due to the high speed, the air was broken and whistled in front of him. He tried his best to resist, but it was too late to turn back. Armament hockey, observation hockey, at this moment, they were all useless. He could only watch Uchiha Madara's attacks coming one after another, with terrifying killing power. Chapter 101. Crush. The Desperate Baron Egg. Chapter 101. Crushing. The Desperate Baron Dandan. The next moment, Uchiha Madara had already arrived in front of Baron Dandan. Armament hockey also permeated his hands. Now with the blessing of armament hockey, the attack power has been significantly improved. It cut through the air all the way and soon arrived in front of Baron Dandan. Baron Dandan was stunned and watched Uchiha Madara's attacks continue to come. The distance between the two sides was getting closer and closer. In the end, Uchiha Madara's fist hit Baron Dandan's chest hard. The body that looked like a penguin egg flew backwards in an instant. 0*0. At the same time, a terrifying force came out. The eggshell on Baron Dandan's body began to show dense cracks of 950. Then his body broke directly like an egg. Baron Dandan had no way to resist Uchiha Madara's fierce attack. But, even so, Baron Dandan did not die. The devil fruit, Dandan fruit, can hatch a new body from the eggshell, and the strength can also soar. The reappearing Baron Dandan had a solemn look in his eyes, and he couldn't help but hold the sword in his hand tighter. Just after a brief fight, he already knew that Uchiha Madara's strength is unfathomable. Facing such a strong man, you must be very alert. Swoosh. He rushed towards Uchiha Madara quickly with the sword in his hand. Baron Danden's eyes showed murderous intent. If possible, he certainly wanted to kill Uchiha Madara. The movement was very fast, and only a vague shadow could be seen vaguely. Buzz. Uchiha Madara's eyes flashed with scarlet light, and Baron Danden's movements were in full view. Both Sharingan and Observation Haki had already predicted all of Baron Danden's movements. Uchiha Madara could see all of Baron Danden's attack trajectories. His expression was calm. He stood there silently, allowing Baron Danden to approach. When the two sides were only about 20 centimeters apart. Advertisement Baron Danden's long sword, with a whistling sound, was about to stab King Uchiha Madara. At this moment, Uchiha Madara suddenly moved. His eyes turned directly into the outline of the Rinnegan. Empty Rinnegan, releasing a terrifying pressure. Boom. Shinra Tensei. An unprecedented thrust spread in all directions. Everything was pushed away wherever it passed. It was a devastating offensive. Soon, the attack also spread to the direction of Baron Danden. Blasted Baron Danden away. Crush. This was a complete crush. Baron Danden had no power to fight back in front of Uchiha Madara. The two were not at the same level at all. Sword skills, kicking skills, etc. were all useless, and armament haki observation haki was also useless. Uchiha Madara relied on absolute strength to occupy a complete upper hand, which was not something Baron Danden could contend with. I am not his opponent, Baron Danden couldn't help but say. He could clearly feel the gap between himself and Uchiha Madara. This gap was too big, and there was no way to make up for it in a short time, so he ran away without hesitation. Fighting desperately when you can't beat him, this is not a stupid behavior. Want to run? Uchiha Madara looked at him indifferently. He, Observation Haki, had predicted that this Danden Baron was actually planning to escape. His current state was nothing short of full of anger, so Uchiha Madara would never let Danden Baron leave easily. Universal pull. Raising his hand, Uchiha Madara pointed at Danden Baron. Then, in Danden Baron's astonished eyes, he was shocked to find that he was actually suspended in midair. It was as if a force pushed Danden Baron's entire body in midair. Advertisement Danden Baron panicked. This is. What's going on? It was completely unimaginable what was happening before his eyes. Then Danden Baron was sucked back by Uchiha Madara. With the universal pull, it was impossible to escape. Universal pull can generate a suction force. With this suction force, Danden Baron had no way to resist it. Don't. Danden Baron looked at him in horror. Uchiha Madara's eyes, Rinnegan outline fully opened, the momentum on his body became terrifying. Shinra Tensei. The moment he used universal pull, he directly used Shinra Tensei. Under the dual attack of gravity and repulsion, the destructive power is simply too amazing. The power fully exploded, and the whole person of Danden Baron was blown away, blood dripping in the air, and the eggshell on his body was broken. Then a figure appeared in the eggshell again. Danden Baron's final form is also the most destructive state, and his strength is very strong. The momentum on his body is terrifying, but compared with Uchiha Madara, it's simply a world of difference. The two sides can't be compared at all. Uchiha Madara's eyes were indifferent. Although Danden Baron's strength became stronger, he was still like an ant in his eyes. Universal pull. The next moment, a strong suction came. Danden Baron's entire 0.7 person was out of control and attacked Uchiha Madara. Universal pull had too much suction, and he had no way to break free, and could only be sucked in uncontrollably. Baron Danden was shocked, looking at Uchiha Madara's eyes without any emotion. The empty Rinnegan released a terrifying pressure, and Baron Danden couldn't help swallowing his saliva. Uchiha Madara was too terrifying at this moment. Shinra Tensei. Boom. It was an unprecedented repulsive force, attacking like a rotten wood. Crack. The air couldn't bear it during this process and was blasted apart. The space seemed to be torn apart, and the destructive power was very amazing. Then the attack fell on Baron Danden. Chapter 102 Katakuri arrives. Chapter 102 Katakuri arrives instantly. Baron Danden was blown away. He could feel the gap between them. Uchiha Madara's strength was overwhelming his in all aspects. The gap between him and Uchiha Madara was too big. Isn't this too strong? Baron Danden couldn't help but exclaimed. Now he has reached the point where he has run out of tricks and lost his ability to transform. Whoosh. Uchiha Madara rushed over. It's over. Baron Danden trembled. Uchiha Madara rushed over, but he had no way to deal with it and could only watch. Soon, Uchiha Madara's attack arrived. Bang. Baron Danden was blown away and completely fainted. The gap between him and Uchiha Madara was too big, so it was normal that he couldn't beat him. At this point, the battle was over. After all, Baron Danden had completely lost his fighting ability. New World, Wan Guo. Big Mom has been waiting for news from Baron Danden, but there has been no movement from him. Mom, that guy hasn't come yet? Charlotte Linlin couldn't help asking. No one around dared to speak. In front of Charlotte Linlin, they didn't even dare to breathe. Charlotte Linlin, this is a complete reign of terror. A whole day has passed, and there is still no news about Baron Danden. Advertisement Charlotte Linlin frowned immediately. After investigation, she learned that the culprit was the Basta Kingdom. That country dared to disobey me. Charlotte Linlin's eyes widened, with terrifying murderous intent in her eyes. She is the Four Emperors. A small country dared to disobey her. It's simply seeking death. Endless murderous aura was released from Charlotte Linlin. She couldn't suppress the anger in her heart. She didn't expect that these guys would dare to disobey her. Mom. Everyone looked at her in amazement. When Big Mom gets angry, it is a disaster for the entire world. The sharp cry pierced the air and spread to everyone's ears, almost deafening them. But they didn't dare to make a sound. After all, the woman in front of them was too scary. Let them know the consequences of defying me. Charlotte Linlin laughed grimly. She obviously couldn't let the Basta Kingdom go easily. So, Katakuri led a group of people to the Basta Kingdom, with only one goal: to destroy the Basta Kingdom. Normal countries don't dare to compete with the Four Emperors. I don't know what kind of ambition the Basta Kingdom has eaten, and it dares to show its fangs to the Four Emperors, Big Mom. It doesn't even know how to write the word death. Katakuri stood at the bow, his face a little cold. He has always been like this, like an ice distance. Time passed, and the group soon arrived at the territorial waters of the Basta Kingdom. The Basta Kingdom is ahead. Someone ran to Katakuri and reported. Advertisement. Katakuri also looked in the direction ahead. He had been hearing about the Basta Kingdom these days, and now he finally had a chance to see it. There was some coldness in his eyes. After all, the two sides were in a hostile relationship, so Katakuri certainly wouldn't give a good face. Pull the boat over. Katakuri gave orders and quickly pulled the boat over. The boat pushed the water all the way and came to the territorial waters of the Basta Kingdom. As the murderous intent spread, Uchiha Madara and others in the kingdom gradually felt the attack of the murderous intent. Uchiha Madara narrowed his eyes slightly. Someone is coming. He felt the fierce murderous intent very clearly. It can be imagined that the other party is definitely not a good person. Not only Uchiha Madara, but basically all the guards of the Basta Kingdom felt that someone was approaching. Observation Haki, who was very aware of the murderous intent. The person in charge of the guard work was Yoriichi Sugikoku. At this time, Jigwo Yuan, while drinking, he walked towards the shore with an impatient look on his face. It's really helpless. It seems that it's time for me to take action again. As he said, he drank the wine jug in his hand, on the shore. The guards found that the invading enemy was actually Katakuri, the leader of the three generals under the Four Emperors, Big Mom, and their eyes widened for a moment. It's Katakuri. Katakuri, the leader of the three generals of the Big Man pirate group, actually appeared here. They all felt short of breath. After all, the opponent is Katakuri, whose strength is unfathomable, and ordinary people are not opponents at all. For a moment, everyone in 050 was panicked and dared not approach. They knew Katakuri's strength very well, and there was fear in their eyes. At this time, Jigwo Yuani also came over. When everyone saw Sukuni Yoriichi, a flash of excitement flashed in their eyes. Master Sukuni Yoriichi is here. After all, Sukuni Yoriichi is a cadre of the Basta Kingdom, and his strength is very strong. His appearance also boosts morale. Everyone was a little excited when they saw Sukuni Yoriichi. Sukuni Yoriichi drank the wine jug in his hand and looked at Katakuri in front of him. Who are you, Katakuri? Katakuri said indifferently. He could feel that Sukuni Yoriichi in front of him was very strong and might be a threat to himself. Sukuni Yoriichi. Sukuni Yoriichi also reported his name. The next moment, the atmosphere around was tense and a big battle was inevitable. Take it. Katakuri did not continue to talk nonsense. He came to the Basta Kingdom to fight, so there was no need to talk nonsense with these guys. Boom. The momentum on his body burst out instantly. Chapter 103. Katakuri's astonishment. So strong. Chapter 103. Katakuri's surprise. So strong. The whole person rushed towards Sukuni Yoshichi in an instant, very fast. Like a flash of lightning. In just a blink of an eye, he had arrived in front of Sukuni Yoshichi. Oh! Sukuni Yoshichi watched calmly, and the sunblade in his hand was slightly swayed. Soon, Katakuri's attack had arrived. The arm turned into a rice cake, extended, and attacked Sukuni Yoshichi. It was still filled with armament haki. The armament haki covered, causing the rice cake hand to be pitch black. Both the attack power and the destructive power were significantly improved at this moment. Facing this attack, Sukuni Yoshichi pulled out the sunblade in his hand. Aimed at Katakuri's direction, suddenly chopped. A sharp knife light appeared, the air was easily torn apart. The attack quickly chopped Katakuri's rice cake hand. After the two collided, the surrounding air seemed unable to bear it, and there was a loud noise. Katakuri couldn't help shaking his body, and his mouth hidden under his collar opened slightly, full of astonishment. The strength of Sukuni Yoriichi was a little beyond his expectations. This was also because Sukuni Yoriichi was too strong. After all, he defeated the legendary swordsman. Hakai Mahawk. Katakuri was very strong, but compared to Hakai Mahawk, who stood at the top of the pirates, he was obviously still a little bit behind. Rice cake hand. However, Katanan would not give up. He stretched out his hand and continued to control the rice cake hand, rushing towards Sukuni Yoriichi. The rice cakes turned into fists, which were filled with armament haki. Each punch weighed 1,000 pounds, and ordinary people had no way to resist. Boom boom boom. Accompanying the bombardment, the ground was sunken and a deafening sound was heard. It can be said that Katakuri's attack speed is still very fast, and ordinary people have no chance to dodge. But Sukuni Yorichi is faster. He had already determined the trajectory of Katakori's attack. Then he used his magical movement to avoid all the attacks. Everyone was a little surprised to see this scene. He actually avoided all of them. They all looked at Katakori's attack with despair. If they put themselves in Sugakuin's shoes, they would probably die. But they didn't expect that Sugakuin's Yuichiro could avoid it so easily. It can only mean Sugakuin's strength is very strong. So awesome. Katakori couldn't help but praise him. He rarely praised people, but Sugakuin's performance was indeed a bit beyond his expectations. He avoided his attack so easily. Sugakuin's Yuichiro jumped in the air, holding the sunblade. Huh! A strange aura spread from Sugakuin's Yuichiro. His breathing rhythm began to change. Advertisement. A sun-like light appeared on his body. The blade was diffused. The dazzling golden light was like sunlight. The dazzling sunlight tore through the haze in the sky. And then turned into an amazing slash, attacking Katakori. Here it comes. Katakori stared blankly. The dazzling sword light made Katakori tremble a little. In that sword light, there seemed to be an unprecedented sharpness hidden. Nothing could withstand such an attack. The air was torn apart. It was simply a devastating attack, and Katakori was suffocating for a while. He used the rice cake hands again. Go, armament hockey also covered those rice cake hands. The rice cake hands, whether defensive or offensive, had soared at this moment. The slash aimed at Sugikuni Yorichi and blasted directly up. Everyone looked at it in amazement. They collided. Who will win? It must be Boss Katakori, right? Katakori's strength is obvious to all. He is still very popular in the Big Man Pirates. That is the hand of the three generals, and his strength cannot be ignored. In the entire Big Man Pirates, there is no one who can fight Katakori. Only Charlotte Linlin can fight him. Katakori is invincible. The rice cake hand will definitely smash this slash, there is no doubt about that. Everyone seemed to be sure of the outcome. Only Katakori, his face suddenly became ugly. The scarlet light flashed in his eyes, and the top observation hockey had a prediction. Advertisement: this attack could not stop the amazing slash at all, and it would definitely be chopped apart. The prediction of the top observation hockey is very strong. Katakori believes in his own judgment and retreats quickly. He will not joke with his own life. The next moment, the rice cake hand and the golden slash of Sugaku and Yoshichi collided. The terrifying momentum spread in all directions. The air collapsed, as if it could not bear it. The atmosphere was torn in half, which shows the power of this move. Then, a scene that shocked everyone happened. Sugaku and Yoshichi's slash easily split Katakori's rice cake hand, and then moved forward like a crushing force. It roared all the way, and there was nothing that could stop it wherever it passed. Everyone was completely stunned when they saw this Didajao scene. Unbelievable. Am I dazzled? The rice cake hand was actually chopped apart. Who is this guy? They knew Katakori's strength very well, and the rice cake hand was one of his killer moves. As a result, the rice cake hand was defeated. In this collision, Katakori was obviously at a disadvantage. Are you kidding? This is not an ordinary person, but Katakori, the hand of the three generals? Sugikuni Yoshichi's golden slash continued to advance like a crushing force. The atmosphere was torn apart and completely disintegrated. A strong wind whistled. Fortunately, Katakori had a premonition in advance and dodge, otherwise the consequences would be disastrous. Even so, Katakori was so shocked that he couldn't speak. So strong. Chapter 104, Fierce Confrontation, Transparent World. Chapter 104, Fierce Battle, Transparent World. Katakori obviously didn't expect that Sugaku and Yoshichi was so strong. He was suppressed in the battle with him. Who is this guy? Katakori looked at Sugaku and Yoshichi, and his heart roared for a while. Powerful, unstoppable. Sugaku and Yoshichi's strength was still very impressive in Katakori's mind. Go. Then, Katakori controlled the rice cake hand to attack again. The rice cake hand was wrapped with armament hockey, and the destructive power was significantly improved. The rice cake hand flew out, and there was a sound of breaking through the air. The air was torn apart in an instant, and the rice cake hand was in front of Sugaku and Yoshichi. When Sugaku and Yoshichi entered the state of the transparent world, his whole brain was empty, and his body was completely controlled by Sugaku and Yoshichi. The thought of punching, the body has already reacted. In this way, the speed is very fast. Sukuni Yoshichi rushed forward with a sword, and directly engaged Katakori in close combat. Katakori's face immediately showed a trace of difficulty. The swordsman's close combat ability is already very strong. For people like Katakori, close combat is actually not a good choice. He must find ways to quickly distance himself. Otherwise, the consequences will be disastrous. We can't go on like this. 690. Katakori's eyes flashed with a gleam of light. But Sukuni Yoshichi's attack was too fast. In a flash, a sword light had already arrived in front of Katakori. The breath of palpitations? Katakori's pupils shrank. There is no doubt that he smelled an unprecedented danger from this attack. It is very dangerous. It is definitely very dangerous if it is not stopped. For a moment, the surging armament hockey wrapped around his fist. His fist was like sticky rice, extending, and then it collided with the rushing sword light. The sword light and fist sprayed. The air vibrated, and the confrontation of the two forces seemed to completely distort even the air. Katakuri was stunned. He felt a force appear and then pushed himself out. So strong, Katakuri couldn't help but smack his lips. He knew that Sugakuin was strong, but he didn't expect that he was so strong that he was suppressed in such a short time. He looked at his fingers. He felt that his fingers were numb now. Advertisement, this force was too strong, and he found that he couldn't resist it at all, so. Katakuri was blown back for a while. Behind him, Charlotte was watching and was stunned. No way? In Brulee's heart, Katakuri was invincible. I didn't expect such a strong brother to be blown away. And from the beginning of the battle, Brulee was shocked to find that Katakuri was always suppressed by Sugakuin. He didn't seem to be a match for Sugakuin. Although she wanted to help, Brulee couldn't do anything. After all, her own strength was too weak, and acting rashly would only cause trouble for Katakuri. However, the younger sister next to Brulee didn't think so. She looked at Katakuri with admiration. Brother. Katakuri was like an idol in her eyes. However, when she learned the truth about Katakuri, she began to despise him without hesitation. She felt that her previous love was really disgusting. It's time for me to show off. She held a hidden weapon in her hand, ready to attack Kuniyoshi at any time. A duel between men, but this guy actually wanted to attack from behind and kill Yuichi Sugakuma. If Katakuri knew, he would definitely be angry. After all, Katakuri is still a real man. In the field, Katakuri rushed up again. In just a blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Yuichi Sugakuma. Are you here? Yuichi Sugakuma's mouth curled up. Although he had entered the realm of the transparent world, Yuichi Sugakuma was still able to speak. Go. Katakuri snorted coldly and did not say much to Yuichi Sugakuma. CEEC. I saw countless glutinous rice circles appearing around, and then many hands made of glutinous rice appeared in the circles. Armament hockey was also wrapped around these hands. Whoosh! With the sound of breaking through the air, the attack quickly arrived in front of Yuichi Sugakuma. So many glutinous rice hands appeared in an instant. This guy is really difficult to deal with. Yuichi Sugakuma frowned slightly. To be honest, he still hates this kind of strange ability. He quickly avoided it as soon as possible. Advertisement. With the blessing of the transparent world, it is very easy to avoid such attacks, and he easily avoided all attacks. His figure is as nimble as a snake. All these attacks were avoided. Katakuri was a little surprised. It was actually avoided. Good. Not only did he avoid all the attacks, but the most important thing was that Yuichi Sugakuin's movement was very flexible. His glutinous rice hands followed, but he couldn't catch Yuichi Sugakuin at all. That guy's body movement was just like a slippery loach. I don't believe it. Katakuri didn't give up. Then he kept controlling his rice cake hands, trying to catch Yuichi Sugakuin. It gradually turned into a chase. It must be said that Katakuri's rice cake speed is still very fast, and he soon came in front of Yuichi Sugakuin. Go. Sukuni Yorichi, the sword smashed the rice head. But the rice cake hands rushed over from all directions, and it was simply a continuous attack. Break, break, break. Sukuni Yorichi didn't care and urged the sword in his hand to attack continuously. All the rice cakes that rushed over were smashed, and he rushed towards Katakuri without any obstacles. Like lightning, he appeared in front of Katakuri. *1. Katakuri was shocked. Obviously, he didn't expect Sukuni Yorichi to be so terrifying. He came over like a whirlwind, and his rice cake hands couldn't stop him at all. Too strong. Luckily, the opponent was himself. If the big man pirates sent anyone over, they would be defeated. Sukuni Yorichi is very strong. Bang! Haki and Sukuni Yorichi's attacks collided, and Katakuri was blasted back. Arament Haki wanted to resist the impact, but he couldn't resist it at all. Although Sugikoku Yoshichi didn't use his full strength, the suppression was still too great. Ahem. Katakuri felt a sweetness in his chest, and he spat out a mouthful of blood, looking listless. Sugikoku Yoshichi was too strong, and this attack directly injured Katakuri. Not far away, Katakuri's sister, who was preparing for a sneak attack, looked at Sugikoku Yoshichi, and a cold light flashed in her eyes. Now it's my turn to take action. A ruthless look flashed in her eyes. Chapter 105. Breathing of the Sun defeats Katakuri. Chapter 105. Breath of the Sun defeated Katakuri without any hesitation. She decisively launched a sneak attack from behind. Swish. The air around her was filled with the sound of breaking through the air. Just like that, the arrow appeared in front of Sugakuin Yoshichi with a stunning edge. However, Sugakuin Yoshichi was in a transparent world at this time, so he could easily sense the sneak attack from his side and then react. He slightly leaned to the side and then avoided the sneak attack from that guy. What? It was dodge. The other party's voice was a little regretful. Originally, Sugakuin was fighting Katakuri fiercely. This should have been a very good duel, but he didn't expect to be interrupted by this guy. Sugakuin Yoshichi was slightly angry. Whoosh. The whole person quickly approached and appeared in front of that guy like a flash of lightning. Not good. The other party was shocked. I didn't expect Sugakuin Yoshichi to rush directly in his direction. She knew how powerful Sukuni Yorichi was. After all, he was able to fight Katakuri to this extent. If she relied on herself alone, she would never be able to defeat that guy. Foe. She was so scared that she stepped back subconsciously. Your opponent is me. At this moment, Katakori's voice came from behind. He immediately chased after him and tried to stop Sukuni Yorichi. After all, she was his sister, humph. Sukuni Yorichi ignored him at all. In fact, he had already sentenced the woman to death in his heart. Die. A sharp slash appeared. It moved forward like a rotten wood, and the air was directly split in half wherever the slash passed. It was actually split abruptly. In this way, this attack soon reached the woman. It's over. The other party widened her eyes, as if she had seen her own end at this time. This sword light was too strong, and she had no way to resist it with her own ability. As expected, her whole body was pierced by the sword light. Then a huge force wrapped around his body, and he kept flying backwards. From beginning to end, Katakori was watching from the side, with murderous intent flashing in his eyes. No, advertisement. Don't do this. He was too far away from Sugaku and Yoshichi, and although he tried his best to stop it, he couldn't do it at all. The heart was strong but the strength was weak. He could only watch as the opponent's attack advanced like a whirlwind, and then fell directly on his sister, knocking his sister back. For a moment, Katakori felt that his surroundings were so quiet. His eyes immediately turned red. His family was his Achilles' heel, and he would never allow anyone to bully them. Katakori was furious now. At first, he had no intention of fighting with Sugaku and Yoshichi, but at this moment he didn't care about anything. Sugaku and Yoshichi had violated Katakori's Achilles' heel. Boom! An unprecedented momentum erupted from Katakori. Katakori now was obviously very different from before, and gives Sukuni Yorichi a stronger feeling. Brother, he is. Serious, it's been a long time since I saw brother go all out. Brule and others looked at Katakori in astonishment. This unprecedented sense of anger has not been seen in Katakori for a long time. This guy's aura has become stronger. Sukuni Yorichi also looked calmly. Although Katakori's aura has become stronger, there is still a big gap compared to Sukuni Yorichi. He is not worried at all. Just come at me, swoosh. The next moment, Katakori turned into a phantom and rushed towards the direction where Sugakuko Yoshichi was. He was so fast that he arrived in front of Sugakuko Yoshichi in the blink of an eye. His speed was much faster than before. Block. Sugakuko Yoshichi blocked with a sword. Katakori's attack could not touch him at all. Although Katakori's attack was fierce, Sugakuko Yoshichi was able to defend with his hard power. He felt very relaxed throughout the whole process. *1. Katakori felt something was wrong. He had exploded with all his strength, but the situation was very abnormal. Why did he feel that Sugakuko Yoshichi seemed to be even stronger in the face of his full-strength explosion? Let me teach you a lesson. Sugakuko Yoshichi smiled. Then the momentum of the whole person began to change. Even the way of breathing changed. What's wrong with this guy? Suddenly, he released such a terrifying pressure. Everyone was a little confused when they saw this scene. Advertisement for some reason, suddenly, the momentum of Jigwo began to change. Section 7L, the whole person seemed like the sun. The ancient breathing method made Jigwo Yuichi's physical fitness continue to rise. The golden light condensed and completely wrapped the knife in his hand. At this moment, he has completely entered the mode of sun breathing. What kind of power is this? Katakori couldn't help but smack his lips. He felt an amazing pressure from this attack. Very strong. This move may be much stronger than all the attacks he has seen. I just don't know if he can withstand it. At this moment, Katakori was actually a little surprised in his heart, and subconsciously didn't believe himself. The time around him seemed to stop, in the field. Jigwo Yuichi's momentum is still rising, it's coming. That amazing slash. Everyone looked at it in amazement. I wonder if Katakori can block such an attack. The guards of the Basta kingdom all knew the true strength of Sugakuni Yoshichi, and they all looked at it with attention. As expected of Master Sugakuni Yoshichi, such a powerful force, probably only Master Sugakuni Yoshichi and his people can have such strength. Anyway, people like them can never do this. It can only be said that Sugakuni Yoshichi is too strong. Breathing of the sun. Sugikoku Yuichi's voice was cold. Then, a golden sword light appeared, advancing like a rotten wood. The air could not bear it at all and collapsed. The atmosphere was divided into two halves, and in the process of advancing, the land was also torn into two halves. The power of the sun breathing was very strong, so the movement caused was also very large, and it appeared in front of Katakori like a rotten wood. Everything around was destroyed. In front of the sun breathing, they were as fragile as tofu. Even Katakori had a solemn face at this time. What a strong breath. He could feel it. The power contained in this attack was very terrible, and he might not be able to block it. But he had no choice now. It must be blocked. Block. The rich armament haki gushed out and covered Katakori's hands. His hands also turned into rice cakes, and then continued to accumulate and become a door. The door was covered with armament haki, and at first glance it was a dark door. Chapter 106. Big Mom Pirates Attack. 4 Emperors are coming. Chapter 106. Big Mom Pirates are coming. 4 Emperors are coming. Armament haki instantly covered that layer of wall. This is Katakori's strongest defense method. Covering with armament haki, both attack and defense will be improved. It is also because Sugokuni Yoshichi is too powerful that he has to use such a method. Bang! Soon, Sugokuni Yoshichi's attack has arrived. The golden sword light transformed by the breath of the sun, like a dead tree, roared forward, bringing out a golden shadow in the air. Then it collided with the wall transformed by Katakori's arm. Boom! A huge sound came out. After the two collided, the movement was amazing. The flow of the surrounding air began to rise rapidly. The sword light touched the light of armament hockey, and the surrounding air was distorted, and a vacuum zone appeared. At the same time, the golden light and black lightning entangled with each other, and the color was very strange. What an amazing 453 power! Katakori was surprised. After all, he had a direct confrontation with Yoriichi Sugikoku, so he was very aware of the horror of the attack. I can't hold on any longer. Cold sweat continued to seep out of his forehead. It was obvious that Katakori had reached the edge of exhaustion and was about to collapse. This obviously couldn't go on. Bang! In the end, he was blown back. Can't stop it, the power of the sun breathing is too strong. Although Katakori has used all his strength, it is still very difficult to resist. The whole person flew backwards like a cannonball. No way, brother Katakori actually. Everyone looked at this scene in amazement. The omnipotent Katakori actually lost. Katakori is their second brother. Although he is the second oldest, he has a very transcendent status in everyone's heart. He has always stood in front of his sisters, protecting them from the wind and rain. But now, this man was blown away. Katakori was caught up in the golden slash and hit the big Yamanaka behind him. Boom! The mountain trembled, and countless rocks rolled down from it. Katakori rolled down with the rocks, and his injuries were very serious. Although it was the last moment, advertisement Katakori used armament hockey to weaken the attack. But it didn't work. Katakori's wishful thinking failed. The power of sun breathing was too strong, even armament hockey couldn't resist it. Fortunately, he was strong, so he didn't die in this blow. 1313. Katakori coughed violently. What happened? He looked up and looked around, and the surroundings were dim, and his head was also dizzy. He was a little confused by Sugikoku Yoshichi. The slash of sun breathing was comparable to Conqueror's entanglement. Although Katakori is very strong, he is far from being able to fight against Conqueror's entanglement. This situation is normal. Did I lose? Katakori felt a little bitter. He didn't expect that he would lose. This shouldn't be the case. He was able to stand up after taking this blow head on. Sugikoku Yoshichi looked at Katakori and was shocked. Obviously, he didn't expect that Katakori could stand up after taking his sun breathing head on. Here we can only say that the people in the pirate world have very terrible physiques. If it were the world of Demon Slayer, being slashed by this kind of sun breathing would definitely kill him. Only Muzan Kibutsuji could barely fight against it. Take it. Katakori snorted coldly. He used his ability again and smashed towards Sugakugo Yuichi. The rice cake hand formed a huge iron ball. It was covered with armament hockey. The iron ball roared all the way, and the air made a hissing sound as it moved forward, as if it was about to collapse. At this time, Sugakugo Yuichi stood there calmly, waiting silently. The situation in the field was very clear. Katakori was completely crushed, and the gap between him and Sugakugo Yuichi was still quite large. It was impossible to win if he continued like this, and it would only get worse and worse. The reason was simple. Katakori was now close to his limit. Even at his peak, he couldn't win against Yoriichi Sugakuni, let alone in his current state. After 2 rounds of fighting, Katakori was blown away again. This time, Katakori did not stand up again, but completely lost his ability to move. Although he wanted to get up and continue fighting, his body was no longer under his control and had reached its limit. How could this happen? Katakori was unwilling. Finally, he met such a strong opponent, but he couldn't have a good fight with him. It's a pity. Advertisement, it's already reached its limit. Everyone looked at Katakori in amazement. In their hearts, Katakori, who was like a god of war, fell down, which was unacceptable. That man was Katakori, their brother. I didn't expect you to lose. When Brûlé saw this scene, she felt a little sorry. Among these people, only her and Katakori have the purest feelings. After all, Katakori's change is because of herself. And Brûlé's existence is Katakori's closest sister. Similarly, Katakori's weight in Brûlé's heart is also very high. That towering figure, the man who always stood in front of her, fell down at this time. Katakori is very strong. Since he can be defeated, the Sugokuni Yoriichi in front of him must be even stronger. Everyone's eyes subconsciously fell on Sugokuni Yoriichi. What should we do? Katakori is not his opponent. We are even worse. Everyone was terrified. They knew their own strengths very well. Katakori was so strong, and he was the leader of the 3 generals under Big Mom. His strength was terrifying. As a result, he was easily defeated in front of Sugaku and Yoshichi. They were not as strong as Katakori. If they rashly fought with Sugaku and Yoshichi, they would probably have only one outcome: death. If they could, they certainly didn't want to die. Just then, the seawater surged not far away. A pirate ship was bumping on the sea, cutting through the waves and coming towards the country of Uranus. On the ship, the flag of the Big Mom pirate flag was fluttering in the wind. Most of the fighters of the entire 1.04 Emperor's Big Mom pirate group were on that ship at the moment. Looking around, all of them were familiar faces. All of them were super pirates who had become famous in the New World. There were more than a dozen people with bounties exceeding 400 million Baileys. What is the concept of a bounty of 400 million? This number, even in the New World, it is also a rare sight. With so many strong men on board, it is conceivable that the strength of the Big Mom pirates must be amazing. At the most eye-catching position on the deck, you can see those figures one by one. Just one look would scare some timid people to pee their pants. The guards gradually held binoculars and gradually discovered the attacking Big Mom pirates, and their eyes were about to pop out of their heads. The Big Mom pirates are attacking, all the elite troops are dispatched. 4 emperors are coming. Chapter 107, Fierce Confrontation, Big Mom's Violent Sword Attack. Chapter 107, Fierce Duel, Big Mom's Rampage, 4 emperors. In the second half of the Grand Line, they reign like an emperor. The strength is very terrifying. Now, one of the 4 emperors, the Big Mom pirates, is coming with great power. The murderous aura is everywhere, making people tremble uncontrollably. And standing on the bow is Big Mom Charlotte Linlin. At this time, her face is gloomy and terrifying. The reason why she appeared in the Kingdom of Basta is not to travel, but to bring the will to destroy. These guys are really too bold. Is this the Kingdom of Basta? Charlotte Linlin's eyes were flashing with murderous intent. To be honest, Charlotte Linlin is actually a little narrow-minded. The Kingdom of Basta just didn't come to attend her birthday party, but they came here with such a big fanfare. In fact, this is also in line with Charlotte Linlin's personality. This guy is very domineering, extremely domineering. In the previous story of Cake Knife, 24 Katakuri helped Big Mom block the attack and was also taught a lesson. There was only one reason. Do you think I can't dodge? It is conceivable how twisted Charlotte Linlin's heart is. She is an extremely selfish guy and has some similarities with Kaido. However, Big Mom is more selfish than Kaido. At this moment, all the members of the Big Mom pirates appeared. Before, only a few people from Katakuri came, but now the entire Big Mom pirates have come. Advertisement: it was a dark mass of people, and there were a lot of people with special abilities on the ship, and each of them had an extraordinary aura. Most of them were Big Mom's children, or famous figures in the New World, and then they were taken in by Big Mom. These guys are very strong. XK. Sugakuni Yoichi looked at the Big Mom pirates that suddenly appeared, and was a little surprised. He was fighting with Katakuri, but these guys suddenly appeared. A terrifying aura burst out from their bodies. It must be said that they are very strong, which Jigwo Yuichi can feel. Especially the Big Mom on the bow, the aura released from his body is very powerful. Let Jigwo Yuichi a little solemn, maybe this guy is intimidating him. But since he is an intruder, you can blame me for being rude. Jigwo Yuichi's eyes were a little cold, you must know. It's okay for Big Mom to break in like this. He clearly wants to destroy the Basta Kingdom. When he came, he also shouted that he must destroy the Basta Kingdom. Jigwo Yuichi heard these words clearly. In this way, there is no way to give up. I can't pretend that I didn't hear such words. Jigwo Yuichi frowned slightly, and the fighting spirit began to gather in his heart. The atmosphere around him instantly solidified, the temperature of the air began to cool, and ice seemed to condense in the air. Obviously, the situation in the field has been tense, and a big fight is ready at any time. Go! Big Mom roared, and then rushed towards Sugikoku Yoshichi without saying a word. His huge body made a whistling sound in the air. He held a long sword in his hand. Huh! As the long sword slashed, the air was split in the process. Then he blasted towards Sugikoku Yoshichi with overwhelming force. The surroundings began to boil and vibrate. Boom boom boom. This attack was not an ordinary attack, it contained armament hockey, Conqueror's Entanglement. 2 attack methods were used together. As a result, the power of this sword was very strong, and it could easily tear apart the surrounding atmosphere. Just like that, he attacked Sugikoku Yoshichi with overwhelming force. You should be the strongest among them. Big Mom showed a strange arc at the corner of his mouth, but his eyes were fixed on Sugikoku Yoshichi. She could feel that this guy was very strong. Maybe this is the strongest enemy he has ever encountered, but at the same time, Big Ma's eyes are also a little excited. Being able to fight with such a strong man, this feeling is of course very exciting. Bang! The terrifying power burst out. The 2 attacks finally collided with each other, setting off an overwhelming storm. Advertisement: where the energy intersects, the space seems to have boiled. The fierce collision of sun breathing and Conqueror's Entanglement. The atmosphere was torn apart. The land was blasted piece by piece and spread in all directions. That kind of appearance is simply horrible. Anyone who sees this miserable situation will be amazed. Feeling the force coming from his arm, Big Mom's mouth curled up, revealing a hideous smile. U-263, this guy is really strong, and you can even block this move. Conqueror's Entanglement is basically one of the strongest abilities in the entire pirate world. Those who can block this attack are all strong among the strong without exception. At that moment, Big Mom also admitted the strength of Sugakuni Yoshichi. This guy should never be underestimated. I should be the one saying this. I didn't expect you could actually block my sun breathing. Sugakuni Yoshichi frowned slightly. So far, there are still very few people who can block his sun breathing. Among outsiders, only red-haired Shanks can fight with Kuniyoshi. Can block the slash of sun breathing. Now there's one more. The woman called Big Ma'am. Is this the strength of the four emperors? Sugakuni Yoshichi murmured. He learned about Big Ma'am's identity from others. This guy seems to be one of the four emperors of the New World, just like red-haired Shanks. No wonder he is so strong. Sugakuni Yoshichi narrowed his eyes slightly. Since the opponent is so strong, he should be a little more serious. Chapter 108. The Strongest Slash. Waiguo. Chapter 108. The Strongest Slash. Waiguo. Sugakuni Yoshichi looked serious. He knew how powerful Big Ma'am was, and he had to deal with such an enemy with all his strength. You must know that red-haired Shanks also forced Sugakuni Yoshichi to a certain extent, as a four emperors on par with red-haired. His strength must not be underestimated. Sugakuni Yoshichi looked serious. Huh. In an instant, his entire body entered the transparent world, and in the transparent world state, everything was under his control. Huh. Every time he slashed with a knife, he could easily tear the air apart. The knife light turned into a wisp of afterimages, and also attacked Big Ma'am, hitting him layer by layer, making Big Ma'am retreat. So strong. Big Mom couldn't help but smack her lips. This round of blows made her fingers tremble. The tiger's mouth was about to crack. It must be said that Sugakuni Yoshichi is very strong. In just this round of confrontation, Big Mom felt the pressure coming. The opponent is very strong. But as a four emperors, she certainly won't feel afraid. Holding a big knife in her hand, it is filled with armament haki, conqueror's entanglement. The two attacks were superimposed, and the damage instantly exploded, and they blasted fiercely towards Jigwo Yuichi. Instantly, the roar shook the sky. The atmosphere was torn apart, and then it was in front of Jigwo Yuichi. Jigwo Yuichi's hair couldn't help flying. At the same time, Jigwo Yuichi also took action. Boom! As the sun breathing was activated, Jigwo Yuichi was surrounded by the light of the sun as the chopping knife chopped. A blazing light instantly shot out and blasted out with overwhelming force. The destructive power of this slash was very amazing. Advertisement as it chopped, a large area of empty space appeared in the air, as if it turned into a bubble of nothingness. The golden slash collided with Conqueror's entanglement attack. The first part that hit was directly twisted, and a crisp sound of crackling could be heard. Obviously, in this round of attacks, the space seemed to be unable to withstand it and was shattered by the blast. Conqueror's entanglement, and the collision of the attack of sun breathing, were very shocking. The two touched each other in the air. Although the movement was very terrifying, the attacks did not collide with each other. The terrifying power that had nowhere to vent surged upwards, like a knife cutting. The clouds were cut open. This phenomenon is obviously the most famous scene in One Piece. The sky cracked. This is basically a famous scene in One Piece, and every time the strong men clash, such a scene will form. The power that had nowhere to vent eventually surged to the clouds. Directly split the sky in two. Everyone looked at this scene in amazement, and the shock in their hearts reached the extreme. The sky is cracked. So scary, it is impossible to imagine the scene in front of them. The clouds in the sky are as fragile as tofu and are easily torn apart. This is just the aftermath of the two people's offensive. In midair, the attacks of Sugikoku Yoshichi and Big Mom are still colliding. That the fierce clash between Conqueror's haki and sun breathing seemed to make the space boil. Infinite power spread in all directions. Big Mom's mouth curled up, and her eyes were twisted and crazy. Well done, Sugikoku Yorichi. She didn't expect that Sugikoku Yorichi would catch her attack again. At this moment, Big Mom wrapped all of Conqueror's haki around the knife in her hand, and the power contained in it was earth-shattering. As a result, Sugikoku Yorichi didn't even need Conqueror's haki, and he was able to block his attack. How is it possible? You surprised me. Advertisement. Ji Guoyuan curled his lips. Do you think it's over? Before he finished speaking, the aura of Big Ma'am became even more terrifying. Endless power burst out from Big Ma'am. Armament haki, Conqueror's haki leaped out, and the surrounding space was distorted by this surging haki. Big Mom held a long sword in his hand. All the power was infused into the long sword, bringing a black light, rushing towards Ji Guoyuan. Wei Guo. The sharp sword light whistled away, and in a flash it arrived in front of Ji Guoyuan. This attack was considered Big Mam's strongest offensive. With the blessing of Wei Guo, Conqueror's entangled attack once again collided with the slash of sun breathing. Am I at a disadvantage? Sugokuni Yoshichi was shocked for a moment. I didn't expect that the transparent world, plus Sugokuni Yoshichi, could not stop the attack of Wei Guo. Now the decline can be seen. If it continues, it will definitely lose. In fact, at their level, the decline can be seen at a glance, and the battle situation is very well grasped. The runes on his face flashed, and Sugokuni Yoshichi, Zhao, used the power of Madara pattern. Once the power of Madara pattern was activated, the power of the golden slash skyrocketed, and the yang aura on it reached ultimate. The golden light enveloped Jigwo Yuani's entire body. An amazing light swept out. Boom! Wei Guo's attack was instantly disintegrated, and the golden slash also chopped on Big Mom. Big Mom was blown away. He smashed hard on the wall behind him. Boom boom boom. The wall was like tofu, and several pieces were smashed by the face. You can imagine the horror of this attack. Jigwo Yuani didn't take the strength of fighting with red-haired Shanks so seriously. Now he and Big Mom are in a hostile relationship, so this attack is much more exaggerated. Chapter 109. Big Mom's Escape, The Last Sword. Chapter 109 Big Mom Escapes, The Last Sword. At this moment, Sugaku and Yoshichi's power is fully exploded. The power of the sun breathing and Madara marks cooperated with each other to directly blow Big Mom away. The huge body easily smashed the wall behind. Even so, Big Mom still flew backwards uncontrollably. This guy is so strong. Big Mom was shocked. She felt an unprecedented pressure from Sugaku and Yoshichi. This guy is very strong and cannot be ignored. Now her chest is still aching. The battle ended here, and Big Ma's current strength was greatly reduced. She was not as good as Sugaku and Yoshichi before, and now she is even worse. Although she later used her trump card, it was useless. Yes, Big Mom also has her own trump card. When forced, eating her own lifespan, it can make her own strength soar in a short period of time. 1 year of life is enough to make Big Mom's strength soar. Now, her aura is very terrifying. The huge pressure descended, causing Big Mom's surroundings to seem to be twisted. The terrifying movement attracted everyone's attention. However, Jigwo Yuichi's expression remained unchanged. It cannot be said that he was indifferent. At this time, there was still excitement in his eyes. Big Mom's strength was enough to attract his attention. Whoosh! The next moment, Jigwo Yuichi rushed out first. The knife light came out. A sharp knife light was like the sun, bright. It was the slash of the sun breathing, and the slash of the sun breathing advanced all the way like a rotten wood. Appeared in front of Big Mom. Boom! Advertisement. The moves of both sides touched, and the space was shaking violently. You can imagine how strong they are. But now Big Mom is already in the limit state after all, and is no match for Jigwo Yuichi. The whole person was blasted back again. This time the degree of injury is more serious. There is absolutely no way to fight. If they were victorious, they could still compete with Jigwo Yuichi. How can they fight in this situation? No way. It won't work this way. Big Mom's eyes flickered. She could feel the difference in strength between her and Jigwo Yuichi. It was not a solution to fight like this, so it was better to leave here quickly. When she came here, she was full of momentum and thought she could definitely take down the Kingdom of Basta. But now she realized the difference in strength between her and Jigwo Yuichi. There is no way to fight, so there is only one way, that is to run away. Big Mom ran away decisively. I won't let you run away, Jigwo Yuichi roared. He brought up several sword beams again and attacked Big Mom. The sword light roared and easily tore apart the surrounding atmosphere. But Big Mom was not a pushover. He easily blocked the attack. The simple attack could not hurt Big Mom at all. Although Jigwo Yuichi was strong, Big Mom was also a pervert, especially his body. It can be said to be indestructible, and ordinary people can't break through the defense at all. Under the blessing of armament hockey, only the slash of sun breathing can barely hurt Big Mom. However, Big Mom can dodge it. The reason why Big Mom didn't dodge the attack before was largely because he wanted to fight with Sugaku and Yoshichi. At this time, he wanted to escape, and Sugaku and Yoshichi had no choice. Swish, swish, swish. Sword lights flew out one after another, trying to stop Big Mom. But Big Mom still got on the boat. Advertisement at this time, everyone on the boat was still confused, and their mouths were wide open, as if they could fit a duck egg. Are you kidding? Their omnipotent mother actually lost to Sugaku and Yoshichi? She was still aggressive before coming. Now she is running away with her tail between her legs, which is really a bit embarrassing. Everyone was helpless. Go quickly, Big Mom ordered. They didn't dare to be negligent at all. After all, this was their mother's order. They immediately started to drive the boat away. The ship cut through the waves and headed for the sea. The Basta kingdom was so terrifying that it actually defeated the Big Mom pirates. They were the 4 emperors. From this incident, we can see the strength of Jigyo and others. Swoosh. Jigyo stood alone in the air. He was powerless to stop Big Mom's escape. After all, he couldn't swim, and Big Mom's movements were very fast. He could only watch it happen. At this moment, Jigyo stood alone in the air, watching Big Mom and others escape, and released the last sword. He couldn't stop them, so he could only release this last attack. I hope it will work. The light of the sun breathing increased greatly, and then a stunning sword light flew out. It attacked the Big Mom pirate ship. Puff. Soon, the sword light also chopped on the ship. Big Mom wanted to block this attack, but failed. Her eyes widened, and she was extremely shocked. She knew very well that if she failed to block this attack, the consequences would be disastrous. Chapter 110 Encounter at Sea, the Whitebeard Pirates arrive. Chapter 110. Encounter at Sea, Whitebeard Pirates are coming. With this amazing slash, it landed directly on Big Mom's ship. To be honest, Big Mom's ship is still very strong, and ordinary attacks can't break it at all. However, in front of Sugikuni Yoshichi's slash, it was so fragile that it was directly split in half. The huge slash split the ship in half. Then, everyone on the Big Mom pirate ship flew high into the sky. Everyone looked terrified. Is this guy a monster? How is it possible? Oh my god, they simply couldn't believe that the One Piece chapter was real. Sugikuni Yuichi cut their boat in half with a light knife. Everyone flew in the air, crushed. Big Mom's eyes were full of fear. She wanted to block the attack, but the speed of the slash was too fast and she accidentally missed it. She was fine. The boat was directly hit and split into 2 halves. She knew very well how terrible this situation was. Plop. Big Mom fell headfirst into the sea. Not only her, but everyone on the boat sank into the sea. They were all capable people. If they sank into the sea at this time, the consequences would be unimaginable and they would basically die. Despair appeared in their eyes. No, don't. How can this be? Everyone was completely stunned. But there was no way. Facing the slash of the sun breathing, they could not resist at all. Plop, plop, one after another, they sank to the bottom of the sea. Just like that, the invasion of the Big Mom pirates came to an end. Advertisement. Although Sukuni Yoshichi wanted to wipe them out directly. But it must be said that the Big Mom pirates are still very strong, especially Big Mom herself. Even Sukuni Yoshichi had a hard time fighting, so he accidentally ran away. Looking at the turbulent sea in front, Sukuni Yoshichi couldn't help but say. Even the four emperors should not be able to survive in this environment, right? It is said that Big Mom is demon fruit power. Aren't demon fruit powers afraid of seawater? So, in this case, even Big Mom probably has to play. There is no other possibility. Sukuni Yoshichi felt relieved for a while. Success. So amazing. Worthy of being Sukuni Yoshichi. I didn't expect that even that Big Mom is not our opponent. Too amazing. To be honest, I was a little worried about Sukuni Yoshichi before. After all, the other party is the famous four emperors and their reputation is well known. They all grew up listening to the reputation of the four emperors, so they naturally know how terrifying the four emperors are. Especially the world government, which likes to exaggerate. The four emperors are directly portrayed as devils who choose to eat people, and even Whitebeard is described as a monster who likes to eat human flesh the most, which makes many people afraid. Of course, they are afraid of the majesty of Big Ma'am. But now, Big Ma'am has been defeated. Such a powerful Big Ma'am is actually vulnerable to Sugakuni Yoshichi. So, how strong is Sugakuni Yoshichi? Everyone was shocked and speechless. One by one, their eyes were fixed on the direction of Sugakuni Yoshichi. They knew that Sugakuni Yoshichi was very strong, but they didn't expect this guy to be so terrifying. It seems that the matter is resolved. Quote. Ji Guiwan smiled. After the matter was resolved, of course he got up and left. There was no reason for him to stay here any longer, and he would soon disappear from everyone's sight. This matter came to an end. Time passed, 3 days later. Advertisement. A merchant ship was moving slowly on the sea, very calm. Please give me flowers. Everyone on the ship was very comfortable, and felt that it was still very safe in the area near the Kingdom of Basta. After all, the pirates here have been completely wiped out. From this incident, we can see the strength of the Kingdom of Basta. I don't know when we can reach Sabaody Archipelago. Who knows? While chatting, someone suddenly noticed that a ship was coming in front of them. The surveyor was stunned and looked a little surprised. What is that? The flag was flying in front of him. A closer look showed that it was the logo of the Whitebeard Pirates. You must know that they are very familiar with the logo of the Whitebeard Pirates and will never forget such a thing in their dreams. Oh, everyone's expression changed instantly. That is, the Whitebeard Pirates. In their eyes, Whitebeard is an evil ghost who chooses people to eat. After the constant slander of the world government, Whitebeard's image has long been very bad. Everyone looked terrified. At this moment, I really don't know what to do. That is Whitebeard, the strongest man in the world. Although I don't know if it is Whitebeard himself, he can't afford to offend Whitebeard's subordinates. Whitebeard's subordinates are all famous figures in the new world. The strength of the Big Ma'am pirate group is enough to shock people. And the famous in terms of strength, the Whitebeard pirates are far superior to the Big Mom pirates. The captains on the ship are all quite strong, especially Marco, who was definitely the best assistant during the Summit War. Later, he played a crucial role in the Wano-kuni plot, and his strength should not be underestimated. Others are also very powerful, like Diamond Joe's. Facing the strongest attack of Hawkeye Mahawk, he was able to block it. Ordinary people can't do it, and now, they are actually facing the Whitebeard pirates. 1. Chapter 111. New character appears, Blackbeard is scared to death. Chapter 111. New characters appear, Blackbeard is frightened. Everyone looked at the approaching ships in amazement. Their bodies began to tremble. The reason was simple, because the opponent was from the Whitebeard pirates. Who were the Whitebeard pirates? They were the strongest among the four emperors. Even Big Ma'am, Kaido and others could not compare with Whitebeard. And the overall strength of the Whitebeard pirates was much stronger than the ordinary four emperors. What should I do? The people on the ship began to panic. The opponent was the Whitebeard pirates, and they could not win at all. At the same time, the ship of the Whitebeard pirates was also approaching this side. 683. Cut through the waves and advanced. Thief, ha 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 ha. The person on the ship was Blackbeard. At this time, his face was full of madness. Looking at the ship in front, his eyes were full of greed. There were no other people on the ship, and the important person was simply Blackbeard. Quickly approached the merchant ship in front. Seeing the invading enemy, all the people on the merchant ship were terrified. After all, this was the Whitebeard pirates, who were not to be trifled with, so they fled as soon as possible. However, the pirates on Blackbeard's side kept chasing. Their speed was obviously not as fast as Blackbeard's, and Blackbeard was constantly attacking. The attacks hit the ship again and again. The whole ship was shaking and bumping, and finally it was completely out of control. Then Blackbeard and others approached, with a look of fighting in their eyes. Robbery is the main theme of pirates. Pirates are not all people like Luffy, most of them are extremely vicious. For a little money, they are willing to take risks. This is a pirate. And Blackbeard is obviously the best in the pirate spirit. Advertisement in front of Blackbeard, those merchant ships were simply vulnerable and helpless. There was no way, the gap between them and Blackbeard and others was too big. What could they do in the face of such an attack? They could only watch and wait for death. Death is the main theme of the pirates. After a while, most of the people on the ship had been killed. Thief, ha ha ha. We made a fortune this time. Blackbeard laughed wildly, his laughter was bloodthirsty, and he immediately led everyone to leave. Since the robbery was completed, there was no need to stay here any longer. However, the next moment, his eyes suddenly widened, and the horror in his heart reached the extreme. Blackbeard still had observation haki, and he could feel that there was a hint of hostility slowly coming not far ahead, and Blackbeard's whole body was instantly green. With his mouth open, you can see the crooked teeth in Blackbeard's mouth. It seems that the front teeth are broken. Huh. In Blackbeard's field of vision, he saw a ship coming towards this side. On the ship, Aokiji with a sword on his waist stood there, and next to him, there was a mysterious man. This guy had not appeared before. He was actually the latest character summoned by Roy. As you said, there are pirates here. My observation haki can sense such a long distance. Aokiji was a little surprised. She said this from the bottom of her heart. When she first heard that there were pirates here, she subconsciously didn't believe it and thought that such a thing should be impossible. But reality slapped her hard in the face. Sure enough, someone appeared and attacked the merchant ship here. This kind of crime, anyway, she would never let it go easily. But at the same time, Aokiji was curious in her heart. How did this new character do it? Although her observation haki is also very powerful, the coverage is not so wide, so Blackbeard and his group didn't notice it. But this guy noticed it easily, because of my eyes. Advertisement. The other party smiled. His handsome features made it impossible for anyone to ignore him. He wore an eye patch and had a bright smile on his lips. Sometimes, I feel that this guy is a little funny. Aokiji laughed and rushed to Blackbeard without saying anything. The most urgent task now is to kill Blackbeard. Leave this guy to me. As he said that, Aokiji flew towards Blackbeard. Here I come. Blackbeard also noticed that there was Aokiji and the mysterious man not far away. To be honest, Aokiji did not put much pressure on him. This guy was at most at the level of Momoshage Vice Admiral. Momoshage was only a substitute admiral. Compared with Blackbeard, his strength was still a step behind. It was a pipe dream to want to stop Blackbeard. During this period, Blackbeard also had experience above the level of the sea extreme. After all, he scratched the red-haired man's eyes, and his strength could not be ignored. But, Blackbeard looked at the mysterious man behind Akame, and a sense of fear suddenly emerged in his heart. Yes, he was very scared now. I don't know if it was his own illusion or observation haki's premonition. Anyway, when he saw that man, Blackbeard couldn't stop trembling all over, and fear rose in his heart. He gives me a bad feeling. 1.3. Blackbeard grinned, and the broken front teeth in his mouth could be seen clearly. Let's go, let's go. Almost without saying a word, Blackbeard hurriedly planned to escape with his men. The main feature of Blackbeard's great achievements in the original book is that he is very cowardly. As long as he encounters danger, he will never go. This time he felt an unprecedented danger, so he ran away without hesitation. Everyone was shocked. Why do you want to run away, Teach? Everyone is full of energy now, let's have a good fight with them. Everyone looked excited, obviously treating Akame and others as soft persimmons. Chapter 112. Kai Tong takes action and kills like crazy. Chapter 112. Akame attacks, killing like crazy. The Whitebeard pirates are used to being arrogant on the sea. They have always been the ones bullying others. When have you ever seen them fleeing in such a panic? It's not realistic at all. Okay, it can be seen from the original work when Oden just got on Roger's ship. The Whitebeard pirates are actually not good people. They only talk about loyalty to their companions, and those who don't accept it can go to Oden's memories. When he first got on Roger's ship, Oden robbed civilians everywhere, but was stopped. This is not on the Whitebeard ship. We don't allow people to rob civilians on our ship. It's conceivable that Oden robs civilians every day on the Whitebeard ship. The camera returns to the scene, and everyone is excited at this time. They are also looking forward to fighting with Akame and the others. Let them see how powerful our Whitebeard pirates are. That's right, Blackbeard was in a state of panic when he saw this. He really wanted to escape. His powerful 24-color haki could sense that the opponent was very strong. He might not be able to compete with them. In the current situation, the only correct choice was to leave quickly. Let's go. We can't underestimate these guys. I can feel that it will be dangerous if we continue to stay here. However, Blackbeard's prestige on the ship was just like that. Even if he spoke out to stop them, they didn't listen to him at all, so it was very embarrassing. The ship stopped. Everyone rushed forward and went to Akame and others who rushed over. Everyone looked excited. Let you see how powerful our Whitebeard pirates are. I'll take this guy's head. In a flash, Akame was already stepping on the water and shitting in front of them. And these people more or less had haki on their bodies. They all stepped on the water to meet them. With their strength, they can still step on the water for a short time. People in New World can actually do this kind of trick. But the ability users can't do it. Advertisement: the ability users can only stay on the boat. Hey, don't kill those guys directly. I have to say that the leading woman is really good looking. Some people also stared at Akahime's beauty, with a lewd light in their eyes. It must be said that Akahime is indeed very beautiful. Even in the world of pirates, she is a great beauty picked out of a million. But these pirates are so lewd that they dare not even dream of touching Akahime. Akahime's observation haki is turned on, and naturally heard their conversation, and there was a flash of murderous intent in her eyes. Angry. Any girl would feel angry after hearing such words. For a moment, Akahime's eyes flashed with murderous intent, and her whole body moved faster. The demon sword Murasama, coupled with the ability of observation haki armament haki, showed amazing combat power for a while, completely suppressing the surrounding pirates. Everyone looked at this scene in amazement. I was suppressed. I simply couldn't believe that this scene could be suppressed by Akado. Akado snorted coldly. Die. The sword in his hand slashed through his chest, and then dense lines appeared on his chest. The curse poison also began to take effect. When everyone saw this scene, they were extremely surprised. At this moment, Akado was simply a killing god, and he killed that guy easily. He showed extraordinary fighting power throughout the whole process. Kill kill kill. Puff puff puff, the sword light swept across, and also swept across those people. The demon sword Murasama carries the power of curse poison, and if it touches the body, then there is only one end for them, and that is death. Don't. Everyone looked desperate. Advertisement. Obviously, they didn't expect Kai Tong to be so strong, especially the sword in his hand, which was too terrifying. As long as he touched himself, he would be dead. In an instant, the battle in the field was one-sided. In Kai Tong's opinion, they were not good enough. The two sides were not at the same level. Kai Tong was very strong, but who could beat the quasi-admiral level? The attack continued. Anyone who appeared next to Kai Tong was killed, without any suspense. Ordinary people couldn't touch Kai Tong at all. Kai Tong was like this, killing gods and gods all the way, and no one could compete with him. As for those who had improper thoughts about Kai Tong before, they were so scared that their bodies were shaking. Unknowingly, Kai Tong killed him in front of him. Spare my life, spare my life. Looking at Kai Tong, the fear in his heart reached ultimate. I thought Kai Tong was a girl before, so I looked down on her. I never thought that this guy would be so terrifying. Whoosh. Facing this guy's plea for mercy, Kai Tong's expression did not change, and a fierce murderous intent flashed in her eyes. Die, she said in a cold voice. In an instant, a sharp knife light flew out and swept across the man's neck. The neck was cut open. His whole head flew out. Then, dense runes appeared at the cut position and covered his whole body in an instant. Die. In front of Kai Tong, he had no power to fight back. When everyone saw Kai Tong like this, they were also scared for a while and almost collapsed to the ground. Asterisk. Who is this guy? Everyone was stunned. It's incredible that she is obviously a girl, but she has such terrifying strength. Chapter 113. Blackbeard is extremely arrogant, and a mysterious person appears. Chapter 113. Blackbeard is extremely arrogant, and a mysterious person appears. Everyone looked at Akahime in amazement. At first they thought Akahime was just an ordinary person, but they didn't expect her strength to be so terrifying. Swish. Akahime killed them as easily as killing chickens. It was a complete crushing game, and the two sides were not at the same level at all. Akahime quickly solved them all, and then came to Blackbeard. Asterisk. Blackbeard was a little confused. Obviously, he didn't expect Akahime to be so terrifying. Seeing Akahime rushing over, he had to be serious. Blackbeard clenched his fists, and there was a pitch-black substance on his fists. It was obviously armament haki. As soon as armament haki was activated, a terrifying momentum burst out from Blackbeard. The fist hit out. Bang, Blackbeard is very strong. The concentration of his armament haki is still very high, and ordinary people can't stop it at all. Usually Blackbeard has been hiding, but now, all his teammates are dead. In addition, he knew the current situation, so he simply used all his strength. The attack enhanced by armament haki was very destructive, and the surrounding air began to dissipate, and soon arrived in front of Akahime. Akahime held the demon sword Murasama and collided with Blackbeard's fist. Armament haki blasted. Their level of blasting can still produce black lightning, but it can be seen from here that Blackbeard is quite powerful. Akahime was surprised, and did not expect Blackbeard to be so powerful. Whoosh. But it was only a moment. Akahime flew out again and attacked Blackbeard. Swords flew. The two sides had fought for more than a dozen rounds in a blink of an eye, and there was no winner in a short time. Blackbeard was very strong, and it was still difficult to take him down. So strong. This guy is quite good at defense. Akahime couldn't help but say. Blackbeard rarely had the opportunity to attack, and basically all he did was defense. But Akahime couldn't attack recklessly. At least Blackbeard was still a little threatening to her. Sometimes the sudden attack forced Akahime to guard against it. If she just defended blindly, it would not have such an effect. Don't think you can beat me by defending all the time. Advertisement. Akahime snorted coldly. Holding Murasama, the attack became faster and fiercer. As the attack progressed, all you could see were dazzling sword shadows, covering Blackbeard's entire body. These dazzling sword shadows were also looking for opportunities to kill Blackbeard completely. Damn it. Blackbeard resisted with difficulty, but his strength was really good, and he really defended perfectly. For a while, Akame couldn't do anything to this guy. There was no way, he was just like a turtle shell. A series of sword shadows stabbed at Blackbeard. Blackbeard was blasted back, and the demon sword Murasama was about to sweep Blackbeard several times. But he was dodged all of them. You must not be attacked by that sword. Blackbeard couldn't help but say. He just witnessed the battle of Akame. So he knew very well how powerful the sword was. If he was hit by it by mistake, he would die. So at the beginning of the battle, Blackbeard tried his best to avoid the slash of the demon sword Murasama. In fact, he could barely block the slash with armament haki, but Blackbeard couldn't afford to take the risk, and the final result was like this. However, because of this doubt, Blackbeard couldn't hold on for long. Bang! The whole person was blown away. Good opportunity. Akame's eyes flashed, and he quickly rushed towards Blackbeard, wanting to get rid of Blackbeard in one fell swoop. Then he saw Blackbeard grinning. Advertisement at this critical moment, he planned to take a gamble, and armament haki filled the air in front of him. When the demon sword Murasama slashed over, it was actually blocked by armament haki. Sure enough, it was blocked. The corner of Blackbeard's mouth cracked, revealing a grim smile. Then his other hand was filled with an amazing aura, and armament haki condensed. It aimed at the direction of Akame and suddenly attacked. Whoosh! The terrifying power burst out, and the attack broke through the air and arrived in front of Akame in a blink of an eye. Block! Akame was shocked. Subconsciously blocked, but it was impossible to stop it and the whole person was blown back. Thief, ha ha ha. Seeing this scene, Blackbeard laughed wildly, thinking that he had already won. In an instant, he moved like thunder and quickly approached Akame, and his fist was also filled with armament haki. Akame flew backwards. Seeing Blackbeard's attack coming, he was in a stage where the old strength had gone and the new strength had not yet been born, and he suddenly widened his eyes in shock. I didn't know what to do. Blackbeard was too cunning. If he had used this trick from the beginning, Akame would not have been convinced. He deliberately used this disadvantageous situation to lure Akame to attack. No Jiao, Akame was determined to attack, but she didn't know that this was actually Blackbeard's conspiracy, so she suffered this loss. Seeing Blackbeard's killing move coming, Akame was a little confused. Haha. Chapter 114. Gojo Satoru tortures Blackbeard with just one finger. Chapter 114. Gojo Satoru beats Blackbeard with one finger. Blackbeard is now very proud. He used conspiracy and trickery to gain the upper hand in the battle with Akame, and then he became arrogant instantly. This is Blackbeard's character. Arrogance and conceit are also Blackbeard's character flaws. Once he has the upper hand for a short period of time, he will be arrogant and feel as if he has won. During the Summit War, after severely injuring Whitebeard, Blackbeard also showed such an expression. He felt that he had won and was invincible. The next second, he was directly taught a lesson by Whitebeard, and then he said the classic saying. Dad. I am your son too. He is the only type of person who was beaten and called daddy in all the anime he has seen. It's amazing. Go to hell. Then the classic villain plot came. After saying that, he began to roar, intending to kill Akame directly. These villains are so funny. If they don't kill you before, they will tell you what happened just now, and then kill you, as if this can satisfy their vanity. However, the next moment, a figure appeared, directly across the gap between Akame and Blackbeard. Blackbeard's eyes widened, and the whole OO people were shocked and speechless. This guy's appearance, his observation haki, was not aware of it at all. He appeared directly in front of him. Hiding breath is very powerful? No, Blackbeard shook his head to deny, because he just remembered clearly that the guy was still 100 meters away in the next second. He was still 100 meters away before, and then he appeared in front of him. What does this mean? It means that he is very fast, but this is even more surprising. 100 meters away, it took less than a second. Is this really a human? Blackbeard looked at the man in front of him in amazement, wearing a black eye mask and silver white hair. He usually covers his eyes, but now he takes off the eye mask completely, and sees the pair of strange eyes. 6 eyes. The mysterious eyes that are born only once every few hundred years have incredible power. He looked down at Blackbeard in front of him, and his whole body was surging with an aura that could not be ignored. This guy's name is Gojo Satoru. He is a character like the ceiling in Jujutsu Kaisen, and he is really terrifying. Advertisement. Looking down at Blackbeard at this moment, Blackbeard felt tremendous pressure. Blackbeard's attacked the direction of Akame. However, the attack was instantly disintegrated. Who are you? QG. Plus. Blackbeard's voice trembled. The aura of this guy made him tremble uncontrollably. Gojo Satoru smiled, but did not speak. His eyes were indifferent and he did not take Blackbeard seriously at all. Blackbeard had never been provoked like this before. Although Gojo Satoru's aura was very strong, he would not be scared to give up resistance, and the whole person rushed out immediately. Don't be too arrogant, Blackbeard roared and rushed out. Armament haki was condensed in his hand. As it blasted out, the surrounding air was blown away and soon arrived in front of Gojo Satoru. That speed was absolutely incredible. Blackbeard was already strong, and now he was filled with anger, and his strength increased by 30%. However, facing Blackbeard's attack, Gojo Satoru stood there calmly, his eyes were very indifferent from beginning to end. Swish! Blackbeard's attack arrived. The sharp friction sound almost shattered the eardrums. It must be said that Blackbeard's punch was very powerful and fast. Most people can't catch it at all, but who is Gojo Satoru? He appeared directly behind Blackbeard at the speed of teleportation. Just this one action almost scared Blackbeard to death. He was right in front of him just a moment ago, but he appeared directly behind him. What kind of monster is this? This is not just fast, it's teleportation. It seems that your speed is not very good. Gojo Satoru couldn't help but said. Blackbeard was speechless. Compared with someone like you who teleports, of course he can't compare. He, CEFC, turned around suddenly. He attacked Gojo Satoru directly, and his fist tore through the air, making a hissing sound. However, facing this blow, Gojo Satoru stretched out his hand and grabbed Blackbeard's fist directly in his palm. To be honest, Gojo Satoru's strength is definitely at the bug level. He is ridiculously strong in all aspects. People like Blackbeard can't touch him at all. They're not at the same level at all. Blackbeard's eyes widened, and he was completely stunned. This can't be. Advertisement, are you kidding? Why is this happening? Although this attack was not his full strength, it was easily blocked by Gojo Satoru. Blackbeard was terrified, but at the same time, he swung his fist and attacked again. Armament Haki condensed, and this time he directly used his strongest attack. Chi burst out, the air was torn, and the atmosphere was distorted by the explosion. The devastating attack spread all the way to Gojo Satoru. Gojo Satoru was covered with light, and the spell was launched. This attack was actually blocked by a finger. In Blackbeard's eyes, Gojo Satoru just stretched out a finger. As a result, his indestructible attack collapsed in an instant, and he couldn't get close to Gojo Satoru at all. A strong fear emerged. Blackbeard completely collapsed, his teeth were chattering. This was his strongest attack, and under normal circumstances, few people could block it. As a result, Gojo Satoru not only blocked it, but also used only one finger. This is too depressing. Even Whitebeard, facing this attack, would never be able to block the attack so easily. As a result, Gojo Satoru only used one finger. Blackbeard was actually helpless? Blackbeard was stunned. Even Akame and others were shocked to see this scene. Blocked with one finger? Akame looked at Blackbeard in amazement. She had just fought with Blackbeard, so she knew very well that Blackbeard was very strong, and ordinary people could not be the opponent of this monster. Even she was at a disadvantage in the battle just now. Such a strong enemy was actually powerless in front of Gojo Satoru. And Gojo Satoru only used one finger, it was so terrifying. Is this the strength of Lord Gojo Satoru? So powerful? Such a strong attack was blocked with just one finger. Is this really a human? They subconsciously doubted whether Gojo Satoru was a human? Can a normal human do such a thing? Gojo Satoru's strength was completely beyond their imagination. They were completely stunned. Gojo Satoru stood there condescendingly, with a look of contempt in his eyes. He was really just short of having the word invincible written on his face. Chapter 115. Defeat Blackbeard, Whitebeard appears. Chapter 115. Defeat Blackbeard, Whitebeard appears. Blackbeard was frightened to death. The scene in front of him was a bit too scary. His attack was blocked by a finger. Who is this guy? Isn't this too exaggerated? Blocked by a finger? Everyone was stunned, shocked and speechless. They knew that Gojo Satoru was very strong, but they didn't expect him to be so strong. Just now, Blackbeard was fighting back and forth with Akame, and was extremely arrogant, and even had the upper hand in the battle. As a result, when playing with Gojo Satoru, he was completely crushed, and there was no point in fighting. The gap was too big. Impossible, this is absolutely impossible. Blackbeard roared. He would never believe that this was true, and once again condensed his armament Haki and blasted Gojo Satoru. This punch was his best skill. If there were pirates from the Whitebeard pirates nearby, they would definitely be shocked to see Blackbeard now. It turns out that Teach has hidden so much, this strength. Even on the Whitebeard ship, he is one of the best masters. The rich armament Haki covered Blackbeard's fist tightly. The power of this punch was extremely high, and the surrounding atmosphere could not bear it, as if it was about to collapse. Die. Accompanied by Blackbeard's roar, the fist wind whistled and attacked Gojo Satoru directly. However, facing such an attack, Gojo Satoru just stood there calmly, with an indifferent look. Reached out and pointed forward. Buzz! A strange energy flowed. Blackbeard's eyes widened in shock and he was dumbfounded. He found himself unable to move again. This full-strength attack was once again blown up in this almost humiliating way. Blackbeard was going crazy. Are you kidding? Advertisement? How is this possible? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Blackbeard was suspended in the air. Bang! Then another force descended, and Blackbeard flew backwards. The following battle was beyond description. Blackbeard had no power to fight back in front of Gojo Satoru. Although he was also very strong. But Gojo Satoru was simply cheating, there was no way to compare. Blackbeard was completely beaten and beaten badly. Bang! Blackbeard wailed in pain, his teeth popped out, and blood spurted out. At this time, the pirate group led by Blackbeard had been killed. Gojo Satoru did not hold back, he decisively killed Blackbeard directly, neatly and quickly. Finally solved. Akame smiled. She looked at Gojo Satoru with some surprise, and obviously also thought of Gojo Satoru's strength. This guy is not good looking. I didn't expect his strength to be so terrifying. In the previous battle, if it was not a crushing victory, Akame didn't know what kind of situation would be considered a crushing victory. Anyway, Blackbeard was suppressed by Gojo Satoru and couldn't even raise his head, he was almost collapsed. Gojo Satoru is too strong. Fighting Blackbeard is simply a dimensionality reduction attack. I'm really curious about your strength, it's just so-so. Gojo Satoru returned to his usual appearance. His usual attitude is completely different from that in battle. He is a little cold in battle, but usually quite funny and kind. Akame touched his chin, and then went home with Gojo Satoru and the others. At the same time, in a sea area of the Grand Line, Garp met Baki. Boy, join Marine with me, Garp said with a smile. If you can beat me, first we'll join Marine with you. Advertisement Baki is obviously a young and brave man who is not afraid of tigers. He doesn't know how powerful the old man in front of him is. The dead fish eyes stared at Garp, full of fighting spirit. Garp laughed. He was also a fighting maniac. There was no reason for him to refuse. Okay, let me meet you. Garp clenched his fist and rushed directly to Baki. Although Baki is the protagonist in Baki, he has not grown up in the pirate world. Of course, he is not a match for someone of Garp's level. So, this battle is a foregone conclusion. Okay, join Marine, you promised me. Garp said. Baki was a little speechless. He didn't expect that he would lose to an old man. Am I getting worse and worse? Oh. Then he reported this to Roy. Join Marine? Roy thought for a moment and finally agreed that Baki would join Marine. It is a good thing to plant an undercover agent in the Marine, with no harm. Then you can join the Marine with Garp, Roy ordered. After receiving Roy's order, Baki nodded quickly and looked at Garp. Okay, I am willing to join the Marine. Garp was delighted to hear this. He just mentioned it casually, but he didn't expect that this guy would actually join the Marine. In this way, Baki became a Marine. Time passed, a few days later. New World, Whitebeard territory. Today, a big thing happened in the Whitebeard Pirates, that is, the Fire Fist Ace officially joined the Whitebeard Pirates. He was finally moved by Whitebeard's personality charm and recognized Whitebeard as his father. Congratulations, Ace. Then we are brothers. Everyone looked at Ace with goodwill in their eyes. Joining the Whitebeard family, they will naturally be brothers in the future. Phoenix Marco, Diamond Joes and others have a good relationship with Ace, and both sides call each other brothers. Looking at this peaceful scene, Whitebeard smiled happily. Gulala, 5, Chapter 116. Whitebeard is furious, a bad feeling. Chapter 116 Whitebeard is furious, with a bad premonition. Whitebeard longs for family the most, and longs to experience the warmth of family. He could feel such warmth on the Whitebeard Pirates, and now there is one more person on the ship. Roger's son? Whitebeard drank the wine in his hand silently. Marco looked at Whitebeard with some concern, as he knew Whitebeard's physical condition too well. He didn't have many years to live, but this guy still couldn't control himself and liked to drink. He was on par with Roger. Anyone who stopped Whitebeard from drinking would be an enemy of Whitebeard. Alas. Marco sighed, feeling helpless. It's really strange, Teach hasn't come for so long. He used to be the first one to come. Marco was curious. In the past, Teach was the first to come to the banquet, but now he hasn't come back, which feels a bit strange. After leaving Whitebeard, Marco found the Den Mushi to contact Teach. But Teach was not contacted. The people who went with him can't be contacted. Marco's eyes widened in astonishment. He was intelligent and could be considered the resourceful general of the Whitebeard Pirates, a relatively smart one. Others were more or less impulsive. Only Marco was very calm and composed. He found this matter unusual. A very terrible possibility came to his mind, and he shook his head subconsciously, not wanting to believe it. He thought it was impossible. After all, they were the Whitebeard Pirates. Who didn't know the reputation of the Whitebeard Pirates in this sea? Most people would be scared to death just by hearing the name of Whitebeard, and would never think of taking action. So this kind of thing was simply impossible. However, the facts were so unreasonable. Gojo Satoru and others did not take the so-called Whitebeard Pirates seriously. Time passed. Advertisement 3 days passed in a blink of an eye, but there was still no news of Blackbeard and his men. What's going on? Whitebeard even stopped drinking. He cares a lot about his family. When something happens to his family, he instantly feels that the wine in his hand doesn't taste good. Blackbeard and others haven't come back for 3 days and can't be contacted. This is a very bad omen. Under normal circumstances, no matter how busy you are, your son has to report the situation to his father. Blackbeard is so cautious, so Whitebeard, Marco and others basically concluded that Blackbeard was in trouble. Then an investigation was launched, and all the spearheads were aimed at the Basta kingdom. Boom! Instantly, a strong murderous aura burst out from Whitebeard. The murderous aura was so strong that everyone present couldn't help trembling. The strongest man in the world finally got angry at this moment. His anger made the sea shake continuously. It can be imagined how terrifying Whitebeard's strength is. Whitebeard attaches the most importance to family affection, but his son was killed. Dad is angry, so scary. Everyone looked at this scene in horror, and their bodies couldn't help trembling. Whitebeard's furious look was too scary, and it was the first time they saw Whitebeard so angry. Although Whitebeard was very angry, it didn't mean he had no brains. The Basta kingdom was too mysterious, and he didn't dare to act rashly. After all, this situation was different from the Summit War. During the Summit War, Ace was still alive, and now Blackbeard was obviously killed. Although Whitebeard was angry, he didn't dare to bet the whole group. I don't know what the situation is in the Basta kingdom. Whitebeard murmured. At present, there is only one way, that is to test it. Test the strength of the Basta kingdom. If the strength is weak, they can be destroyed directly at that time, but if they are too strong, this idea can only be postponed. Leave it to you, Whitey. Whitebeard looked at Whitey. Advertisement among his children, the least noticeable one is Whitey. And this guy's means of hiding his breath are also very clever. So he gave this task to Whitey. Got it, Dad. Whitey nodded and did not refuse. She decided to disguise herself and sneak into the Basta kingdom to find out the truth about this kingdom. I'm leaving. Standing on the overnight boat, Whitey waved goodbye to everyone. Then, Whitey looked forward and slowly left in the boat. Suddenly, I don't know why, I have a bad feeling. Whitebeard rubbed his eyebrows and his face became ugly. His powerful observation haki seemed to have sensed some premonition and felt that Whitebeard's departure might not be a good thing for him, and his eyelids began to twitch violently. Everyone looked at Whitebeard with concern. What's wrong with Dad? Why not call Whitey back? Forget about this matter. Although the death of Blackbeard and others made Whitebeard very angry, he believed in the judgment of observation haki. If we go there, we may encounter unimaginable dangers. Just like before the Summit War, Whitebeard also had such a 1.6 intuition and wanted to stop Ace, but he failed to stop her, mainly because Ace was too straightforward. Dad, D has gone far away. Do you want me to chase her back? Although they didn't know what Whitebeard meant, they were all really worried about Whitebeard. As a woman, Whitebeard was a group favorite on the Whitebeard pirate ship. Was she going to encounter danger? Whitebeard waved his hand. No need. With Whitebeard's personality, he would never say such words as chasing her back. He is Whitebeard, the strongest man in the world, Edward Newgate. Once a word is spoken, it can't be taken back. Chapter 117. Whitey sneaks in, Big Mom loses her memory. Chapter 117. Whitebeard sneaks in, Big Mom loses her memory. Whitebeard is an old member of the Whitebeard Pirates. She is dressed like a witch, with sky blue hair, very charming. For someone of her level, it is not difficult to sneak in. First of all, the Basta kingdom does not exclude the outside world, and secondly, he can hide his identity and enter without arousing suspicion. That, Lord Whitebeard. Several merchants ran to Whitebeard with flattering faces. They did not really want to help Whitebeard, if Whitebeard had not promised to give them money in advance. Add to that the threat of force. Give it to you, I will not break the contract. Whitebeard smiled, his expression was very gentle, but it is not convenient here after all, why not change a place? They did not recognize Whitebeard's true identity. So, they followed him without any vigilance. Is the money enough? If not, can I pay with my body? Among them, a businessman with a wretched appearance looked at Whitebeard, and the wretchedness in his eyes could not be suppressed. Men, in fact, just have that little fun. If you can have some relationship with a beauty like Whitebeard, it doesn't matter how much money you spend. Whitebeard smiled, but he had already had the intention to kill. Really? Then I really thank you. The other party didn't know that the danger was coming silently, but approached Whitebeard fearlessly. I couldn't help licking my lips. Such a superb beauty, just thinking about it, I was a little excited. Step by step. At the same time, he was still saying all kinds of dirty words, which Mo Filu will not mention in the harmonious text. When he stretched out his hand and wanted to hug Whitebeard, an amazing scene happened. A sword light suddenly flashed. Puff, then the head flew out. Like a ball, it rolled to the merchants, blood and mud mixed together, it looked a bit scary. Asterisk. Everyone watched in horror. This scene was so shocking that they even forgot to call for help. Advertisement. They just watched this scene stupidly. With a flicker of his figure, Whitebeard killed all these merchants, clean and neat. These guys were just ordinary merchants, and it was not difficult for Whitebeard to kill them. He could kill them easily without even getting his clothes dirty. If you want people to shut up, the easiest way is to kill them all. In this way, Whitebeard successfully sneaked into the Basta kingdom, but no one noticed. At the same time, in a sea far away from the Basta kingdom, there were turbulent waves there, and the environment was still very bad. At this time, bubbles began to gurgle on the sea. A pirate ship rushed out. It was the Big Man Pirates. Although they were thrown into the sea by Sugaku and Yoshichi, they did not die, but survived. However, they are all seriously injured now, especially the ability users, who are limp as if they have been drained of their strength. You must know that ability users are afraid of seawater. They have been submerged in the sea for such a long time, and those with weak strength would have died long ago. Fortunately, these guys are strong and were able to escape. But they still feel uncomfortable all over. Among them, Katakuri and Charlotte Linlin were the most seriously injured. After all, they were all taught a lesson by Sugaku and Yoshichi. Now they have been immersed in the deep sea for so long, and they must have lost a layer of skin. Soon, the people on the boat began to wake up one after another. What happened? I remember that we seemed to be attacking the great Kingdom of Basta. Then, they thought of what they encountered in the Kingdom of Basta, and their faces changed for a while. The experience of the Basta Kingdom seemed like a nightmare to them. If possible, they hoped it would never happen. Brother Katakuri. Mom. The two strongest members of the pirate group fell into a deep coma. The situation is not optimistic. There's an island ahead. Let's go there to take refuge first. Okay. Everyone rowed the boat to the island in a hurry. Katakuri didn't wake up until they landed on the island. It's so uncomfortable. What happened? Katakuri rubbed his forehead and felt confused all over. Advertisement a little weak. The ability users who were fished out of the sea all felt this way at first, but they got better slowly. The person next to him told what happened afterwards. Katakuri's eyes flashed with shock. He recalled the nightmare of being dominated by Yoshichi Sugikoku again in his mind. That thing was really terrible. Even Mom is not his opponent. This news was like a bombshell. Katakuri couldn't accept it. Although he didn't like Charlotte Linlin, but he knew Big Mam's strength very well. This monster-like guy was actually defeated. Until now, Big Mam is still in a coma, but Mom is not in danger of life, and it will be fine after the discussion. Light a bonfire and everyone sat around it. After such a long battle, to be honest, they were already exhausted and almost couldn't hold on. The key thing was that they sank into the sea. For the ability users, it was a fatal blow. Fortunately, they were able to hold on. At this time, someone noticed that Big Mam's eyelids began to move. Mom is going to wake up. When Big Mam was mentioned, everyone's expressions became solemn and unprecedentedly serious. In fact, the main reason was fear. Although they are Big Mam's children, they have never received any motherly love from Big Mam. Then, in full view of the public, Big Mam opened her eyes. Everyone looked at her nervously. Big Mom also looked at everyone, and there was silence for a while. The surroundings were terribly oppressive. Katakuri, Pudding and others looked at Big Mam's face and were sweating coldly. After a while, "Hey, I don't know who I am. I don't remember anything," Big Mom said with a cute expression. Chapter 118 Big Mam's Food Craving Attack. Chapter 118 Big Mam's Bulimia Attacks. I don't know who I am. I don't remember anything. Big Mom looked at the children in front of him and said. See. They didn't know what happened, and Big Mom suddenly became like this. Mom. Seems to have lost her memory. Everyone looked at Big Mam's appearance and realized that Big Mom might have lost her memory. I didn't expect that Big Mom, with such a body size, would lose her memory. For a moment, everyone didn't know what to do, and they didn't dare to do anything wrong. After all, they didn't know when Big Mom would wake up. If she woke up, the consequences would definitely be very serious. It can be seen from the original book that Big Mom looked very well behaved after losing her memory. She was not as fierce as before. Some people even thought that this was Big Mam's true appearance. Her previous appearance was all caused by the nun taking her body. However, this was not the case. The nun obviously died in Big Mam's mouth. Who are you? Big Mom looked at everyone and couldn't help but feel a little confused. Even so, the crowd did not think of taking advantage of Big Mam because of this incident. If you want to take advantage of this guy, you really don't know how to write the word death. If Big Mam's memory is restored, these people who take advantage of him will basically die without any accidents, so they dare not play around casually. Everyone gathered together. Big Mam squatted next to Katakuri like a child. There was clearly attachment to Katakuri in his eyes. He was also helpless. Originally, his mother was a man of his word, and he couldn't refute her. Advertisement, but now she has become a good baby, seemingly trusting him very much. What is this? Moreover, if the Big Mam pirate group didn't have Charlotte Linlin, they would all know the consequences. The consequences would definitely be very serious, and they couldn't bear it at all. This is like the Whitebeard pirates after the Summit War. Without Whitebeard, their living space is getting smaller and smaller. In the end, they were defeated in the final battle with Blackbeard. The Whitebeard pirates were completely disbanded. You know, even without Blackbeard, others, even Marine, could easily destroy them. It was very dangerous when the four emperors were not around. In the past, Big Mom had offended many people, and they did not dare to act rashly because of Big Mam's strength. But if Big Mom was gone, these guys would definitely not mind attacking the Big Mom pirates. Anyone with a little bit of brains could think of this kind of thing. First of all, this is an uninhabited island. There are not many people on the island, and supplies are very scarce. Next, the people of the Big Mom pirates will have to stay in this place for a long time. After all, their ship has broken down and is still undergoing emergency repairs. I am afraid they will not be able to leave the island in a short time. And there is not much food brought, and the amount of food consumed is very large. In addition, Big Mom is a big eater. He consumes a lot of food every day, and the key is that everyone dare not get angry with this guy. After all, that's Big Mom. I have a bad feeling. Katakuri was helpless, and his bad feeling was getting stronger and stronger. If this goes on, Big Mom will go crazy sooner or later. After all, this guy is a super foodie. You guys watch her, I'll go get some food. Katakuri looked at Big Man next to him and couldn't help saying. Advertisement, got it, brother Katakuri. Everyone looked at Katakuri with admiration. Although Katakuri was only ranked second, in everyone's mind, he was ranked as the boss, and Perospero felt that his position was super embarrassing. He was obviously the eldest son, but compared with Katakuri, he was just a step behind. He didn't dare to say anything. After all, he couldn't beat this B*********** D at all, so he could only obey Katakuri's orders. Afterwards, sure enough, just like Katakuri, as Big Mom became hungrier and hungrier, hallucinations appeared in his eyes in the end, and this scene made everyone's heart jump. After all, this is the rhythm of the outbreak of bulimia. Everyone looked at Big Mom in horror. This joint bone must not have such a thing happen. Their fate was already miserable enough. If Big Mom also had an outbreak of bulimia, the consequences would be more terrible. Everyone could not accept it. As the saying goes, what you worry about will come true. The next moment, Big Mom's bulimia decisively broke out. I saw that her eyes, Jiao Dahao, were red, and the whole person instantly entered the attack mode. I want to eat cake, I want to eat cake. Big Mom went crazy instantly. And stood up. The terrifying body that looked like a small mountain made everyone present feel very depressed. Charlotte Linlin was originally a 4 emperors. She was very strong, especially when her bulimia broke out. It was really not something that ordinary people could resist. Even Katakuri was not sure that he could stop Big Mom's madness. The main reason was that he would be afraid when he saw Big Mom, unlike Jinbei, who said a mere 4 emperors without blushing or beating his heart. Oh no, Shin, my mother's bulimia, broke out. Everyone looked at it in horror. Chapter 119. Whitey Bay is shocked. Chapter 119. Whitey Bay was shocked. Big Mom's bulimia broke out completely, and the whole person fell into a crazy state. He hit anyone he saw and smashed anything he saw. Get out of the way. If you don't get out of the way, you will die. For a moment, everyone was completely panicked. They hurriedly tried to find a way to get out of the way. After all, Big Mom was in a bulimia state. If they didn't get out of the way, they might be killed directly. In this way, Big Mom destroyed the island everywhere. This monster-like guy, although a human, his size and strength are basically the same as those of the giants, but his personal strength is far stronger than that of the giants. He advanced like a whirlwind. These guys couldn't stop him at all. In other words, they didn't dare to stop him at all. What if he was killed? In the end, Katakuri and Longbread took action. The two used their abilities to finally calm the storm. In the territory of the Kingdom of Basta, a group of pirates drove in on a boat. They were the pirate group that had recently become famous, the Black Flame Pirates. It was by accident that they were here. However, when they saw the wealth of the Basta Kingdom, greed flashed in everyone's eyes. Pirates are greedy. Seeing that there is profit here, they naturally have an idea. In an instant, they moved the ship over. Then they ran into Jigwo Yuani, and the two sides were on the verge of a fight. Hey, do you know who our captain is? We are the famous Black Flame Pirates. Our captain's bounty has reached 300 million Baileys. They introduced proudly. To be honest, 300 million Baileys is very powerful even in the New World. Advertisement from this point of view, the strength of these guys must be extraordinary. In fact, it is true. Many pirate groups have fallen into the hands of these guys. That's why the Black Flame Pirates are so arrogant, thinking that they are strong enough and have the confidence to be arrogant. Little do they know, what kind of existence is the person standing in front of them at this moment. Interesting, I really want to see if your strength is as strong as what Kuya said. Jigwo Yuani smiled and shook his head. His strength was much higher than these guys, so he could see the strength of these guys at a glance. Brothers, charge. Let this guy know how powerful we are. The pirate waved his hand with murderous intent in his eyes. For some reason, he felt that Jigwo Yuani looked down on him. He had never been looked down upon since he was a child, so he felt a little unhappy and wanted to teach this guy a lesson. Charge. I'll take this guy's head. Everyone rushed forward, and everyone had a fierce light in their eyes. That kind of eyes, as if Jigwo Yuani in front of them was just their prey. Soon, the leaders had rushed to Jigwo Yuani, and their speed was still very fast. Get out. Jigwo Yuani snorted coldly. A sword light swept out and directly cut a man's chest. The sword energy burst out and blasted the guy backwards, and at the same time, a scar was cut on his body in midair. One sword solved it. The remaining few people were easily solved in front of Jigwo Yuichi. The main reason was that the strength gap between the two sides was too big. They were not at the same level as Jigwo Yuichi. So strong. Everyone looked at Jigwo Yuichi in horror. At first, these guys didn't take Jigwo Yuichi seriously, and they didn't expect that this guy was so strong. The battle just now was a crushing defeat. Who is this guy? Why haven't I heard of him before? Facing this powerful enemy that is difficult to contend with, they almost didn't hesitate and turned around to run. But these guys are not Big Mom, and the gap between their strength and Jigwo Yuichi is too big. Jigwo Yuichi caught up with them in just 2 steps. Spare my life, spare my life. The man turned around and looked at Jigwo Yuichi with horror. He was really scared. Through the battle just now, I know that there is a big difference in strength between me and Jigwo Yuichi. Advertisement. I want to beg for mercy, but Jigwo Yuichi obviously does not agree to this idea. Puff. A sword light flashed by. No, the man screamed, and could only roar unwillingly. But there was no way, after all, the gap between him and Jigwo Yuichi was too big, and he could not resist. Just like that, the guy was wiped out by the sword. There was some silence around, everyone looked at this scene in horror, and was surprised at Jigwo Yuichi's strength. The man was completely killed in seconds. Let's go quickly. Knowing that they were not Jigwo Yuichi's opponents, they did not dare to delay at all, and left without saying a word, but in the end they were all caught up by Jigwo Yuichi and died miserably. After the work was finished, Jigwo Yuichi was in a crushing posture throughout the whole process. So powerful, it's worthy of being Jigwo Yuichi. The guards cheered. Not far away, the movement here has been seen by Buyubei. Whiteybay's eyes widened, obviously shocked, and she couldn't believe it was true. So strong, those guys were completely crushed. Who is this guy? She knew from clues that the Basta kingdom was strong, but she didn't expect it to be so strong. The big pirate with a bounty of 300 million berries couldn't withstand a single move in front of Sugikoku Yoshichi and was killed instantly. Even Marco couldn't do this, right? Whiteybay's surprise reached the extreme. There is no doubt that Marco is the strongest combat force of the Whitebeard pirates except Whitebeard. Facing Sugikoku Yoshichi, I'm afraid he is not his opponent. Chapter 120. Capture. A big battle is brewing. Chapter 120. Capture. A big battle is brewing. Although I don't want to admit it, Sugikoku Yoshichi is indeed strong. I must report this matter, Whiteybay muttered in her heart. Just then. Suddenly, Whiteybay sensed an unprecedented danger. As one of the elders of the Whitebeard pirates, his observation haki is very strong, and ordinary people really can't compare to it. At this moment, she noticed a surge of murderous intent locking on her. Swoosh. The blood-red sword light swept over here. Whiteybay was startled and quickly dodged to the side, but she narrowly avoided the attack. She turned her head to look at the location of the attack. Two figures appeared there at some point. They were very handsome figures, one tall and one short, and they all looked very good. In fact, Xiaoqi likes Hei Tong more. Hei Tong ate snacks while pointing in the direction of Whiteybay and said in a baby voice, Ona-chan, this guy is indeed problematic. AKA Tong did not speak. The red eyes stared at Whiteybay. Silence was the biggest statement of attitude. Whitebeard Pirate's Ice Witch, Whiteybay. Although she is an Ice Witch, she does not seem to be a Devil Fruit ability user, and only has an Icebreaker. But the Icebreaker is still very useful, and under normal circumstances, there are really few people who can stop her. I didn't expect that someone of you could find me, Whiteybay snorted coldly. Under the current situation, it is obviously impossible to continue the inspection. The Kingdom of Basta must have a reaction, and it is dangerous to stay here. So Whiteybay thought of leaving. Anyway, the information about Yuichi Sugikoku is also a great gain, which shows that the Whitebeard pirates still have to think a little bit if they want to attack the Kingdom of Basta. I won't play with you anymore. With that, Whitebeard boarded the icebreaker and planned to leave. Advertisement, Ona-chan, she's going to run away. Kuroko pointed at Whitebeard and said, it doesn't matter, she can't run away. Akame smiled and said, confident. In fact, Akame and others had noticed Whitebeard's whereabouts a long time ago, but they were just not sure. It was only today that they were completely sure that this guy was an undercover agent of the Whitebeard pirates. Sneaking into the kingdom was obviously not a good thing, so they hurried out to arrest him. Now the whole street is basically full of members of the Night Raid. The Night Raid is not just Akahime and Kurihime, there are still many powerful people. So Whitebeard can't escape at all. Buzz. A strange energy flashed, and then the entire icebreaker was suspended in the air. Superpower. A green-haired girl flew over in the air, and just stretched out a finger to capture Watabi. At this time, Watabi was completely stunned. This scene was a bit unscientific. Tornado was suspended in the air, and then she pointed at herself, and her icebreaker was already suspended. This matter was completely beyond Watabi's imagination. It didn't feel scientific at all, and it was simply unimaginable. Whitey couldn't use the icebreaker, and for a while she was in a passive position. There was no way out. Her biggest trump card was the icebreaker. It would be difficult to escape from the Basta kingdom in this situation. Go. The water sprayed out from under her feet, hockey. So that Whitey instantly escaped from the restraint of Tornado's telekinesis. The main reason was that Tornado was a little careless, and Whitey broke free from her restraint. But even so, Whitey could hardly escape the blockade of Akame, Kurome and others. Waiting for Whitey at the end was the petite Kurome, who rushed up with a sword in her hand. Whitey lost the icebreaker, but it did not mean that she had lost her fighting power. She also held a knife in her hand and went up with Kurome. The two blades touched, and sparks filled the air. Then came the touch of armament hockey. Obviously, Kurome was a little stronger in armament hockey attainments. Advertisement. ******. A shock blew Whitey away. Slammed hard on the wall behind. At this point, Whitey was already seriously injured. To be honest, her strength on the Whitebeard ship was nothing, and she relied on the icebreaker, but the icebreaker was completely defeated by Tornado, and there was no need to say more about the end. Buzz. Tornado stretched out his hand and grabbed. The wounded Whitey was lifted up by telekinesis, and his whole body was suspended in the air. There was no suspense at this point. Whitey was exhausted and had lost the strength to resist. In the end, Whitey was imprisoned and sea-stone handcuffs were wrapped around his hands. Sea stone can not only suppress people with special abilities, but also hockey, so it is very useful for imprisoning prisoners. So many monsters. What happened to this country? Whitey was shocked. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she would never have thought that the history of this country was so exaggerated. It was just a joke. At the same time, Whitey also saw a familiar face inside. 4 emperors. Kaido. One day, I was able to be imprisoned with Kaido of the Beasts at the same time. I have to say that this is quite wonderful. Wait, Kaido of the Beasts. I didn't expect that Kaido of the Beasts was also imprisoned. Whitey knew Kaido's strength very well. To be as famous as Whitebeard, his strength must be very exaggerated. But such a strong man was imprisoned in this place, which shows the history of this kingdom. You are from the Whitebeard pirates. Kaido also noticed Whitey and spoke. At this time, Kaido was tied up tightly by sea stone and couldn't even move. If it were ordinary sea stone handcuffs, Kaido would be able to break free easily with his strength. Only with this number of sea stone handcuffs could he be restrained for a while. Chapter 121. Whitebeard's army is approaching, and a decisive battle will be fought against the Basta kingdom. Chapter 121. Whitebeard's army is approaching, and the battle is about to begin in the Kingdom of Basta. This incident is just a small episode. The news of the arrest of Whitebeard continued to spread, and was eventually known by the Whitebeard pirates. Whitebeard sent people to negotiate, but the negotiations broke down, and most importantly, all the people were killed. When the news came out, Whitebeard was completely furious. Dad, their current strength is still unknown, and Whitebeard was defeated, so the opponent must be very strong. Marco reminded. Although Whitebeard is nothing in the Whitebeard pirates. But since Whitebeard was caught silently, it is conceivable that there are still strong people in the Kingdom of Basta. At least Marco felt that he might not be able to keep Whitebeard. 500. Whitebeard drank the wine in his hand. Gulala, I am Whitebeard. After saying this, Whitebeard exuded a terrifying murderous aura. Whitebeard, the strongest man in the world, is also a legendary pirate. He has his own pride. Gulala, it seems that I have to go this time. Whitebeard pulled hard and tore all the IV bottles on his body into pieces. At the same time, an unprecedented momentum burst out from Whitebeard. The momentum was pervasive, and everyone in the Whitebeard pirates could feel it. For a moment, their hearts were shaken. Dad. Everyone couldn't help but look in the direction of Whitebeard. Whitebeard's character has always been one who means what he says. Since he said this, it is obvious that Whitebeard has made up his mind. A big war is inevitable, and not long after Whitebeard made his decision, the pirate groups affiliated with the Whitebeard pirates all gathered in the Whitebeard territory at this moment. There are many familiar faces among them. The Little Pirates, Little Oz. These guys, in the Summit War in the original book, all burst out with super combat power. Oz, why are you here? Advertisement Ace turned into a ball of fire and flew to Little Oz, asking in surprise. Oz was still wearing the straw hat given by Ace. Little Oz smiled innocently. I'm here to save Whitebeard. Not only Little Oz, but basically all the pirates belonging to the Whitebeard pirates nearby, all set out at this moment and gathered in the Whitebeard territory. The scale was magnificent. At this moment, several marine patrol ships stationed near the Whitebeard pirates were all sunk. They were affected by the anger. They were originally enemies with the Marines, and now they were so angry that they sank the warships directly. This made Sengoku very anxious. What's going on? Why were all the patrol ships stationed in the Whitebeard territory sunk? Sengoku frowned slightly. Not only was Sengoku busy, Akainu was also busy at this time. All the Marines under his command had been sunk by the furious Whitebeard pirates, so Kaitien's face was slightly gloomy. All the warships were sunk. Major Carl came into contact with the Demon Oz and was killed instantly. This movement completely turned the entire Whitebeard pirates into a mess. Even Kizaru stopped trimming his fingernails and looked at the scene in surprise. There must be something big going on with the Whitebeard pirates. Anyway, Marine was so overwhelmed by this matter that he couldn't figure it out at all. In fact, the entire new world is now in chaos because of the Basta kingdom. 2 of the 4 emperors' territories have collapsed. Kaido's Wano-kuni and Big Mam's Wano-kuni are now empty. And now the Whitebeard pirates' territory is also in chaos. Some people can't help but wonder if it is related to the Basta kingdom? The crazy mobilization of the Whitebeard pirates also caused a reaction from the Basta kingdom. It's mainly because they came here with such a big fanfare. The Basta kingdom had already known about the report of the battle in advance, and they also responded. Facing the Whitebeard pirates who were about to come, they gathered unimaginable strength. In this battle, nearly half of the cadres have participated. Advertisement, it's the first time I've seen so many cadres participate in the battle. Sukuni Yorichi, Akame, Kurome, Leone, and Lord Uchiha Madara, and Lord Senju Hashirama. With such a lineup, we can't fail. Okay. The port of the Kingdom of Basta is now heavily guarded, with countless artillery batteries erected and dozens of dedicated warships of the Kingdom of Basta surrounding it. From far to near, those who are fighting at the front of the team are Sukuni Yorichi, Senju Hashirama, Akame, Kurome, Leone. Uchiha Madara and Najashitan are standing in command positions. Especially Najashitan, she is the commander-in-chief of this battle. With such a strong lineup, I'm afraid that no enemy can win even if they come. But, this person is Whitebeard, Edward Newgate. He is known as the strongest man in the world, and is the only living legend now. Facing such a strong enemy, everyone is unsure. At the port, there are guards constantly checking the situation on the sea. Originally, the sea was calm, but because it is a critical period now, there are basically no merchant ships coming and going. They know that Whitebeard is going to fight with the Kingdom of Basta. How dare they stay here for longer? Will Whitebeard really come? Yes, he will. After all, that guy is Whitebeard. In terms of pride, it is estimated that no one in One Piece can compare to Whitebeard. Then they found the figure of a pirate ship on the sea. At first, there was only one ship, followed by 2, 3, and finally the entire fleet of the Whitebeard pirates came surging. Instantly, the atmosphere seemed to freeze. The Whitebeard pirates are coming. Chapter 122 Whitebeard vs Senju Hashirama. Chapter 122 Whitebeard vs Senju Hashirama. The Whitebeard pirates finally came. On the ship, Whitebeard was communicating with everyone. The main purpose this time is to rescue Whitebeard. I know. However, now is different from the Summit War. They don't know where Whitebeard is at all. So there is only one way, that is to defeat all these guys. At this time, the Whitebeard pirates are advancing like a wave. The Whitebeard pirates are coming. Everyone looked at them in surprise. Whoosh! The huge battleship rushed over like a wave. At the same time, everyone here also went up to meet it, and the two sides engaged in a melee. Everyone in this sea knows the fate of offending our Whitebeard pirates. Marco said with a smile. Next to him stood a group of squad leaders. The squad leaders of the Whitebeard pirates are generally very strong. In terms of fame, they are all famous pirates in 24 New World. Even for Ace the Fire Fist, his personal bounty has reached over 400 million berries, which is considered very scary in the New World. Ace is considered the leader among the supernovas of this year. He was originally qualified to become the Pirate King, but he met Whitebeard. In fact, it was Whitebeard who protected Ace, in midair. Sugokuni Yorichi and Marco's attacks collided, breathing of the sun. At the beginning, Sugokuni used the breathing of the sun directly. A terrifying slash tore through the void and attacked Marco directly. The void was shattered by this slash. Advertisement. Then the huge slash fell on Marco. What a terrifying sword energy. Marco just took a look and was a little shocked. From this slash, he could feel an unprecedented pressure. It can be imagined that Sugokuni Yorichi is very strong. Then, Marco forced himself to be energetic and collided with Sugokuni Yorichi's slash. Because he has the fruit of the mythical beast, his defense is strong, so he can block the slash of the breath of the sun. The slash of the breath of the sun touches the power of the Marco fruit. Both have power spreading to the surrounding air. Sukuni Yoshichi widened his eyes, a little surprised. So strong, my attack was blocked. He couldn't believe that this scene was real. He knew the power of his own slash very well. As a result, this Marco was able to block it. So much loss at once? Marco was also a little surprised. The use of his fruit ability requires physical strength. As a result, this just one touch consumed a lot of Marco's physical strength. Sukuni Yoshichi's slash is definitely one of the most exaggerated people Marco has ever seen, and he can even compete with Whitebeard. Maybe he is as strong as my father, but soon, this idea was rejected by him. In his mind, Whitebeard is invincible and very powerful. Even if Sukuni Yoshichi is very strong, it is basically impossible for him to fight Whitebeard. In midair, the two sides continued to fight. In a short period of time, there was no winner. Marco was very strong and could deal with Admiral. Although he could not beat Admiral, it was not easy for Admiral to defeat Marco in a short time. From this incident, we can see Marco's strength. What about this trick? Ji Guoyuan smiled. Then, his whole body entered the state of the transparent world. Once entering the transparent world, all-round perception and body movements reached a very amazing level. Whoosh! Appeared in front of Marco like lightning, very fast. Advertisement, wow. Then Ji Guoyuan swung his sword and chopped, and the sunwheel sword in his hand dragged the sunlight like light and attacked Marco. The golden light was too dazzling and chopped hard on Marco. Although Marco used the fruit ability to fight back, he was still blown away. At this moment, Marco's face turned pale. The movements suddenly became so fast. And the power has become stronger. Then Marco's battle seemed a bit strenuous. At this time, the camera turned. The man standing in front of Whitebeard was wearing Sengoku clothing and a Konoha Shinobi forehead protector. Senju Hashirama. Are you going to stop me? Whitebeard grinned, and a terrifying aura burst out of his body. He is the strongest man in the world. How terrifying is his power? Although he is now in his twilight years, he is not comparable to ordinary people. If an ordinary person just saw Whitebeard's figure, he would be scared and at a loss. It was fortunate that the person standing in front of him was Senju Hashirama. Sorry, I can't let you pass here. Senju Hashirama grinned, not being taken by the breath of Whitebeard. Time seemed to freeze at this moment. Whitebeard and Senju Hashirama looked at each other, and then their auras began to touch each other. Interesting kid, do you think you can stop me? Whitebeard held the sword tightly in his hand, and then a dark armament haki quickly wrapped around the Yunkuri in his hand. At this moment, the strongest man in the world is angry. Huh. Yunkuri in his hand is covered with armament haki. Not only that, it is even covered with Conqueror's wrapping. This is a war. Whitebeard is not going to let it go here. Bang. Senju Hashirama blocked it with his fist. The Conqueror's haki wrapped around it has already touched Whitebeard's Conqueror's. Conqueror's collision. The terrifying wave spread in all directions, like a hurricane passing through. The movement is very exaggerated. Chapter 123 The Second System Upgrade Chapter 123 System Upgrade for the second time. Boom. Whitebeard's Yunki has been chopped out. There is still a milky white light in front of Yunki, which is the ability of Whitebeard's fruit. Wooden Golem Jutsu. Senju Hashirama directly used Wooden Golem Jutsu. As Wooden Golem Jutsu was used, Senju Hashirama stood on the Wooden Golem, and the Wooden Golem raised its arm and touched Whitebeard's attack. The huge movement spread in all directions. The surrounding space seemed unable to bear it. Under the attack of the two people, everyone looked at this scene in horror. Are you kidding? Everyone was completely dumbfounded. They simply couldn't believe this scene, it was too terrible. Even the space couldn't bear it and collapsed directly, making people subconsciously dare not believe it. Is this really something that humans can do? It feels a bit unreal. The surrounding sea rolled and set off huge waves. In this collision, it is obvious that Whitebeard is at a disadvantage and Senju Hashirama is stronger. No way, Dad is at a disadvantage, how is this possible? The pirates of the Whitebeard pirates all widened their eyes at this moment. That's Whitebeard. They all know how powerful Whitebeard is. At this moment, he was suppressed by Senju Hashirama for a short time, and they couldn't help but admire Senju Hashirama's strength. So strong, Dad. Ace widened his eyes in surprise. He knew the most about the horror of Whitebeard, after all, he had always wanted to assassinate Whitebeard before. But all were easily repelled by Whitebeard. As a result, such a powerful Whitebeard was suppressed by Senju Hashirama, which was really terrifying. In the field, the fierce battle continued. Advertisement. The fierce duel between Whitebeard and Senju Hashirama. Shock fruit versus wood style. The horrible movement was very shocking. In the end, Senju Hashirama became more and more excited. After all, Whitebeard was very strong, which made him feel the long-lost feeling. A set of wooden golem combo skills directly defeated Whitebeard. Not only Whitebeard. At this moment, the entire Whitebeard pirates were defeated. Go quickly. Whitebeard hurriedly asked everyone to retreat. He could already feel the experience of the Whitebeard pirates in the Basta kingdom. The gap was too big and could not be made up. In the end, after a fierce chase, although the Whitebeard pirates evacuated the Basta kingdom, they also suffered unprecedented damage. In this battle, the Whitebeard pirates were defeated. The news also spread all over the world, and everyone knew that the famous pirate group was defeated. Naval headquarters. No way? That's Whitebeard? Sengoku widened his eyes, and the shock in his heart reached the extreme. Even the world government cannot ignore the Whitebeard pirates. But such a force was easily defeated by the Kingdom of Basta, so how strong is the Kingdom of Basta? For a moment, the entire Admiral office fell into silence. The Kingdom of Basta is so scary, Kizaru couldn't help but mutter. Even Kizaru, who was so wretched, couldn't help but show a hint of surprise at this moment. Sakazuki couldn't help but take a puff of cigarette and the whole person fell into silence. At this moment, I don't know what to say. Anyway, the entire Admiral office suddenly became very quiet. Not only Sengoku, but also the meeting room of the five elders was a little silent at this time. After all, that was not an ordinary person, but the strongest man in the world, Edward Newgate. As a result, such a powerful person was defeated, which was hard to accept for a while. It was really too scary, the territory of red-haired Shanks. Advertisement. The red-haired man looked at the newspaper that suddenly appeared, and the whole person was stunned and speechless. That Whitebeard actually. Unbelievable. As a person who has followed Roger since childhood, Shanks knows Whitebeard's strength very well. After all, he is a strong man who can compete with Roger, but now, this guy has been defeated. Sure enough, that kingdom is very dangerous. Beside him, Ben Beckman couldn't help but say. But apart from these two people, most of the red hair pirates don't care. They are eating barbecue happily. As for Hawkeye. Hawkeye has now returned to his residence, the slightly dark castle. Mahawk silently opened the newspaper, with a flash of surprise in his eyes. Whitebeard was defeated. It is reasonable, but also unexpected. After all, he is the strongest man in the world. I really look forward to the opportunity to fight with Tsugumi Yoshichi again. At the same time, Roy from New World Wanokuni also saw this message. What's going on? At this moment, he was a little confused. He was not there, but somehow defeated Whitebeard. In fact, he still had a good impression of Whitebeard. After all, he was very loyal. About 3 days after this incident, Roy returned to the Kingdom of Basta. To be honest, Whitebeard's crime was not punishable by death. But after all, something like that happened just now, so Roy planned to keep this guy in prison for a while. We'll talk about it later. The system is about to be updated, and then the students will not be able to use the system within a month. A metallic prompt sound of the system came from my ear. This is the second update of the system. The first update can be linked with the summoned character. I don't know what good things I can get from the second update. Roy is looking forward to it. Chapter 124. Large-scale application of artificial devil fruit. Chapter 124. Large-scale application of artificial devil fruit. It takes about 30 days to upgrade the system. During this period of time, I waited silently and did not encounter any special situations. In the blink of an eye, the 30-day period has arrived. The system has been successfully upgraded. Roy was a little curious and didn't know what good things he could get this time. He quickly opened the system and started to check. The next thing was to update the content one by one. The most eye-catching one was naturally to repair the side effects of devil fruit. This naturally included artificial devil fruit. Can artificial devil fruit also be repaired? Roy was looking forward to it. Take all the artificial devil fruits obtained from Wano-kuni. The number is still quite large. In order to conquer the world, Kaido created a lot of artificial devil fruits, but this wish was completely ended by Roy before it even started. Now all the artificial devil fruits are in Roy's hands. 967. What does Roy do with so many artificial devil fruits? Ace looked at Roy and was a little confused. Before coming, she had already known about the harm of these artificial devil fruits. In fact, she hated this thing very much. Of course it has a special use. Roy smiled. After dispelling Acedes, Roy began to operate. After a while, the side effects of the artificial devil fruit in front of him disappeared. The next step is to give this thing to everyone. In this way, it can also improve the defense force of the Basta Kingdom. Doesn't this thing have side effects? Acedes looked at Roy in surprise. She thought Roy would never do such a thing. After all, they were together day and night, and she knew Roy's character. But Roy still did it. Don't worry, the side effects have all been solved. Roy smiled. Advertisement. To be honest, Acedes was still skeptical, but after all, it was Roy's order, so she did it. It's not to force everyone to take it, it's to give everyone the opportunity to choose. I'll do it too. There were many people who wanted to become strong in the crowd, and they all came forward to try it. Okay. Acedes nodded slightly. Then these people took the lead in trying. They came to Acedes with some trepidation, and then took the devil fruit in their hands. I don't know what the situation is, I'm so nervous. But Roy's prestige in the Basta Kingdom is still very high. The crowd did not hesitate for too long, but chose to eat the devil fruit one after another. The taste was just like the ordinary devil fruit, which tasted like shit. It's too bad, this thing is really unbearable. It took a lot of effort to swallow all the fruits into the stomach. Then those reactions started. Some people did not awaken the devil fruit ability, and some people awakened the fruit ability, but most of them were related to animals. However, those who did not awaken the ability would not end up like in the original book. Strange, why didn't I react? Me neither, is this useless? Siege. Me too. The people who can awaken the devil fruit ability, song occupies a small part. The vast majority of people cannot get the blessing of the devil fruit ability through this method. Of course, some people in the crowd succeeded. I awakened the ability. This is the real devil fruit. Everyone looked around and saw a lion sitting on his chest. A terrifying aura erupted from that person. If it was the original man-made devil fruit, the lion would have autonomous consciousness and would accompany the user. Advertisement. But now it's different. The user can cancel the ability at any time. The lion will only appear when the ability is used. I didn't expect it. This is really the ability of the devil fruit. So powerful. It feels different after awakening the devil fruit ability. This guy was just ordinary before, but now he suddenly became so strong. I can feel the momentum on him, it's completely different. Becoming a power user is a matter of great success for everyone, and he instantly became the most handsome guy in the crowd. Damn it, why can't I awaken and become a power user? Someone sighed. His previous strength was much stronger than that awakened person. But now he hasn't awakened, but that guy has awakened, and his strength may exceed his. He was a little bit unconvinced, and had to find someone to try. Do you want to have a fight? In a blink of an eye, he was in front of the power user, and a fighting spirit burst out of him. Come on, who's afraid of who? He saw that the power user was not afraid at all. He had never been a match for this guy before, and now he must take this opportunity to avenge his previous shame. Then, the two sides found a place to fight. After becoming a power user, his strength in all aspects was strengthened, so he actually suppressed him for a while. In the end, he even punched the man away. I lost? He widened his eyes, a little surprised. Before this, he had always been able to kill the guy in front of him in seconds. But after taking the devil fruit, he was instantly suppressed, and a feeling of unwillingness suddenly surged in his heart. I must become stronger. Since there is no way to get the devil fruit, he can only work hard to improve his skills. This way, he will be able to overtake one day. Chapter 125. 1 year. Chapter 125. 1 year. Once the power of devil fruit is activated, their status in the entire Basta Kingdom will be different. In the final analysis, the strong still rule the world. Although they are all subordinates of Roy, there are also things like class between them. With the improvement of strength, it will naturally be different. Everyone is looking forward to watching those who have awakened their abilities, and the envy in their eyes is uncontrollable. How great would it be if I could awaken my abilities? They longed to be able to awaken the power of devil fruit, but this was obviously difficult. Next to them, Acedes had been watching this scene. It's true. They actually awakened their abilities, and those side effects did not appear. Acedes' eyes widened, and her surprise reached the extreme. She knew the harm of artificial devil fruit very well. At this pace, it was obvious that the harm of artificial fruit had been eliminated. Roy was not just talking. as expected of Lord Roy. Such an incredible thing can be done. Acedes was surprised. At the same time, under the urging of Acedes, the guards in the field have already used artificial fruits. There is about a 10% probability of awakening the power of devil fruit. With so many people with special abilities, the strength of the Basta kingdom has also soared instantly. It was already invincible, and now it has reached a new level. Marshal Sengoku. There was also a marine who discovered the situation here and passed the news to Sengoku as soon as possible. There are still marine spies hidden in the Basta kingdom. What? They suddenly appeared so many devil fruit. Advertisement Sengoku was so surprised that he couldn't speak. But listening to the description of his subordinates, he felt that something was wrong. After all, there is a difference between devil fruit and artificial devil fruit. Hearing you say that, why does it feel like an artificial devil fruit? No, the side effects of artificial devil fruit are obvious. Sengoku couldn't help but say. Of course they knew about the artificial devil fruit. After all, Marine is not blind. So because of this matter, Sengoku had to discuss what to do. The Basta kingdom's strength has increased. Judging from the situation, they are also good at developing artificial devil fruit. If this technology can be applied to Marine's strength may also increase. But the question is, can Roy easily hand over this technology? Sengoku is thinking of a way. How can we get the devil fruit without destroying the relationship between the two parties? In other words, it means that the transaction can be successful. Roy refused this matter. After all, he might be in a hostile relationship with the world government in the future. It will not increase the strength of the world government. Soon, Sengoku's envoys also came, hoping to win Roy's consent to do business with artificial devil fruit. I don't have this technology, you are wrong, Roy shook his head. Only a fool would admit that he has such a technology. As for why the devil fruit has changed so much, Roy's explanation is also very reasonable. Maybe it's because I'm lucky, everyone. Better luck? Are you sure you did that because of luck? To be honest, what Roy did had nothing to do with luck. They wanted to refute it, but they couldn't. After all, they couldn't find any evidence. In the end, they had no choice but to buy a bunch of junk. Because Roy refused to admit it, they wanted to try and get artificial devil fruit from Roy. Maybe a miracle would happen. Advertisement faced with this idea, Roy resisted the urge to laugh. After all, only his system can do this. Please give me flowers oh. I'm not sure, but since you want it, I'll give it to you at a lower price. How about a 40% discount on the market? Okay. They agreed. Little did they know that what they got was just artificial fruit that the system judged as inferior. The success rate is low and the harm is great. Originally, Roy wanted to throw them away. But Marine wanted it so sincerely, so he gave it to them. Although Marine did not apply this batch of artificial fruits, they also suffered a little bleeding because of this. This incident was just a small episode. Time passed, and a year had passed in a blink of an eye. During this period of time, there was no turmoil in the entire pirate world. Only the 3 emperors were left of the 4 emperors, but they were still the overlords of this grand line. Of course, some people compared Roy to the 4th emperors. But in fact, this is inaccurate. Roy was not sad about this kind of thing. He just wanted to live a leisurely life in the pirate world and develop his own power. By the way, he did not have much ambition. Kaido has been locked up in a cage for the past year. Because of Yamato, Roy did not kill Kaido, but his end was even more tragic. Kaido endured all kinds of torture in prison every day, which was unbearable to look at. During this period, he broke free many times, but all of them were suppressed by Gojo Satoru. Unfortunately, Gojo Satoru was arranged by Roy to guard the prison. So if Gojo Satoru was there, even if Kaido tried his best, he would not be able to escape from the prison. In the room, Lord Roy, another supernova has entered the new world. Acedes came over with a bounty order from Marine. Roy was curious. Who was the supernova after Ace? His curiosity grew stronger and stronger. Lord Roy, look. Then, Acedes opened the bounty order. 4SK Chapter 126. Roy is more handsome than Cavendish? Chapter 126 Roy is more handsome than Cavendish. Roy was a little curious and didn't know where this guy came from. He took a look. I really knew him, it was Cavendish. One of Luffy's little fans in the original book. He regarded Luffy as an enemy at first. After all, Luffy suppressed Cavendish's fame, which made him very unhappy. But not long after, Cavendish was influenced by Luffy's personality charm and became a little fan of Luffy from then on. So it's him. Roy smiled. Cavendish has just arrived in New World, and he is the most popular for a while. The main reason is that Cavendish is a little handsome, and he is also the strongest among the supernovas of this year. This supernova is a little weak, 6, 2, 3. Cavendish is the one with the highest bounty. This incident is just a small episode. Roy frowned slightly. In this year, everything was in order, and Roy became a little free again. Being a king, sometimes you are very busy, and sometimes you are very idle, which is also very helpless. So now I have some thoughts. Acedes, are you busy? Roy asked. When Roy asked this, Acedes was stunned and didn't know how to answer. She looked suspicious. What's wrong with Lord Roy? It's been boring these days, let's go out and play together. Travel, this is the life I yearn for. Who wants to sit there all day long like working, and then deal with documents, and the key is that there is no Sunday. Although I have been relatively free during this period. With Najashitan here, it is much more convenient. From this point of view, Najashitan plays a big role. Just push everything to Najashitan, and we will go out and play. Roy thought to himself. I have to be a little more tactful when I say it, but that's what I mean, okay. Acedes nodded. To be honest, he was still very excited to be with Lord Roy. Do it as soon as you say it. Since he had this idea, Roy quickly put it into action. As for the people traveling, Roy planned to take only Acedes. After all, it would not be good if there were too many people. This time it was just a simple outfit, a secret visit, and of course, there was the boatman, the light bulb. The Kingdom of Basta is handed over to you, Najashitan. Roy glanced at Najashitan. Lord Roy, please go quickly. No problem. After saying hello to Najashitan, Roy planned to leave quietly with Acedes. There was no need to let more people know about it. Otherwise, it would be bad if there was too much noise. At about 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the two of them boarded the boat together. Lord Roy, please go slowly. Acedes' voice was super gentle. Yeah. Roy nodded. Then the two held hands, Roy holding Acedes' hand. Acedes was a little shy when Roy held his hand like this and gently turned his face away. Blushing cheeks and military cap, very touching. Watching the two kissing each other, the boatman next to him couldn't sit still and couldn't help turning his head away. Although he didn't say anything on the surface, but he must have collapsed in his heart. Advertisement, show your affection, die quickly. But Roy and Acedes obviously didn't intend to stop there and continued to show their affection in front of him. Touch Acedes' fair little face, touch her hair. Although she is the queen of does, her face is also very soft. This directly made the boatman unable to do anything. Just showing affection took a long time, and the key boatman didn't dare to say anything, because Roy was his immediate superior? Should I go directly to Roy and say, you too, stop showing affection? Even if he was given 10 times the courage, he couldn't do such a thing. Let's go. After a while, Roy ordered the boatman to start. So their journey officially began. On the Sea of New World, the waves were rough and the weather was very bad. Their boat was bumpy all the way and moved forward at a snail's pace. Fortunately, Roy and Acedes were there to ensure the safety of the boat. Not far away, a pirate ship was bumping on the sea. There was a familiar face on it, dressed like a prince, gorgeous and elegant. It was Cavendish. Cavendish is considered the supernova boss of this year. An absolute hot topic. The handsome captain of the pirate group is quite capable and has just arrived at the New World. Have you gotten rid of the Marines? Yes, great. Advertisement. The corners of Cavendish's mouth curled up slightly. They were being chased by a group of Marines, but it seems that they have successfully gotten rid of them. After all, he is our captain. Everyone flattered him decisively. Cavendish has a very strong self-esteem and is very vain. If you want him to have a good impression, just praise him crazily. You can praise him as much as you want, praise him to death. These guys are obviously familiar with the road, and then they see a ship in the sea ahead. Is that a pirate ship? It's so small. Then, 1.1 when they saw Roy's face, they were all stunned. It was not because they were shocked by Roy's domineering aura, but because of Roy's handsome and delicate appearance. So handsome. I feel better than the captain. However, he quickly shut his mouth before he finished speaking. He obviously realized that he had said the wrong thing. His appearance has always been something that Cavendish talked about with relish. His handsomeness shocked the entire pirate world. I don't know how many women's Prince Charming he is. At this moment, they actually said that Roy's appearance was better than Cavendish's? This was obviously a taboo. Although the voice was small, Cavendish heard it. What did you say? Chapter 127 Cavendish is shocked. Chapter 127. Cavendish is shocked. What did you say? Cavendish looked at the man in front of him and was a little angry. He was upset because he lost to Luffy in fame, and now he heard someone say that he also lost in appearance? This is totally unbearable. Bang! He punched the subordinate directly into the water. Boss, spare my life. In the water, the pirate struggled to stick his head out and kept begging for mercy. If he could, he still didn't want to die. Humph. Cavendish snorted. He is not the second personality now, so the murderous nature has not been released. If the murderous nature is released, this guy can be said to be dead. Because of this, Cavendish's attention is also on Roy. I don't know what Roy looks like. When he saw it, he was stunned for a moment. Sure enough, he is so handsome. After a while, Cavendish's handsome pirate group came to Roy. The charming Cavendish, dressed in a prince's outfit, completely ignored the beautiful Acedes next to him and looked at Roy. What's your name, Roy? Roy did not hide it. Cavendish smiled and said the purpose of his visit without beating around the bush. You make me feel very uncomfortable, so let's duel. As he said that, Cavendish had already drawn out the saber from his waist. The blade shone with metallic luster. This is Cavendish's character. After all, he once wanted to kill Luffy directly because of something boring. Of course, it didn't work. Acedes looked at Roy with some doubts in his eyes. Seeing Cavendish draw his sword, Acedes' eyes flashed with murderous intent, and he also drew out the saber from his waist. In any case, insulting Roy is a capital crime. Roy patted Acedes on the shoulder. Don't worry, leave it to me. He still didn't want to see blood, and generally wouldn't do it if it wasn't necessary. Sorry, I'm definitely not interested. Advertisement. Waving his hand, he wanted to reject Cavendish's request. But Cavendish obviously didn't agree. This guy was a stubborn guy. Stop talking nonsense, take it. Swoosh. The next moment, he had already drawn his sword and chopped it over, very quickly. The air was chopped and made a sharp whirring sound, and the attack soon reached Roy. It has to be said that Cavendish is impatient. Alas, it seems that I have to do it. As he said, Roy pointed at Cavendish. At the same time, Cavendish's sword light had swept in front of Roy. The distance between the two sides was very close, only a short 1 or 2 inches. Roy slapped hard. A huge force appeared and then directly blasted Cavendish away. He was like a cannonball, smashing out more than 20 meters and fell into the water with a splash, splashing water. There is no doubt, this is a kill in seconds. Are you kidding? The boss was killed instantly? They knew Cavendish's strength very well. Even if they all attacked together, it would be difficult for them to be his opponent. The result? He was easily killed by Roy in one move. Too strong. Who is this guy? Cold sweat broke out on everyone's forehead. At this moment, they didn't know what to do. What should we do? Even Cavendish was not Roy's opponent, let alone them. So they all lost the power to resist. Lord Roy, I will deal with them? Acedes looked at Roy and said, yeah. Roy nodded and hummed. I saw Acedes took a step forward and had already grasped the saber at his waist. At this moment, she released a terrifying momentum. Aram and Haki couldn't help but gather, and then slashed with a knife. A terrifying slash split the sea in half and also slashed on Cavendish's pirate ship. Advertisement, too. Everyone watched in horror. The next second, the entire ship was pierced, and all of them fell into the water. After doing all this, Acedes stopped. It was just a punishment for this guy, there was no need to really kill them. The ship was broken into pieces, and they floundered in the sea, and it took a lot of effort to grab the pieces and float up. It was considered that they barely saved their lives. At this time, Roy and others had gone far away. They looked at the figures of Roy and others going away, and their hearts were shocked to the ultimate. Who are these guys? There is no doubt that the strength of Roy and others has formed a shadow in their hearts. Even Cavendish is now confused. He is a supernova of this year, with terrifying strength. He has met many marines and pirates along the way, but he has never seen Roy as strong as him. From Roy, you can feel an amazing pressure, 950, damn it. Cavendish was a little annoyed. It's so unfair. This guy is not only handsome, but also stronger than me. On the boat. Acedes looked at Roy and subconsciously asked, Lord Roy, where are we going next? In fact, Roy didn't know. He took out the map and looked at it. It seemed that Dressrosa was the closest to him. Let's go to Dressrosa and see if there is anything fun. Roy was looking forward to it. Dressrosa was the area ruled by Doflamingo in the original book, but it is different now. Doflamingo has been eradicated, and no one knows what Dressrosa has become now. Let's go, Dressrosa. However, halfway, Roy was stopped by a group of pirates. They looked fierce, stared at Roy and said, boy, if you know what's good for you, take out all the money on you. Looking at the sweet-looking Acedes next to them, they also flashed a greed in their eyes. Men, that's just a little fun. It's normal to be unable to walk when seeing a beautiful woman. She's so beautiful, she's as beautiful as the Pirate Empress. Chapter 128. Violet's Appearance. Chapter 128. Violet's Appearance. Swish. Acedes pulled out the knife from his waist. This girl has a temper. I like this personality. They were even more excited. Women are usually rookies. How many of them are strong? After all, there are only a few people like Hancock, the Pirate Queen. They didn't think Acedes was that strong. Do you want me to teach you how to use a knife? Unknown currency, unknown currency, unknown currency, eh? Everyone laughed crazily. These words showed that Acedes was not taken seriously at all. She's just a woman, how strong can she be? Humph. Acedes snorted when he saw this. The knife in his hand flew out, and chopped the man who laughed the most wildly on the chest. Puff. The knife light directly cut a bloodline on his chest. The huge force hit the guy, and he flew backwards uncontrollably. Instant kill. This? Are you kidding me? Everyone stared with wide eyes. At first, they thought Acedes was weak and could not threaten them. Now it seems that he is still far from it. One knife killed him instantly? How is it possible? The guy who was chopped away was still very strong, but he was killed instantly. For a moment, everyone was so shocked that they couldn't speak. Eyes widened. Who is this guy? Get rid of them all, Roy said. His voice was very cold, and he didn't like these guys at all, so he directly ordered to kill them. Well. Acedes nodded. Then he flew towards the guys, and the knife in his hand also slashed out. Advertisement. He killed nearly half of them in one blow. It's over, run, everyone reacted now. Acedes was too strong, and they couldn't stop him at all. There was only one way now, that was to run away quickly, otherwise they would die without knowing how. They ran without hesitation, but then, they were shocked to find that the water surface was frozen. What's going on? The water surface was frozen, how is it possible? This scene was too weird, and he had never encountered it before. Looking back, he found that it was Acedes' masterpiece, and this action was clearly done by Acedes. It's over. This time it's dead. The gap between their strength and Acedes was too big, and the next one was completely one-sided. Not long after, no one in front of him could stand. Why did these guys appear here? Roy frowned slightly. I feel that the clothes of these people look familiar, and they are somewhat similar to Fotesford. In fact, these people are Fotesford's men. After the destruction of the Beast Group, Fotesford and his men ran here, originally planning to steal Dressrosa after a while. Lord Roy, let's go over there. Acedes looked at Roy. Okay. Then, the two went to Dressrosa. It must be said that Dressrosa is still very prosperous. There are all kinds of vendors, there are food and entertainment. After turning around, he already had several skewers in his hand, and Roy ate them with relish. Lord Roy, is it delicious? Would you like a bite? Yeah. Acedes' face was a little red. Then Roy brought the skewers to Acedes and fed them to Acedes. Advertisement, try it. Tempting aroma. Acedes opened his mouth and took a bite. It tastes great, soft and delicious, and the taste hits the taste buds and almost makes Acedes' clothes burst with excitement. There is a bit of exaggeration in the anime world, and that kind of excitement bursting clothes is just the basic operation of food animation. How is it? Roy whispered softly. It's delicious. Acedes said. Maybe it's because the taste is too good, she actually wants more. It seems that one can't satisfy her, only two can do. In the evening, in front of a tavern. What do you want to order? The boss stood in front of Roy and Acedes and asked in confusion. Just order anything. Understood. After saying that, the boss got up and left. Acedes and Roy sat face to face, waiting for the food to be served. Speaking of which, the food in the pirate world has not been tasted properly, and now I can finally try it. Lord Roy looked so excited. Acedes propped his chin with one hand, his sky blue eyes that looked like emeralds were staring at Roy without blinking. It's fine. Roy replied. Time passed by little, and the dishes were served soon. However, unlike the protagonists in the daily animations of the previous life, he did not shout before the meal. I'm going to eat. Although the taste was good, it was obviously a bit spicy. Hoo-hoo. Both of them couldn't help but blow, then looked at each other and laughed again. This scene is quite funny. Zhao's Zhao. At this moment, an acquaintance came in. Obviously in disguise, she handed a string of money to the boss and said, give me one portion. Roy recognized the person who came. After all, he had watched One Piece in his previous life. Violet. In the original work, she seemed to be the princess of Dressrosa and later followed Doflamingo. The kind who endures humiliation and bears heavy burdens. I didn't expect to be so lucky and actually have a little here. Violet's skin is a little dark, full of wildness, and her seductive lips are bright red. Although she is now dressed as an ordinary person, her temperament cannot be ignored. After all, aristocratic temperament is not something that can be changed in a short time. Roy subconsciously looked at her more. Then, Violet also looked at Roy, and the two looked at each other. Just because I looked at you more in the crowd? Chapter 129. Fotesford's Plan. Chapter 129. Fotesford's Plan. Violet is her alias. In fact, Violet's real name is Violet. She is the second princess of Dressrosa. The reason why she joined Doflamingo's group in the original book was simply to protect her father. She once made an agreement with Doflamingo. As long as she is willing to be used by Ming, she can guarantee the safety of King Riku's life. For this reason, she committed herself to Doflamingo's men. Feeling the gaze behind her, she couldn't help but look back. Who are you? It was Roy who was not far away. Roy didn't mean to hide his tracks, so Violet noticed it. I'm Roy. Roy said with a smile. He has a more easygoing personality and doesn't like to be held and pinched casually. In fact, he still wants to be friends with Violet. To be honest, I used to like Violet. Roy smiled. Roy, my name is Violet. Violet introduced herself to Roy. Based on her first instinct, she felt that Roy was not such a hateful person, and coupled with Roy's perfect appearance, 713 Violet instantly developed a favorable impression in her heart. Sometimes handsome guys have such a use. Advertisement. People will smile and wave their hands, saying that they are not visual animals. But they always subconsciously treat others visually, just like in the workplace. Handsome guys always get more opportunities than ugly guys, just like when they're in love. Miss prefers to be with handsome guys. This is inevitable. Although Violet is not obsessed with appearance, she still inevitably has some small thoughts about Roy at this moment. A little idea naturally rose in her heart. That is, she wants to take the relationship with Roy to a higher level, so she subconsciously came forward. Of course, with her quality, she will not do anything out of the ordinary, because she is not that kind of casual person. The light brown pupils, like chocolate, are staring at Roy's impeccable profile. Your accent doesn't seem to be a local. Hearing this, Roy opened his mouth in surprise. Can you tell that? Right? Well, you're awesome. She propped up her chin with one hand, and her eyes stayed on Roy without any intention of moving away. At this time, the distance between the two sides was very close. Violet was filled with a fragrance, and Roy couldn't help guessing that this should be the unique body fragrance of girls. In fact, it was not the case. This was actually the perfume sprayed on Violet. If it was a civilian, of course, it would not be able to enjoy such treatment, but the question is Violet a civilian? She is now the second princess of Dressrosa. With the change of power, the things that originally belonged to Violet were naturally handed over to her. Although Violet was not interested in these things. After a brief exchange, the two also got to know each other. So you are from the Kingdom of Basta. When Violet first heard the news of this kingdom, she was still very surprised. When she heard the name, she felt familiar, but she couldn't figure out where she had heard it before, so she rubbed her temples hard, trying to get up from the place she had forgotten. After thinking for a long time, a flash of inspiration flashed in her mind, and she finally remembered the thing she had forgotten. It turned out to be Rebecca. Rebecca once mentioned the Kingdom of Basta in front of her. I remember, Rebecca said she met Leone and others from the Kingdom of Basta. Do you know Leone? Yeah. Roy nodded. How could she not know him? She saw him every day. I'm really looking forward to it. I really want to see that Leone. After dinner, Roy and others strolled around Dressrosa. Dressrosa was still very prosperous in the original book. After walking around the market area, Roy had several more skewers in his hand. When he wanted to pay, he found that Violet had already paid first. Do you need to pay when I'm here? Violet's mouth curled up slightly. Thank you, you're so unfamiliar. Added with an angry face, it seemed that Violet was very angry because of Roy's politeness. Regardless of whether it was a polite remark, such an action really made people feel very warm-hearted. Anyway, Roy gave Violet a lot of points in his heart. Not only Roy, she also took good care of Acedes. Acedes also thanked him, and then put the skewers in his hand to his mouth. Smack. Took a bite. He was eating with relish. Advertisement. I'll try it too. Roy smiled and finished the skewers in his hand. It has to be said that the skewers here taste good, and Roy was very satisfied. In fact, the reason why they ate the skewers in this restaurant was mainly because of Violet's recommendation. She came here to eat when she had nothing to do, and she was an acquaintance with the boss. Seeing the two people eating with relish, Violet also smiled. She was already a super beauty, and now her smile was blooming, like a flower about to bloom. The title of Violet is like a flower, and the beauty of the person is also like a flower in a painting. How does it taste? Delicious. It should be about time, guys. Dressrosa in a corner. A man who was hidden in the shadows grinned, and his smile was very hideous. And the men in front of him would be trembling with fear just by hearing his voice, and they simply couldn't control their bodies. So scary. The man in front of them was very scary in terms of strength and temper. Everyone was very scared. If they could, they would have wanted to stay under this guy's hands, and they were worried all day long. But there was only one outcome for doing this: death. At the same time, the figure also raised his head, with a red horn mask on his head, and the momentum on his body was very scary. Chapter 130 Roy's Plan. Chapter 130 Roy's Plan. Lord Carl, what are your plans next? Red Eyes looked at Carl and couldn't help asking. Carl thought for a while and pretended to think. It's too boring now. I plan to go to East Blue for a walk. The plot is about to start. It should be nice to go there, right? Carl is looking forward to this trip to East Blue. East Blue? I'm looking forward to it. Hearing 133, Red Eyes next to him also looked forward to it. She had wanted to go to East Blue for a long time. After all, it is Roger's hometown and it is very famous. Black Eyes wants to go too. Black Eyes next to him said. Carl smiled and responded. Okay, I'll take you with me. It's too boring to go there alone. It's better to take Ace Day, and the others went together. There was also a companion on the way. The group soon arrived at the river. Just as they were walking towards the boat, they were stopped by a group of people. Advertisement. Hey, kid, where are you going with so many people? A lazy pirate came over with a group of people. Obviously, they were Foosfoo's subordinates. Carl was visiting incognito this time, so no one knew their ship. I thought that the merchant ship that came this time was not famous. Do you know who you were talking to? Carl looked at the pirate and his voice was very impolite. His current strength is basically invincible in the pirate world. Not to mention himself. His subordinates alone are enough to walk sideways in the pirate world. Just relying on the guys on the opposite side, they're just chickens and pottery dogs. The pirate obviously didn't hear the meaning of this. Hey, the brat is so arrogant. Do you know who our boss is? Carl scratched his ears. I don't know, and I don't want to know. Anyway, no matter how powerful you are not as powerful as me. Now, I give you 2 seconds to get out of my sight, otherwise, I don't mind letting you die without a burial place. As soon as these words came out, the Han pirates were completely angry. Ahole, you are dead, you know? And you girls, if you know what's good for you, kneel down and beg for mercy, maybe I can spare you, otherwise. This is simply a naked threat. As a result, everyone laughed completely after hearing their threats. Ha ha ha, they're threatening us. Aokiji looked at Carl and laughed so hard that her whole body shook. Lord Carl, can I ask for a fight and kill these poor guys? At the same time, Acedes, who had been silent, finally spoke. Other words could be tolerated, but these guys actually brought the topic to himself. Advertisement. Acedes has 2 bottom lines. 1, that is Carl. 2, that is someone insulting him. Obviously, these guys in front of him have done both, and their tragic end can almost be foreseen, and death is basically a foregone conclusion. Huh? You want to kill us? Girl, it's not a good thing to be so cruel. The pirates laughed obscenely. 5.7. Girls should stay at home, take care of their husbands and children. How can you shout and kill? Acedes narrowed his eyes. Go ahead, don't leave any alive. Carl looked at the pirates coldly and spoke indifferently. At this moment, in Carl's eyes, these guys were already dead. Acedes' eyes lit up immediately after hearing this. Whoosh! Her whole body disappeared in an instant. Chapter 131. Scared Fosford. Chapter 131. Fosfu is scared silly. The next moment, she appeared on the opposite side. Everyone was still smiling on their faces the previous second, and then the next moment, everyone was stunned, because Acedes' speed shocked everyone. What a fast speed! This guy is not an ordinary person. Be alert, be alert. Until this moment, everyone realized the horror of Acedes. But it was too late, because the feast of killing had completely begun. Die. Acedes said indifferently, puff puff puff. She raised her hands, and rows of ice particles suddenly appeared behind her. Under her control, they shot towards the pirates on the opposite side. Accompanied by a series of sounds, most of the pirates fell to the ground. 24. Only a few pirates remained sober. Spare my life, spare my life. HTT. Acedes walked towards the other side step by step like a Shinigami. The footsteps sounded like a death warrant from the Shinigami. Our boss is Fosfu. Advertisement, hee. Acedes shook his head and sneered. Even if it's Fosfu, so what? Why do you think he's living on the streets? You mean? As soon as these words came out, the pirate's eyes widened in astonishment. He already had a guess in his mind. Your identity is... Swish. The figure of Akame suddenly appeared in front of him, releasing a terrifying aura. Yes, it's just as you guessed. Funeral. Then, Akame raised the demon sword Murasama in her hand and directly wiped across the man's neck, and then the man fell to the ground and died in reluctance. In this way, this group of pirates was completely wiped out by Acedes and the others. Carl did not appear from beginning to end, but just watched silently not far away. His men were already invincible in the world, so why did he need to do it himself? Just at this moment, a sound of footsteps came from behind. Before the people arrived, the sound had already come. Boy, you want to run away after killing my people? Another large group of people rushed over here, led by an acquaintance, Fosford. Except for those 4 Emperor's-level masters, Fosford can basically walk sideways in the pirate world. Advertisement? Oh, are you going to catch me? The next moment, Carl turned around. Gah! Fosford, who was rushing forward, was stunned on the spot. He didn't expect that the person opposite him was Carl. As Kaido's subordinate, he certainly knew the so-called Carl, who was an existence that he could never offend. However, what puzzled him was, why did Carl appear here? Shouldn't he be in the Basta kingdom? Lord Carl, what wind blew you here? Fosford smiled and was very respectful. There was no way, Carl was an existence that he couldn't afford to offend. Therefore, it was normal to ask 96 for mercy. Ahem, what's wrong, Fosford? I heard you want to kill me. Ha ha ha. Fosford laughed awkwardly. Lord Carl, you are really a joker. It was all a misunderstanding just now, all a misunderstanding. If you have nothing to do, just go away. Carl shook his head. I'm in a good mood today, so I won't kill you. Yes, I'll go away now. After saying that, Fosford didn't dare to say anything more, and immediately ran away with his people. Or wait to be killed by this killer. Seeing this scene, Kaitong asked with a puzzled look, Lord Carl, why don't you kill him? Carl smiled and said, no need, he is just a small character after all. Why should an ant be alone? Chapter 132 Perona. Chapter 132 Perona. Carl was in a good mood today, so he didn't kill all these guys. If he was in a bad mood, he would just kill them. At this moment, Akame looked at Carl and asked, Sir Carl, what should we do next? Carl touched his chin and responded, let's continue to set off and go to East Blue. There are many acquaintances in East Blue, and you can even see Nami, who you have been thinking about. I don't know what kind of story will happen with Nami at that time, it's really exciting. East Blue, okay. Yeah. Carl nodded. Just like that, the destination was officially reached, and the group headed to East Blue. Time flies, and 7 days passed in the blink of an eye. The group crossed the New World, and then crossed the Redhead continent. Carl is different from Luffy. Luffy is a pirate through and through, so he can't use Marine's channels. Carl decisively dialed Marine's Den Den Mushi, DDD. The Den Den Mushi rang loudly. Soon, the call was connected. Advertisement, hello, this is Naval Headquarters. I'm Carl, please call Sengoku for me, Carl said indifferently. Yes. The Marine saluted hurriedly. As a Marine of Naval Headquarters, he knew Carl's identity. The other party was a super terrifying existence. Such an existence, even the world government dare not easily provoke. Not to mention a small person like himself. It's better to tell Sengoku about this matter quickly, so he took the Den Den Mushi to the Admiral's office as soon as possible. DDD. Sengoku dialed the phone. Carl-kun, long time no see. Sengoku was careless at first, but when he heard that it was Carl on the other end, he stood up straight instantly, and his attitude looked very respectful. There was no way, the other side was a very dangerous person. He definitely couldn't afford to offend him. Long time no see, Sengoku, what are you doing? Carl smiled and asked politely. What else can it be? It's nothing more than Marine's daily life. You don't come to the temple for no reason. What's the matter? What do you want to tell me? Sengoku said with a smile. Although Carl acted very polite, if you think that he was afraid, you were wrong. Ahem. Carl coughed and smiled. I want to go to the first half of the Grand Line, can you help me arrange it? Advertisement, okay, no problem. Sengoku hung up the phone politely, and then the matter was completely arranged. Not long after, a marine took the initiative to find Carl. The group marched forward in a mighty manner. After only 3 days, Carl and others arrived at the first half of the Grand Line. As for the marine, he also found a reason to leave. Let's go to East Blue. Carl pointed to the front and smiled. Yeah. Everyone nodded. Time passed unconsciously, and half a day passed quickly. Not far away on the sea, a huge pirate ship was sailing slowly. The pirate ship was as huge as a country. Those who have seen One Piece should know that this is the famous Moria pirates. In the Dark Castle, someone told Perona about this. Lord Perona, there is a ship in front, approaching this place. Should we suck them over? The other side looked very ordinary, and should not be a powerful character. Perona licked his lips. Okay, this matter is left to you. Chapter 133 Entering Zombie Island. Chapter 133 The camera came to Roy. A group of people were drifting slowly on the sea. Sailing on the sea was boring, so they found some fun, such as playing chess in the captain's room. The opponent was Acedes, and as for the two people, Black Eye and Red Eye, they watched silently beside Roy. Acedes might be very good at fighting, but he was a little bit weak in chess, which tests intelligence, and was quickly suppressed by Roy. So amazing. Is this the strength of Roy-kun? Sister Acedes was suppressed. 340. Both women were surprised to see this scene. Acedes had lost 2 games in a row. Damn it. Acedes rubbed her hair unhappily. She couldn't understand why she couldn't beat Yaoi even though she tried so hard. It's my turn this time, Haetong said with a smile. Acedes stood up, and Haetong sat opposite Roy and played chess with him. Advertisement time passed unnoticed, and soon half an hour passed. The sky began to become very dim, and then an Uzumaki appeared. Uzumaki? When Roy saw this scene, he was stunned. He suddenly remembered that this was not Moria's method. It was really bold. This Moria dared to disturb my good deeds. Hearing the noise here, several women also came out, with curious faces. Lord Roy, what happened? If nothing unexpected happens, Roy explained with a smile, this should be done by Moria and his men. This area is Moria and their territory. Moria. The two women looked at each other, and for a moment they couldn't remember who this guy was. The main reason was that Moria was too low-key, or to be more precise, he was not famous. Unlike Kaido and the others, whose fame simply shocked the entire pirate world, Roy began to explain. This guy is one of the Shichibukai. I see, CEDB. Advertisement, so, Acedes licked his lips. Is this Moria trying to make trouble for us? It should be like this. Roy smiled and responded. You are really ambitious. Acedes narrowed his eyes, flashing with amazing murderous intent, but it's good this way. I haven't taken action for a long time. Now, it's just right for Moria and the others to feel the pain. Let's go and meet Moria and the others. Lord Roy, are we going to destroy the Moria pirates? At this moment, Akame, who had been silent, looked at Roy and couldn't help asking. Roy shook his head. No need, but I am very interested in their ship. Perona is very interested. Let's see if we can kidnap Perona. I see. Indeed, Roy has not yet had the intention to kill them. He just wanted to teach them a lesson and kidnap Perona. Soon, they officially landed on the island, which was the zombie island in the original book, full of zombies. When they walked over, zombies jumped out one by one, which scared Akame and the others. There are so many zombies. Facing the surging zombies, Roy looked at Acedes next to him and smiled. Acedes, these guys are in your hands. Got it. Acedes narrowed his eyes slightly, and his aura suddenly soared. With a sword in his hand, he rushed towards the zombie group not far away. Chapter 134 Ace Day shows his power. Chapter 134 Acedes shows his power. In the field, Acedes stood there calmly with a sword in his hand, watching the zombies coming one after another in front of him. Come on, just come on. It can be said that one man can block the pass and 10,000 men cannot pass. Do you want us to take action? Beside him, Chitong looked at Roy and couldn't help asking. Haetong also looked at Roy, but she had a different idea from Chitong. After all, this guy was also a battle maniac and wanted to fight these zombies. As for Chitong, she was just making a rational judgment. Roy shook his head. No need, just leave it to Acedes alone. These guys can't threaten Acedes at all. Now, Acedes' strength is a serious 4 Emperors level. Don't mention these minions. Even Moria behind the scenes can't be Acedes' opponent, and Acedes can even crush Moria with one hand. After all, Moria was only Shichibukai in the end, while Acedes was a 4 Emperors. 4 Emperors were not something Moria could contend with. DA. Advertisement. The zombies roared and rushed towards Acedes. HMPH. Seeing this, Acedes snorted coldly and let the zombies rush towards him. They were getting closer and closer, and soon there was only a short distance of 1 or 2 meters between the two sides. Acedes, who had been silent all the time, finally took action. Die. A terrifying aura was released from Acedes. Afterwards, she rushed towards the zombies with a sword in her hand. A stunning gleam of light slashed out, and instantly chopped down a large area. There was no way. The gap in strength between the two sides was too big, and they were not at the same level at all. Acedes and these zombies were simply slaughtering one-sidedly, and the zombies were defeated wherever they passed. Who? Acedes stretched out his hand, and countless ice particles floated in the sky. With Acedes' wave of his hand, all these ice particles shot towards the zombies. Puff, puff, puff. Countless ice particles swept across and bombarded the zombies, and all the zombies fell to the ground. Soon, Acedes was the only one left in the field, and he was still able to stand. Crush, this is naked crush. Haitong also wants to try. Seeing this scene, it can be said that the expectation is broken. She is also a fighting maniac, but I don't know what happened. Roy only arranged Acedes to go. Please give me flowers. Zero advertisement. Okay. Roy smiled when he saw this. I'll arrange you to go next time. You said it, and you are not allowed to change it. Don't change it. Hook and hang for 100 years and don't change. Just like that, Roy and Haitong reached an agreement. At the same time, Acedes also walked over here. She looked at Roy and said respectfully, Lord Roy, I have completed the task. Thank you for your hard work. Roy smiled slightly and patted Acedes on the shoulder. As expected, he is his best subordinate. He is easy to use. For some reason, Roy likes to use Acedes. It is easy to use, of course, aka Tong is also good. Let's go. Okay. Everyone nodded. The group continued to go to the depths of the Great Triangle. At the same time, in a dark room, Lord Absalom, we found an intruder. A figure said to another figure. What? Is there another intruder coming in? Absalom turned his head. His expression was actually a little surprised. Chapter 135 Absalom's Attack. Chapter 135 Absalom's Attack. Lord Absalom, what should we do next? The pirate looked at Absalom and couldn't help asking. Absalom smiled and said, what else can we do? Of course, we should drive out these invaders. Let's go and defeat them and then hand them over to the Zunlia woman. He is Moria's loyal subordinate and is very loyal to Moria. The reason is simple. Moria is very good to him, and of course he has to repay her. As a Shichibukai, Moria is very interested in shadows, so Absalom plans to collect the shadows of these people and give them to Moria. If you do this, 417, Moria will definitely be very happy. Compared to loyalty, Absalom is much better than Perona. After all, Perona in the original book chose to abandon Moria when the pirate group fell apart. Boss. The pirate couldn't help saying after hearing this. Should we investigate the other party's identity carefully? If the other party is a hard bone to chew, or forget it. If the opponent is too strong, it is better to give up. Who knows that Absalom doesn't take it seriously at all? Who do you think we are? We are the subordinates of Shichibukai Moria. Lousy is Absalom. The confidence in his eyes can be said to have reached the extreme. As soon as these words came out, the younger brothers beside him worshipped him completely. It is worthy of being Lord Absalom. It is so handsome. Long live Lord Absalom. Hearing this, Absalom couldn't help waving his hands. No, 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 the greatest is still Lord Moria. Then he looked at his subordinates. He smiled and said, let's go, let those stupid pirates see how powerful we are. Advertisement, okay, Boss Absalom. So, he immediately took his brothers with him, ready to teach Roy and others a lesson, so that he would stand up to his own strength. Roy knew nothing about what was happening here. He led people to continue exploring deeper. To be honest, it had been so long that he had forgotten what Moria's pirate ship looked like. They could only find it slowly by chance. Soon, they came to a castle. The castle was gloomy and terrifying, and looked very scary. Just when Roy wanted to take a closer look at what it was, the gate of the castle suddenly opened, and countless figures walked out of it. All of them were fully armed pirates. Go to hell. There were all kinds of weapons, including knives, guns, sticks, and even some pirates used guns. Unfortunately, in the world of pirates, the most useless thing is firearms. Firearms basically can't hit people, only cold weapons are king. In a word, everyone rushed towards Roy. Seeing this scene, Roy's brows disappeared immediately. Here it comes. Lord Roy, you said last time that you would let me do it. Just at this moment, Haitong suddenly jumped out. Okay. Roy did promise her that if he met the enemy again, he would give this opportunity to Haitong, so he made a prompt decision and decisively gave this opportunity to Haitong. Well, Haitong, these enemies are handed over to you. Remember, don't leave any of them behind. Roy laughed, but the words he said were too scary. Yes. Haitong nodded, her mouth curled up, and there was even a hint of excitement in her eyes. The reason was simple. She had been unable to hold back her desire to take action, but she had always been suppressed by Roy. Advertisement now. This layer of suppression is gone. The bloodthirsty desire suddenly gushed out. Go to hell. Haitong laughed wildly, and the whole person turned into a flash of lightning, rushing quickly towards the crowd in front of him. The speed was so fast, like a cheetah, and in the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of the first enemy. The enemy was stunned. Oh my god, such a fast speed. He originally thought that the other party was just a little-known minion. But he never expected that his strength was so terrifying. It was like teleporting, and he appeared in front of him, but he was a pirate who lived on the edge of a knife. He reacted immediately and held the knife horizontally in an attempt to block Haitong's attack. However, the next moment, a jaw-dropping scene happened. The knife in his hand collided with Haitong's knife, and it was broken like tofu. Then, Haitong's force directly chopped his body. Puff! Accompanied by the sound of flesh being torn, the pirate's body was torn into pieces and he died instantly. He was basically dead, after all, his whole body was split in half. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. Oh my god. Isn't this too powerful? Originally, they thought the opponent was a rookie, and planned to rush up and kill Roy and others, but they never expected it. Just sending a person, it turned out to have such strength. Absalom. Don't panic, we have so many people, we can definitely take him down easily. From the back, Absalom's voice came. Chapter 136. Black Eyes Killing Crazy. Chapter 136. Black Eyes Killing Crazy. Hearing Absalom's words, everyone's eyes lit up. That's right, with so many people on their side, even if everyone spits, they can drown the other side. Instantly, their eyes lit up, and their confidence in themselves reached the extreme. Roy wanted to laugh a little. Okay, since you want to try, just come on. Anyway, he doesn't have to do it, but Black Eyes has been eager to try for a long time, and even Acedes next to him can't hold back. Lord Roy, can I do it? Looking at the enemy not far away, Acedes licked his lips, and the expectation in his eyes reached the extreme. She is the real battle maniac. Roy shook his head and smiled. I have promised Black Eyes, so let Black Eyes do it first. If Black Eyes can't deal with it, it won't be too late for you. Advertisement. Acedes shook his head. How is it possible? Kurome is very powerful. Although he cannot be said to be completely invincible in the pirate world, he is not someone that ordinary people can contend with. Real Shichibukai strength. It is no exaggeration to say that Kurihiro can walk sideways in the pirate world. Even if Moria comes in person, he cannot be Kurihiro's opponent. So Roy's promise is impossible. Unless Kurihiro can decisively give up this opportunity, but is it possible? Kurihiro has a similar personality to himself, both are fighting maniacs. Even more fanatical than Acedes. Acedes looked at Kurihiro. He found that he was licking his lips, as if the enemies in front of him were his food. Come on, let me feel it. Advertisement, the feeling of killing is so intoxicating. Hei Tong licked his lips. The enthusiasm in his eyes became stronger and stronger. Seeing this scene, Roy was speechless, and felt that his men were a little abnormal. Compared with Acedes, Hei Tong was even more terrifying. Acedes was just a simple sadist, but Hei Tong actually enjoyed the feeling of killing. The only one who felt normal was Kai Tong. Thinking of this, Yi Ching couldn't help but look at the bed next to him. Kai Tong looked puzzled, and looked at Roy puzzledly. Lord Roy, what's wrong? Nothing, I just miss you a little. Roy smiled and shook his head. Anyway, they are all his men, just pamper them. The camera came to the center of the field, and soon everyone rushed to Hei Tong's side, and was easily defeated by Hei Tong. They originally thought that they could be Hei Tong's opponent by relying on their numbers, but they were all defeated, and they were all desperate in an instant. Too strong. This guy is simply a monster. You can't beat him at all. Everyone was completely desperate, however, Hei Tong's killing continued. Puff puff puff. All the pirates were ruthlessly slaughtered in 653 places. Mercy, mercy. Everyone begged for mercy. But Hei Tong didn't even pay attention to them, and killed them directly without saying a word. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Soon, all the pirates who rushed over were killed by Hei Tong, and the field was filled with blood, which looked extremely terrifying. For a moment, Absalom, who was at the back, was completely stunned. Are you kidding? This guy must be a monster, a real monster. But for the sake of Lord Moria, he had no other choice and had to rush forward. Then the whole person rushed towards Hei Tong in an instant. Chapter 137. The User of the Invisibility Fruit. Chapter 137. The Invisibility Fruit User. For Lord Moria, Absalom would do anything. I don't know what kind of magic potion Moria gave him, this guy's sincerity is really terrifying. Absalom has the Devil Fruit, and the Devil Fruit is what Sanji really wants, the Invisibility Fruit. The next moment, Absalom decisively used the Invisibility Fruit, and his whole body disappeared in an instant, and then rushed towards the direction of Hei Tong. Not far away, those minions who were not killed saw this scene and sneered one by one. It's here, Absalom's ultimate move, the power of the Invisibility Fruit. Once it is used, the whole person will instantly become invisible and difficult to detect. Absalom would spar with his subordinates whenever he had nothing to do, so everyone knew this move very well. Anyway, they had no way to deal with Absalom, so they subconsciously thought that the same was true for Hei Tong. Absalom was a capable general of Lord Moria, and he was not a well-known boy like Hei Tong who could compete with him. She's dead. I can't wait to see her being torn apart by Absalom. Advertisement. 194,949,494. In their eyes, Hei Tong seemed to have been torn apart by Absalom. Even Absalom himself felt that he was sure to win by using such a method, and Hei Tong could not compete at all. He was full of confidence. It happened so fast, in fact, in just a short moment, Absalom had already arrived in front of Hei Tong. Kurome stood there, watching the scene calmly. There was a flash of red in her eyes, which was naturally observation haki. As soon as observation haki was used, Absalom's figure was discovered instantly. So, the invisibility fruit is still useless in the pirate world. It can only deal with ordinary people, and it is simply a joke in front of the owner of observation haki. Kurome can easily know where Absalom is. However, Absalom didn't know this at the moment. He thought Kurome didn't know anything. He thought Kurome was shocked by his own methods and even forgot to resist. Why don't you move? Are you scared? It's a pity, I won't let you go easily, after all, you made such a mess of Lord Moria's place. Advertisement, Lord Moria will definitely be angry if he knows. Absalom was still talking to himself. Little did he know that all his actions were visible in Kuroi's eyes. Soon, Absalom came in front of Haitong, and then swung the knife in his hand, attacked Haitong, and slashed at him fiercely. Go to hell. His eyes were fanatical. As if he had seen that with this knife, poor Haitong would definitely die. However, the next moment, a jaw-dropping scene happened. His attack was actually blocked by Haitong lightly. Good. Haitong only used 2 fingers to completely block Absalom's attack. His behavior was relaxed, and he looked very free and easy. Are you kidding? How could this happen? Absalom was stunned. He thought his attack would win, but he didn't expect it to be like this. The opponent only used 2 fingers to block his attack. When did you find me? Absalom asked. Chapter 138, Defeating Absalom. Chapter 138. Defeating Absalom. At this moment, Absalom looked at this scene in disbelief. When did you find me? Of course I found out a long time ago, Haitong grinned and said. Damn it. Absalom was furious. Since his invisibility ability failed, he could only bite the bullet and attack Haitong directly, hoping to defeat Haitong. It happened in a flash. In fact, it was only a short moment. In the blink of an eye, he was already in front of Haitong. Take it. The knife in his hand was pulled out instantly, and then he aimed at Haitong's body. Swish. The speed was very fast, and he was in front of Haitong in the blink of an eye. Haitong just watched calmly. In her eyes, Absalom was surprisingly slow and could not threaten her at all, so she didn't even have the desire to take action. Just come at me. When the opponent approached, Haitong finally moved, and the knife in his hand slashed out fiercely, aiming directly at the opponent's knife. Clang. Accompanied by a metallic buzzing sound, Absalom's knife suddenly broke. Under Haitong's attack, he was as fragile as tofu. Seeing this scene, Absalom's eyes widened in shock. No way. Advertisement. How could it be possible that his indestructible weapon was easily cut in half by Haitong? But the facts were in front of them, and they had no choice but to believe it. His attack was easily defeated by Haitong. The woman in front of him didn't know where she came from, but she was so terrifying. I was curious, what kind of existence are these guys? The battle was still going on at this time. Haitong slashed with a knife, and the whole person instantly appeared behind Absalom. Slash. Puff. It instantly penetrated Absalom's body. In the end, Absalom died under his attack. Moria's #1 admiral. Absalom was defeated by Haitong in one move. Tab. Everyone was completely stunned when they saw this scene. How could Lord Absalom? In their opinion, Absalom was invincible. But such an existence was so fragile in front of Haitong that it could not withstand a single blow. Advertisement. Everyone was desperate and did not know what to do. After all, even Absalom was not Haitong's opponent, let alone themselves. Could it be possible to expect them to defeat an opponent that Absalom could not defeat? Obviously it was impossible. Kill them, Roy ordered. Okay, Lord Roy. Haitong nodded. After receiving Roy's order, she no longer held back and rushed towards the crowd in front of her. Like a wolf among sheep, she soon came to the side of the crowd. Time passed unconsciously, and soon all the pirates in the field were killed, and the initiator of everything was the harmless Haitong. A moment later, Haitong, covered in blood, came to Roy's side. Lord Roy, it's solved. Well done. Seeing this, Roy showed a relieved smile on his face, very satisfied. It must be said that the Black Eye Force group is not reliable. Next, continue to move forward, hoping to find Perona as soon as possible, let her get along with him, and shock Moria by the way. He thought about it carefully. If you want to subdue Perona, it's still very simple, as long as you can convince Moria. As for the method of convincing Moria, it's even simpler, of course, it's to take action. Just beat him to submission. Chapter 139. Moria's anger is about to explode. Chapter 139. Moria's anger is about to explode. After the matter here was resolved, Roy and others decided to move forward, with the purpose of finding Perona and others. At the same time, the battle situation here was also known by Perona and Moria. Let's talk about Moria first. Mr. Moria, someone came to Moria and reported. Moria looked puzzled. What happened? Then the pirate said, it's bad, Lord Absalom was defeated and is now dead. What? As soon as these words came out, Moria was furious to the extreme. You must know that Absalom is his capable general. If such a person was killed, the other party would undoubtedly slap him hard. Not fighting back, this is not Moria's character. Who is it? I don't know, the pirate responded. It seems to be a young woman. Then he told Moria the whole story. Advertisement. Moria frowned when he learned that the one who killed Absalom was a woman with black hair and black eyes. He never thought that his men would be killed by a woman. Damn it, he dared to attack my men, Moria. It seems that he must be taught a lesson. Zunlia's eyes flashed with murderous intent. Obviously, the anger in his heart has reached its peak. After all, Absalom is his men. He attacked without a single greeting. There's no doubt that he did not take him seriously. In addition, his strength is among the best in the entire pirate world. The only ones who can be stronger than him are the 4 Emperor's Marine Admiral and a few people from Shichibukai. Others are not his opponents at all. As long as they are not his opponents, Moria feels that he is invincible. However, he forgot that a transcendent force has risen in the Grand Line, that is, the famous Roy and his gang. Little ones, follow me to meet them. Moria stood up. He had made up his mind to let Roy and the others know what would happen if they offended him. At the same time, Perona had also mobilized and was rushing over here. As the two sides were on their way, Roy and the others were also walking forward. Time passed unconsciously, and soon more than 10 minutes had passed. Advertisement, *********, Roy and the others finally met Perona, Moria and the others. The two sides stood face to face, looking at each other. We found them, Lord Roy. At the same time, Acedes turned her head and looked at Roy with a slight smile on her face. She knew that a battle was about to begin, so she quickly put her hands on her waist and was ready for battle. Zero similarly, Black Eye and Red Eye also held their weapons, ready to fight at any time. Perona was obviously surprised. She didn't expect that Lord Moria would come in person. She said in shock. Lord Moria, why are you here? Absalom was killed by these guys. It's unforgivable. Moria looked at Roy and could hardly control the murderous intent in his eyes. What? Perona was also shocked to the extreme. She didn't expect that Absalom would die at the hands of these people. It can't be fake. How could Absalom die so inexplicably? The two sides were on the verge of a war. At the same time, Kai Tong looked at Roy and smiled. Lord Roy, this time I should take action, right? Chapter 140. Perona's Choice. Chapter 140. Perona, choose it. Moria's eyes widened, filled with murderous intent. Looking for death, he didn't hold back anymore, and rushed directly to Roy, wanting to kill the guy in front of him. The leader of this group was obviously Roy, and he could confirm it with just a glance. After all, everyone's eyes were focused on Roy. It happened so fast. In fact, it was only a short moment. Moria had come to Roy's front. Roy had no intention of taking action against such a weakling. He subconsciously glanced at Kai Tong next to him, and the meaning was already very clear. It's time for you to take action. Yeah. Kai Tong nodded, understood, and the whole person rushed to Moria's direction in an instant. The two sides soon came into contact. Looking for death. Seeing this scene, Moria couldn't help but snorted coldly. He looked down on Kai Tong. As the saying goes, king against king and general against general, there is only one enemy, that is Roy, but he didn't overestimate himself. In fact, his strength was not as good as Akato and the others, not to mention Roy. He was not qualified to fight Roy at all. Advertisement. Your opponent is me. Akato looked at Moria and said with a smile. At the moment of speaking, he drew his sword and pulled out the imperial weapon on his waist. Mursama, and attacked Moria's chest. Moria was also a super master, and he realized instantly that this knife was very dangerous and he could not resist it. He turned around and dodged the attack, but this was just the beginning. Dodged. Akato snorted coldly. What's next? Akato attacked again, and another knife went straight to Moria's neck. Whoosh. The speed was as fast as a flash of lightning. In the blink of an eye, it was in front of Moria. Ah! Moria exclaimed, subconsciously picking up the weapon in his hand to block. Not to mention that his strength was still very awesome. He actually blocked Akato's attack, but he was still shocked by Akato and couldn't help staggering. So powerful. Looking at the Kai Tong who was so close, Moria's heart sank. Feeling that Kai Tong's strength was very terrifying and seriously threatened him, he couldn't help asking, who are you? I'm just a servant of Lord Roy, Kai Tong answered honestly. What? Just a servant has such strength, which made Moria suddenly confused, and he didn't know if it was his illusion, but he always felt that this name was a little familiar. Advertisement. Stop talking nonsense, take it. Kai Tong snorted coldly and attacked Moria again. Moria resisted hard, and the whole person kept retreating in the blows. Originally, he swore that he would definitely win this time, but now he knows how ridiculous everything is, and he is not a match for Kai Tong at all. Seeing that Moria was constantly in a slump, Roy couldn't help but remind him, Kai Tong, be careful, don't play this guy to death, we still have important things to do. Got it, Lord Roy. At this time, Akame remembered that it was not a big deal for him. He stopped decisively. He stopped torturing Moria and the others. Seeing this, Moria was overjoyed. Although he didn't know why Roy would let him go, it was undoubtedly a good thing for him. The next moment, Roy looked at Perona who was watching the battle behind Moria. Perona, I will give you two choices now. 1. Refuse to join us, then Leah will die. 2. Join us, and I can spare Moria's life. Roy raised the corner of his mouth, revealing a bewitching smile. What do you think? What do you plan to choose? Chapter 141 Perona joins. Chapter 141 Perona joins. Perona, I give you two choices. Do you want Moria to die or live? Roy looked at Perona, his mouth curled up, revealing a devilish smile, and his voice was full of teasing. Hearing Roy's words, Perona's eyes widened, and the whole person suddenly fell into a terrifying internal friction, thinking about what Roy said. She looked into Roy's eyes, and had a strong premonition in her heart that if she really refused, Moria would definitely die. What to do? What to do? At this moment, Perona was caught in an unprecedented dilemma. On the other side, Akame was still fighting with Moria, and she was completely suppressing Moria in the field. What a strong power! Moria was more and more surprised as she grew older. He couldn't imagine why the woman in front of him was so powerful, and he even had an unprecedented sense of powerlessness. It shouldn't be like this. Tell me, who are you? People like you can't be unknown. Moria looked at Roy not far away, his eyes were particularly serious. Advertisement. He didn't believe that these guys in front of him were really unknown, but he had never heard of such a master of grand line. Suddenly, Moria seemed to think of something, his eyes widened and the shock in his pupils could not be hidden. I know who you are. Roy's mouth curled up when he heard it, and he asked with a smile. Oh, you know, what do you know? You are from the Basta kingdom. I should have thought of it earlier. Aokiji snorted coldly and smiled. It seems that you have a good eye. You guessed our true identity so quickly. As soon as these words came out, Moria couldn't help but tremble. Of course he knew the Basta kingdom, which had suddenly appeared during this period and swept away all the forces at sea. The Whitebeard pirates, Beasts pirates, and Big Mom pirates were all defeated by the man in front of him. Even Marine didn't dare to provoke Roy easily. Such a terrifying force actually appeared in the first half of the Grand Line. That would be fine, but he actually offended him. Spare me. The next moment, Moria surrendered decisively. He knew that Roy was so powerful that he could not contend with him at all. Didn't you see that the entire Beasts pirates were destroyed? If this guy wanted to kill him, it would be easier than crushing an ant. At the same time, Perona also successfully discovered Roy's identity and widened her eyes in surprise. Advertisement? No way. This guy turned out to be Roy. They turned out to be from the Basta kingdom. No wonder they're so scary and no wonder they're suppressing these people. If it were them, then everything would be easy to understand. What do you think, Perona? Do you want to join me? Roy looked at Perona and invited him again. I agree. This time, without any hesitation, Perona decisively agreed to Roy. After all, Roy is so powerful, and following him will definitely protect herself well, and secondly, she can also protect Moria. Why not? Roy grinned. What a wise decision. Then he looked at Kai Tong who was not far away and said with a smile. Kai Tong, let go, the negotiation has been established. Okay. Kai Tong nodded, and her expression was very clever. She was completely different from the female killer just now. Chapter 142. Black Eyes vs. Perona. Chapter 142. Black Eyes fighting Perona. Just like that, Perona successfully joined Roy's group and the matter ended here. The few people returned to the ship and began to discuss the next journey. The destination is East Blue. During this process, they can also travel around and have a good look at the style of the pirate world. After all, it's not easy to travel to the pirate world, just take this opportunity to travel around the world. As for Moria, since Perona has boarded the ship, Roy is too lazy to threaten him and directly takes Perona and the others away and officially embarks on the journey. Looking at the backs of Roy and the others walking away, Moria couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Great, finally sent this killer away. In front of Roy, Moria dared not even breathe, and now he is very satisfied with this result. On the other side, on Roy's ship, Perona, since you are on this ship, we are partners. Haitong looked at Perona and said, there's a rule on this ship, that is, no matter what, you must respect the orders of Lord Roy, otherwise. As he said that, Haitong pulled out the knife from his waist, releasing a terrifying murderous aura. Good guy, he seems to be ready to fight if he disagrees with you. Advertisement. As soon as these words came out, Perona was frightened and floated in the air. It is worth mentioning that the main body is already in the corner of the ship, but only Roy knows about this, even Kai Tong and the others are not aware of it. This can also be regarded as a protection for Perona. After all, Perona is too weak at this stage. What if she is bullied? It's okay, Perona. We are all partners. If you have anything to say, just tell me directly. Roy smiled and explained, looking at Perona who seemed to be frightened. Okay. Perona was very grateful. She was frightened by what Haitong said. She thought Roy was a bad guy who was unforgivable. As a result, Roy spoke to her in such a gentle tone. This kind of person is not a bad guy at first glance. It turned out that Haitong was deceiving herself. Hara hara hara. Perona laughed strangely. Haitong was unhappy immediately. In the past, she felt that she was the youngest on the ship and had to listen to Kai Tong and the others. Now that there are finally new people, she has to treat them well. And it feels that this Perona is also a soft persimmon. Thinking of this, Haitong's eyes lit up. Advertisement. Stop laughing, okay. No, you care about me. Who knew Perona would not care about her at all? This immediately d off Haitong, and she decided to let Perona know who was the big and small king, and decided to show her some power. In this case, don't blame me for being rude. She rushed towards Perona. Because knives were not allowed on the ship, she went over with bare hands, and almost in the blink of an eye, she came to Perona and punched her hard. The result was a horrifying scene. My fist actually passed through the other party, good King Zhao, and then Haitong was instantly blinded. What? She looked at this scene in disbelief, and her attack actually just went through the other party's body. At this, was she dazzled? Hara hara hara. Seeing this scene, Perona suddenly laughed strangely, and thought Haitong was so powerful, but it turned out to be like this. It actually went through her body. In other words, the other party couldn't attack her at all. Then is it? Chapter 143. Roy takes action. Chapter 143. Roy takes action. If that's the case, can I bully Haitong at will? Thinking of this, Perona was so happy that she immediately rushed towards Haitong. Whoosh! Then Haitong was hit, and the whole person suddenly became very depressed. Alas, I feel that I am living in this world, which is really wrong. After a while, Haitong woke up and was very angry. Damn it, why am I like this? It felt so shameful that her majestic image was completely destroyed. Lord Roy, it wasn't me who was 470 just now. Ahem. Roy coughed. Haitong, this guy is still very strong. If you don't take it seriously, you might lose. Why is that? Haitong shook her head helplessly. Roy didn't remind her. After all, Perona was also his crew member. What would it mean to remind her? Isn't it a bit biased? It seems that Perona is really powerful. Aokiji, who was standing next to her, was also shocked when she saw this scene. Advertisement. I didn't expect that her sister, Kurome, would be beaten so badly. I have to say that Perona is still a bit of a talent. What kind of power is this? She didn't know for a while. Then she looked at Acedes. Sister Acedes, have you figured out what that guy is? Acedes shook her head. I don't know, this guy didn't use hockey. It seems that he doesn't even have hockey. Is this the ability of the devil fruit? I guess that's the only explanation. Devil fruit, definitely the power of the devil fruit. What kind of devil fruit is this? Kurome looked at Perona in the air and asked. Perona laughed her unique laugh. Hara hara hara, I won't tell you. She was now full of confidence, and felt that her strength might be basically invincible on the ship, so why not give it a try? Then she looked at Akado and Acedes and took the initiative to attack. The two were both attacked because of the information. However, Acedes was fine because her willpower was very strong, but Akado was not. She said very frustratedly that it was a mistake for her to live in this world. After regaining consciousness, Akado's face was blushing with shyness. Finally, Perona looked at Captain Roy, and her eyes suddenly lit up. Advertisement. She didn't know how strong Roy was and whether he could withstand her attack. She did it right away and rushed directly in Roy's direction. It happened so quickly that in fact, it was only a short moment. She suddenly appeared in front of Roy and launched an attack. However, Roy stood there as if nothing had happened, which scared Perona. You two are so powerful. Perona looked at Roy and Acedes, and was extremely shocked. These two people were not affected by her devil fruit. You know, even Moria was affected by her devil fruit, but these two people were fine. This method doesn't work on me, Roy said with a smile. His strength was not something Perona could challenge, and she even knew Perona's weaknesses. Swoosh. He appeared in front of Perona in an instant, and said with a smile. Perona, I know where your weaknesses are, don't attack me casually. Perona's eyes widened, and she was extremely shocked. First, Roy's speed was so fast. Second, he actually knew her weaknesses. Chapter 144 Arrival at Demon Valley Town. Chapter 144 Arrival at Magic Valley Town. At this moment, Perona knew clearly that he was no match for Roy, so he could only admit defeat. It didn't matter as long as he was better than Haitong, the others. And he also knew that Haitong and the others were stronger than him, and the reason they lost to him was because of their weird devil fruit ability. If they knew his devil fruit ability, it would be basically impossible for them to win in the future. What's more terrifying is that Acedes actually fought against him with just his will. I feel that this guy is a very terrifying existence. On this ship, the first person who can be provoked is Roy, and then Acedes. Her strength is not comparable to that of Akado and Haitong. Acedes is a fighting maniac. Since she crossed over to the pirate world, she has been fighting continuously. After a series of battles, her current strength has surpassed many people. She is already the third best in Roy's group. It's normal that Perona can't beat her. Damn it, tell me what your ability is. Haitong was very unhappy. She was defeated by Perona, so she kept asking what Perona's devil fruit ability was. Perona didn't tell her, of course. Advertisement time passed unknowingly, and soon 2 days passed. Several people came to Magic Valley Town, intending to find a way to enter Sky Island nearby. That's right, Roy wanted to enter Sky Island. After all, it was the Golden Country, full of gold and silver treasures. He was still very greedy for such things. We're here at Magic Valley Town. Roy looked at the Magic Valley Town in front of him, grinning, and was in a very good mood. As for the environment, it was similar to the original book. They quickly jumped off the boat and planned to rest in Magic Valley Town first, and then headed straight to the nearby Sky Island. Roy knew how to get to Sky Island. The reason he came to Magic Valley Town was to rest. Replenish some things. Lord Roy, what are we going to do next? Acedes looked at Roy and asked. Roy thought for a while. Let's go buy some things first. Okay. So the group immediately separated and bought things separately. Roy could basically guess what they wanted to buy. As for Acedes, he must have bought things related to fighting, such as weapons. As for Chitong and Haitong, they might have bought snacks. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Advertisement. Sure enough, after arriving at the place, Acedes immediately went to the weapon store to buy weapons. And Haitong directly pulled Chitong to the snack store to buy snacks. Seeing this scene, Perona couldn't help but sneer. You only know how to eat. Humph, if you have the ability, don't eat. Haitong looked at Perona and snorted. 0. No. Well, it turns out that Perona is also a foodie. In the end, Perona and Haitong bought snacks, and Chitong was free. Lord Roy, what do you want to buy? Chitong looked at Roy and asked subconsciously. Well. Roy thought for a moment and replied, buy some daily necessities first. Oh, and it's almost time for you to change your clothes. I'll buy you some clothes. Can I? Obviously, Kai Tong was not looking forward to it. Yeah, Roy nodded, and then the two of them went to the market to start shopping. They first bought a lot of daily necessities, moved them to the boat together, and then returned again to buy clothes for Kai Tong. Thank you so much, Yi Tianxiao. Kai Tong looked at Roy and, shyly,